take another minute. Technically, I have 6 minutes. Take another minute. Technically, I have 6 minutes. Okay, Instagram, I'm not going to stay live. I'm live on YouTube. I'm live on Instagram. Instagram will just get the beginning going, then you can catch me on YouTube. I want to start this reading today by really thinking about what an act of rebellion this is. And I know that it's really easy to find the provocative parts of Prince Harry writing a book, referring to his brother's baldness and referring to rumors, referring to his drug use, could all be really fun, entertaining. But we're actually witnessing history in front of our faces, and it might be a lot to really take in because we've seen a lot of history the last few years, the last few decades. Millennials have really had to reinvent society in front of their faces over and over again. So instead of watching and listening and reading today to be better pop culture savants, why don't we pay attention today with the intention of planting new seeds for the world around us. You can imagine where you were when your mom found out Princess Diana died. And you can imagine where you want to be in a few years from now when the next big piece of news comes around. And how you'd like to approach that. With fear or with a plan to do the best you can in your small community that will impact the greater community. Okay, Instagram. I'll see you on YouTube. The past is never dead. It's not even past. William Faulkner. We agreed to meet a few hours after the funeral in the Frogmore Gardens by the old Gothic ruin. I got there first. I looked around, saw no one. I checked my phone, no texts, no voicemails. They must be running late, I thought, leaning against the stone wall. I put away my phone and told myself, stay calm. The weather was quintessentially April, not quite winter, not yet spring. The trees were bare, but the air was soft. The sky was gray, but the tulips were popping. The light was pale, but the indigo lake, threading through gardens, glowed. How beautiful it all is, I thought, and also how sad. Once upon a time, this was going to be my forever home. Instead, it had proved to be just another brief stop. When my wife and I fled this place in fear of our sanity and physical safety, I wasn't sure when I would ever come back. That was January 2020. Now, 15 months later, here I was, days after waking to 32 missed calls and then one short, heart-racing talk with Granny. Harry, Grandpa's gone. The wind picked up, turned colder. I hunched my shoulders, rubbed my arms, regretted the thinness of my white shirt. I wish I'd not changed out of my funeral suit. I wish I'd thought to bring a coat. I turned my back to the wind and saw, looming behind me, the Gothic ruin, which in reality was no more Gothic than the Millennium Wheel. Some clever architect, some bit of stagecraft, like so much around here, I thought. I moved from the stone wall to a small wooden bench. Sitting, I checked my phone again, peered up and down the garden path. Where are they? Another gust of wind. Funny, it reminded me of Grandpa. His wintry demeanor, maybe, or his icy sense of humor. I recalled one particular shooting weekend years ago. A mate, just trying to make conversation, asked Grandpa what he thought of my new beard, which had been causing concern in the family and controversy in the press. Should the Queen force Prince Harry to shave? Grandpa looked at my friend, looked at my chin, broke into a devilish grin. That's no beard. Everyone laughed. To beard or not to beard, that was the question, but leave it to Grandpa to demand more beard. Let grow the luxurious bristles of a bloody Viking. I thought of Grandpa's strong opinions, his many passions, carriage driving, barbecuing, shooting, food, beer, the way he embraced life. He had that in common with my mother. Maybe that's why he had been such a fan. Long before she was Princess Diana, back when she was simply Diana Spencer, kindergarten teacher, secret girlfriend of Prince Charles. My grandfather was her loudest advocate. Some said he actually brokered my parents' marriage. If so, an argument could be made that Grandpa was the prime cause in my world. But for him, I would not be here, and neither would my older brother. Then again, maybe our mother would be here if she hadn't married Pa. I recalled one recent chat, just me and Grandpa, not long after he turned 97. He was thinking about the end. He was no longer capable of pursuing his passions, he said. And yet, the thing he missed the most was work. Without work, he said, everything crumbles. He didn't seem sad, just ready. You have to know when it's time to go, Harry. I glanced now into the distance, towards the mini skyline of crypts and monuments alongside Frogmore, the royal burial ground. Final resting place for so many of us, including Queen Victoria. Also the notorious Wallis Simpson. Also her doubly notorious husband, Edward, the former king and my great-great-uncle. After Edward gave up his throne for Wallis, after they fled Britain, both of them fretted about their ultimate return. They both obsessed about being buried right there. The Queen, my grandmother, granted their plea, but she placed them at a distance from everyone else. My God. Beneath a stooped plane tree. One last finger wag, perhaps. One final exile, maybe. I wondered how Wallis and Edward felt now about all their fretting. Did any of it matter in the end? I wondered if they wondered at all. Were they floating in some airy realm, still mulling their choices? Or were they nowhere, thinking nothing? Could there really be nothing after this? Does consciousness, like time, have a stop? I love this. Or maybe, I thought, just maybe they're here right now, next to the fake Gothic ruin, or next to me, eavesdropping on my thoughts. And if so, maybe my mother is too. The thought of her, as always, gave me a jolt of hope and a burst of energy and a stab of sorrow. I missed my mother every day, but that day, on the verge of that nerve-wracking rendezvous at Frogmore, I found myself longing for her, and I couldn't say just why. Like so much about her, it was hard to put into words. Although my mother was a princess, named after a goddess, both those terms always felt weak, inadequate. People routinely compared her to icons and saints, from Nelson Mandela to Mother Teresa to Joan of Arc. But every such comparison, while lofty and loving, also felt wide of the mark. The most recognizable woman on the planet, one of the most beloved, my mother was simply indescribable. That was the plain truth. And yet, how could someone so far beyond everyday language remain so real, so palpably present, so exquisitely vivid in my mind? How was it possible that I could see her laughter? Nope. How is it possible that I could see her clear as a swan skimming towards me on the indigo lake? How could I hear her laughter? Loud as the songbirds in the bare trees, still. There was so much I did not remember because I was so young when she died, but the greater miracle was all that I did. Her devastating smile, her vulnerable eyes, her childlike love of movies and music and clothes and sweets and us. Oh, how she loved my brother and me. Obsessively, she once confessed to an interviewer. Well, Mommy, vice versa. Maybe she was omnipresent for the very same reason that she was indescribable, because she was light, pure and radiant light. And how can you really describe light? Even Einstein struggled with that one. Recently, astronomers rearranged their biggest telescope, aimed them at one tiny crevice in the cosmos, and managed to catch a glimpse of one breathtaking sphere, which they named Arundel, the Old English word for morning star. Billions of miles off and probably long vanished, Arundel is closer to the Big Bang, the moment of creation, than our own Milky Way. and yet it's somehow still visible to mortal eyes because it's just so awesomely bright and dazzling. That was my mother. That was why I could see her, sense her always, but especially that afternoon in Frogmore. That and the fact that I was carrying her flag. I'd come to those gardens because I wanted peace. I wanted it more than anything. I wanted it for my family's sake and for my own, but also for hers. People forget how much my mother strove for peace. No, we don't. She circled the globe many times over, trapezed through minefields, cuddled AIDS patients, consoled war orphans, always working to bring peace to someone somewhere. And I knew how desperately she would want, no, did want, peace between her boys, between us two and Pa, and among the whole family. For months, the Windsors had been at war. There had been strife in our ranks, off and on, going back centuries, but this was different. This was a full-scale public rupture, and it threatened to become irreparable. So, though I had flown home specifically and solely for Grandpa's funeral, while there, I'd asked for this secret meeting with my older brother, Willie, and my father to talk about the state of things, to find a way out. But now I looked once more at my phone and once more up and down the garden path, and I thought, maybe they've changed their minds. Maybe they're not going to come. For half a second, I considered giving up, going for a walk through the gardens by myself, or heading back to the house where all my cousins were drinking and sharing stories of Grandpa. Then at last I saw them, shoulder to shoulder, striding towards me. They looked grim, almost menacing. More, they looked tightly aligned. My stomach dropped. Normally they'd be squabbling about one thing or another, but now they appeared to be in lockstep, in league. The thought occurred, hang on, are we meeting for a walk or a duel? I rose from the wooden bench, made a tentative step towards them, gave a weak smile. They did not smile back. Now my heart really started thrashing in my chest. Deep breaths, I told myself. Apart from fear, I was feeling kind of hyper-awareness and a hugely intense vulnerability, which I'd experienced at other key moments of my life, like walking behind my mother's coffin, going into battle for the first time, giving a speech in the middle of a panic attack. There was that same sense of embarking on a quest and not knowing if I was up for it, while also fully knowing that there was no turning back, that fate was in the saddle. Okay, Mommy, I thought, picking up the pace. Here goes. Wish me luck. We met in the middle of the path. Willie, Pa, hello. Harold, painfully tepid. We wheeled, formed line, set off along the gravel path over the little ivy-covered stone bridge. The way we simply fell into the synchronous alignment. The way we wordlessly assumed the same measured paces and bowed heads. Plus the nearness of those graves, how could anyone not be reminded of Mummy's funeral? I told myself not to think about that, to think instead about the pleasing crunch of our footsteps and the way our words flew away like wisps of smoke on the wind. Being British, being Windsors, we began chatting casually about the weather. We compared notes about Grandpa's funeral. He'd planned it all himself, down to the tiniest detail. We reminded each other with rueful smiles. Small talk, the smallest. We touched on all secondary subjects, and I kept waiting for us to get to the primary one, wondering why it was taking so long and how on earth my father and brother could appear so calm. I looked around. We'd covered a fair bit of terrain, and we were now smack in the middle of the royal burial ground, more up to our ankles and bodies than Prince Hamlet. Come to think of it, didn't I myself once ask to be buried here? Hours before I'd gone off to war, my private secretary said I needed to choose the spot where my remains should be interred. Should the worst happen, Your Royal Highness, war being an uncertain thing. There were several options: St. George's Chapel, the Royal Vault at Windsor, where Grandpa was being settled at this moment. No, I had chosen this one because the gardens were lovely and because it seemed peaceful. Our feet almost on top of Wallace Simpson's face, Pa launched into a micro lecture about his personage over here, that royal cousin over there, all the once eminent dukes and duchesses, lords and ladies currently residing beneath the lawn. A lifelong student of history, he had loads of information to share, and part of me thought we might be here for hours, and that there might be a test at the end. Mercifully, he stopped, and we carried on along the grass around the edge of the lake, arriving at a beautiful little patch of daffodils. It was there at last that we had got down to business. I tried to explain my side of things. I wasn't at my best. For starters, I was still nervous, fighting to keep my emotions in check, while also striving to be succinct and precise. More, I'd vowed not to let this encounter devolve into another argument, but I quickly discovered that it wasn't up to me. Pa and Willie had their parts to play, and they had come ready for a fight. Every time I ventured a new explanation, started a new line of thought, one or both of them would cut me off. Willie in particular did not want to hear anything. After he had shut me down several times, he and I began sniping, saying some of the things we had said for months, years. It got so heated that Pa raised his hands. Enough. He stood between us, looking at our flushed faces. Please, boys, don't make my final years a misery. His voice sounded raspy and fragile. It sounded, if I am being honest, old. I thought about Grandpa. All at once, something shifted inside of me. I looked at Willie, really looked at him. Maybe for the first time since we were boys. I took it all in. His familiar scowl, which had always been his default in dealings with me, his alarming baldness, more advanced than my own, his famous resemblance to Mommy, which was fading with time. With age, in some ways he was my mirror, in some ways he was my opposite, my beloved brother, my arch nemesis. How had that happened? I felt massively tired. I wanted to go home. And I realized what a complicated concept home had become. Or maybe this always was. I gestured at the gardens, the city beyond, the nation, and said, William, this was supposed to be our home. We were going to live here the rest of our lives. You left, Harold. Yeah, and you know why. I don't. You don't? I honestly don't. I leaned back. I could not believe what I was hearing. It was one thing to disagree about who was at fault or how many things might have been different, but for him to claim total ignorance of the reason I had fled the land of my birth, the land for which I'd fought and been ready to die, my mother country, that fraught phrase, to claim no knowledge of why my wife and I took the drastic step of picking up our child and just running like hell, leaving behind everything, house, friends, furniture, really? I looked up at the trees. You don't know? Harold, I honestly don't. I turned to Pa. He was gazing at me with an expression that said, neither do I. Wow, I thought, maybe they really don't. Staggering. But maybe it was true. If they did not know why I'd left, maybe they just didn't know me at all. Maybe they never really did. And to be fair, maybe I did not either. The thought made me feel colder and terribly alone. But it also fired me up. I thought, I have to tell them. But how can I tell them? I can't. It would take too long. Besides, they're clearly not in the right frame of mind to listen. Not now anyway, not today. And so, Pa, Willie, world, here you go. Part 1. Out of the night that covers me. There were always stories. People would whisper now and then about folks who hadn't fared well at Balmoral. The long ago queen, for instance, mad with grief, she'd locked herself inside Balmoral Castle and vowed to never come out. And a very proper former prime minister, he'd called the place surreal and utterly freaky. Still, I don't think I heard those stories until much later. Or maybe I heard them and didn't register. To me, Balmoral was always simply paradise, a cross between Disney World and some sacred druid grove. I was always too busy fishing, shooting, running up and down the hill to notice anything off about the feng shui of the old castle. What I'm trying to say is, I was happy there. In fact, it was possible that I'd never more happier than that one golden summer day at Balmoral, August 30th, 1997. We'd been at the castle for 1 week. The plan was to stay for another. Same as the previous year, same as the year before that. Balmoral was its own micro season, a 2 week interlude in the Scottish Highlands to mark the turn from high summer to early autumn. Granny was there too, naturally. She spent most of every summer at Balmoral, and Grandpa, and Willie, and Pa, the whole family, with the exception of Mummy, because Mummy was no longer part of the family. She'd either bolted or been thrown out, depending on who you asked, though I never asked anyone. Either way, she was having her own holiday elsewhere. Greece, someone said. No, Sardinia, someone said. No, someone chimed in. Your mother's in Paris. Maybe it was Mummy herself who said that. When she phoned earlier that day for a chat, maybe, alas, the memory lies, with a million others, on the other side of a high mental wall. Such a horrid, tantalizing feeling. To know they're over there, just on the other side, mere inches away, but the wall is too high, too thick, unscalable. Not unlike the turrets of Balmoral. Wherever Mummy was, I understood that she was with her new friend. That was the word everyone used. Not boyfriend, not lover, friend. Nice enough bloke, I thought. Willie and I had just met him. Actually, we'd been with Mummy weeks earlier when she first met him in St. Tropez. We were having a grand time, just the three of us, staying at some old gent's villa. There was much laughter, horseplay, the norm whenever Mummy and Willie and I were together, though even more so on that holiday. Everything about that trip to St. Tropez was heaven. The weather was sublime, the food was tasty, Mummy was smiling, and best of all, there were jet skis. Whose were they? I don't know, but I vividly remember Willie and me riding them out to the deepest part of the channel, circling while waiting for the big ferries to come. We used their massive wakes as ramps to get airborne. I'm not sure how we weren't killed. Was it after we got back from that jet ski misadventure that Mummy's friend first appeared? No, more likely it was just before. Hello there, you must be Harry. Raven hair, leathery tan, bone white smile. How are you today? My name is blah, blah, blah. He chatted us up. He chatted Mummy up, specifically Mummy, pointedly Mummy, his eyes plumping into red hearts. He was cheeky, no doubt, but again, nice enough. He gave Mummy a present, diamond bracelet. She seemed to like it. She wore it a lot. Then he faded from my consciousness. As long as Mummy's happy, I told Willie, who said he felt the same. A shock to the system going from sun-drenched St. Tropez to cloud-shadowed Balmoral. I vaguely remember that shock, though I can't remember much else about our first week at the castle. Still, I can almost guarantee it was spent mostly outdoors. My family lived to be outdoors, especially Granny, who got cross if she didn't breathe at least 1 hour of fresh air each day. What we did outdoors, however, what we said, wore, ate, I can't conjure. There's some reporting that we journeyed by the royal yacht from the Isle of Wight to the castle, the yacht's final voyage. And that sounds lovely. What I do retain in crisp detail is the physical setting, the dense woods, the deer-nibbled hill, the River Dee snaking down through the highlands, Loch Nagar soaring overhead, eternally snow-spattered. Landscape, geography, architecture. That's how my memory rolls. Dates? Sorry, I'll need to look them up. Dialogue? I'll try my best, but make no verbatim claims, especially when it comes to the 90s. But ask me about any space I've occupied: castle, cockpit, classroom, stateroom, bedroom, palace, garden, pub, and I'll recreate it down to the carpet tacks. Why should my memory organize experience like this? Is it genetics? Trauma? Some Frankenstein esque combination of the two? Is it my inner soldier assessing every space as potential battlefield? Is it my innate homebody nature rebelling against a forced nomadic existence? Is it some base apprehension that the world is essentially a maze and you should never be caught in a maze without a map? Whatever the cause, my memory is my memory, and it does what it does, gathers and curates as it sees fit. And there's just as much truth in what I remember and how I remember it as there is in so called objective facts. Things like chronology and cause and effect are often just fables we tell ourselves about the past. The past is never dead, it's not even the past. When I discovered that quote not long ago on brainyquote.com, how relatable. I was thunderstruck. I thought, who the fuck is Faulkner? And how is he related to us Windsors? And so, Balmoral. Closing my eyes, I can see the main entrance, the paneled front windows, the wide portico, and 3 gray-black speckled granite steps leading to the massive front door of the whiskey-colored oak, often propped open by a heavy curling stone, and often manned by one red-coated footman. And inside the spacious hall, its white stone floor with gray star-shaped tiles, and the huge fireplace with its beautiful mantel of ornately carved dark wood. To one side, a kind of utility room, and to the left, by the tall windows, hooks for fishing rods and walking sticks and rubber waders and heavy waterproofs. So many waterproofs, because summer could be wet and cold all over Scotland. But it was biting in this Siberian nook. And then the light brown wooden door leading to the corridor with crimson carpet and the walls papered in cream, a pattern of gold flock raised like braille, and then the many rooms along the corridor, each with a specific purpose, like sitting or reading, TV or tea, in one special room for pages, many of whom I loved like dotty uncles. And finally, the castle's main chamber, built in the 19th century, nearly on top of the site of another castle dating to the 14th century, with a few generations of another Prince Harry, who got himself exiled and then came back and annihilated everything and everyone in sight. My distant kin, my kindred spirit, some would claim. If nothing else, my namesake. Born September 15th, 1984, I was christened Henry Charles Albert David of Wales. But from day one, everyone called me Harry. In the heart of this main chamber was the grand staircase, sweeping, dramatic, seldom used. Whenever Granny headed up to her bedroom on the second floor, Corgis at her heels, she preferred the lift. The Corgis preferred it too. Near Granny's lift, through a pair of crimson salon doors and along a green tartan floor, was a smallish staircase with a heavy iron banister. It led up to the second floor, where stood a statue of Queen Victoria. I always bowed to her as I passed. Your Majesty. Willie did too. We had been told to, but I would have done it anyways. I found the grandmama of Europe hugely compelling, and not just because my granny loved her, nor because Pa once wanted to name me after her husband. Mommy stopped him. Victoria knew great love, soaring happiness, but her life was essentially tragic. Her father, Prince Edward, Duke of Kent and Strathern, was said to be a sadist, sexually aroused by the sight of soldiers being horsewhipped. And her dear husband Albert died before her eyes. Also, during her long, lonely reign, she was shot at 8 times on 8 separate occasions by 7 different subjects. Not one bullet hit the mark. Nothing could bring Victoria down. Beyond Victoria's statue, things got tricky. Doors became identical, rooms interlocked. Easy to get lost. Open the wrong door and you might burst in on Pa while his valet was helping him dress. Worse, you might blunder in as he's doing his headstands. Described by his physio, these exercises were the only effective remedy for the constant pain in Pa's neck and back. Old polo injuries mostly. He performed them daily in just a pair of boxers, propped against a door or hanging from a bar like a skilled acrobat. If you set one little finger on the knob, you'd hear him begging from the other side. No, 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 don't open it. Please, God, don't open the door. Balmoral had 50 bedrooms, one of which had been divided for me and Willie. I don't know if I'll get used to saying Willie. It's weird. William, Willie. Balmoral had 50 bedrooms, one of which had been divided for me and Willie. Adults called it the nursery. Willie had the larger half, with a double bed, a good-sized basin, a cupboard with mirrored doors, a beautiful window looking down the courtyard, the fountain, the bronze statue of a roe deer buck. My half the room was far smaller, less luxurious, and I never asked why. I did not care, but I also did not need to ask. 2 years older than me, Willie was the heir, and I was the spare. This wasn't merely how the press referred to us, though it definitely was that. This was shorthand, often used by Ma and Pa and Grandpa, and even Granny. The heir and the spare. There was no judgment about it, but also no ambiguity. I was the shadow, the support, the plan B. I was brought into the world in case something happened to Willie. I was summoned to provide backup, distraction, diversion, and, if necessary, a spare part. Kidney, perhaps. Blood transfusion. Speck of bone marrow. This was all made explicitly clear to me from the start of life's journey and regularly reinforced thereafter. I was 20 the first time I heard the story of what Pa allegedly said to Mummy the day of my birth. Wonderful! Now you've given me an heir and a spare. My work is done. A joke, presumably. On the other hand, minutes after delivering this bit of high comedy, Pa was said to have gone off to meet with his girlfriend. So, many a true word spoken in jest. I took no offense. I felt nothing about it, any of it. Succession was like the weather, or the positions of the planets, or the turn of the seasons. Who had the time to worry about things so unchangeable? Who could bother with being bothered by a fate etched in stone? Being a Windsor meant working out with which truths were timeless and then banishing them from your mind. It meant absorbing the basic parameters of one's identity, knowing by instinct who you were, which was forever a byproduct of who you were not. I was not Granny. I was not Pa. I was not Willie. I was third in line behind them. Every boy and girl, at least once, imagines themselves to be a prince or princess. Therefore, spare or no spare, it wasn't half bad to actually be one. More, standing resolutely behind people you loved, wasn't that the definition of honor, of love? Like bowing to Victoria as you passed. Next to my bedroom was sort of a round sitting room. Round table, wall mirror, writing desk, fireplace with cushioned hearths around. In the far corner stood a great big wooden door that led to a bathroom. The 2 marble basins looked like prototypes for the first basins ever manufactured. Everything at Balmoral was either old or made to look so. The castle was a playground, a hunting lodge, but also a stage. The bathroom was dominated by a claw-footed tub and even the water spurting from its tap seemed old, not in a bad way. Old like the lake where Merlin helped Arthur find his magic sword. Brownish, suggestive of weak tea, the water often alarmed weekend guests. Sorry, but there seems to be something wrong with my water in the loo. Pa would always smile and assure them that nothing was wrong with the water. On the contrary, it was filtered and sweetened by the Scottish peat. That water came straight off the hill, and what you're about to experience is one of life's finest pleasures, a Highland bath. Depending on your preference, your Highland bath could be Arctic cold or kettle hot. Taps throughout the castle were fine-tuned. For me, few pleasures compared with a scalding soak, but especially while gazing out of the castle's slit windows, where archers, I imagined, once stood guard. I would look up at the starry sky or down at the walled gardens, picture myself floating over the great lawn, smooth and green as a snooker table, thanks to a battalion of gardeners. The lawn was so perfect, every blade of grass so precisely mown. Willie and I felt guilty about walking across it, let alone riding our bikes. But we did it anyways, all the time. Once we chased our cousin across the lawn. We were on quads, and the cousin was on a go-kart. It was all fun and games until she crashed head-on into a green lamppost. Crazy fluke, the only lamppost within 1,000 miles. We shrieked with laughter, though the lamppost, which had recently been a tree in one of the nearby forests, snapped cleanly in two and fell on top of her. She was lucky to not be seriously hurt. On August 30th, 1997, I did not spend a lot of time looking at the lawn. Both William and I hurried through our evening baths, jumped into our pajamas, settled eagerly in front of the TV. Footmen arrived, carrying trays covered with plates, each topped with a silver dome. The footmen set the trays upon wooden stands and then joked with us, as they always did, before wishing us bon appetit. Footmen, bone china, it sounds posh, and I suppose it was, but under those fancy domes was just kiddie stuff. Fish fingers, cottage pies, roast chicken, green peas. Mabel, our nanny, who'd once been Pa's nanny, joined us. As we all stuffed our faces, we heard Pa padding past in his slippers, coming from his bath. He was carrying his wireless, which is what he called his portable CD player, on which he liked to listen to his storybooks while soaking. Pa was like clockwork, so when we heard him in the hall, we knew it was close to 8. Half an hour later, we picked up the first sounds of the adults beginning their evening migration downstairs. Then the first bleeding notes of the accompanying bagpipes. For the next 2 hours, the adults would be held captive in the dinner dungeon, forced to sit around that long table, forced to squint at each other in the dim gloom of the candelabra designed by Prince Albert, forced to remain ramrod straight before china plates and crystal goblets, placed with mathematical precision by staff who used tape measures, forced to peck at quail's eggs and turbot, forced to make idle chit-chat while stuffed into their fanciest kit, black tie, hard black shoes, trews, maybe even kilts. I thought, what hell being an adult. Pa stopped by on his way to dinner. He was running late, but he made a show of lifting the silver dome. Yum, I wish I was having that. And taking a long sniff. He was always sniffing things, food, roses, our hair. He must have been a bloodhound in another life. Maybe he took all those long sniffs because it was hard to smell anything over his personal scent. Au sauvage. He'd slather the stuff on his cheeks, his neck, his shirt, flowery with a hint of something harsh, like pepper or gunpowder. It was made in Paris. Said so on the bottle, which made me think of Mummy. Yes, Harry, Mummy's in Paris. Their divorce had become final exactly 1 year before, almost to the day. Be good boys. We will, Pa. Don't stay up too late. He left. His scent remained. Willie and I finished dinner, watched some more TV, then got up to our typical pre-bedtime hijinks. We perched on the top step of a side staircase and eavesdropped on the adults, hoping to hear a naughty word or a story. We ran up and down the long corridors under the watchful eyes of dozens of dead stag heads. At some point, we bumped into Granny's Piper, rumpled, pear-shaped, with wild eyebrows and a tweed kilt. He went wherever Granny went, because she loved the sound of pipes, as had Victoria, although Albert supposedly called them a beastly instrument. While summering at Balmoral, Granny asked that the piper play her awake and play her to dinner. His instrument looked like a drunken octopus, except that its floppy arms were etched silver and dark mahogany. We'd seen the thing before many times, but that night he offered to let us hold it, to try it. Really? Go on. We couldn't get anything out of the pipes but a few piddly squeaks. We just did not have the puff. The piper, however, had a chest the size of a whiskey barrel. He made it moan and scream. We thanked him for the lesson and bade him good night, then took ourselves back to the nursery, where Mabel monitored the brushing of teeth and washing of faces. Then to bed. My bed was tall. I had to jump to get in, after which I rolled down into its sunken center. It felt like climbing into a bookcase and then tumbling into a slit trench. The bedding was clean, crisp, various shades of white, alabaster sheets, cream blankets, eggshell quilts, much of it stamped with ER, Elizabeth Regina. Everything was pulled tight as a snare drum, so expertly smooth that you could easily spot the century's worth of patched holes and tears. I pulled the sheets and covered to my chin because I did not like the dark. No, that's not true. I loathed the dark. Mommy did too. She told me so. I'd inherited this from her, I thought, along with her nose and her blue eyes and her love of people, her hatred of smugness and fakery and all things posh. I can see myself under those covers, staring into the dark, listening to the clicky insects and hooty owls. Did I imagine shapes sliding along the walls? Did I stare at the bar of light along the floor, which was always there because I'd always insisted on the door being left open a crack? How much time elapsed before I dropped off? In other words, how much of my childhood remained, and how much did I cherish it, savor it, before groggily becoming aware of Pop? He was standing at the edge of the bed, looking down. His white dressing gown made him seem like a ghost in a play. Yes, darling boy. He gave a half smile and averted his gaze. The room was not dark anymore. And it wasn't light either. Strange in-between shade, almost brownish, almost like the water in the ancient tub. He looked at me in a funny way, a way he had never looked at me before. With fear. What is it, Pa? He sat down at the edge of the bed. He put a hand on my knee. Darling boy, Mommy's been in a car crash. I remember thinking, crash. Okay. But she's all right, yes? I vividly remember that thought flashing through my mind. And I remember waiting patiently for Pa to confirm that indeed Mommy was all right, and I remember him not doing that. There was then a shift internally. I began silently pleading with Pa or God or both. No, 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 no. Pa looked down into the folds of the old quilts and blankets and sheets. There were complications. Mommy was quite badly injured and taken to a hospital, darling boy. He had always called me darling boy, but he was saying it quite a lot now. His voice was soft. He was in shock, it seemed. Oh, hospital? Yes, with a head injury. Did he mention paparazzi? Did he say that she had been chased? I don't think so. I can't swear to it, but probably not. The paps were such a problem for Mommy, for everyone. It did not need to be said. I thought again. Injured, but she's okay. She'd been taken to a hospital, and they will fix her head, and we will go and see her. Tonight at the latest. They tried, darling boy. I'm afraid she did not make it. These phrases remain in my mind like darts on a board. He did say it that way. I know that much for sure. She did not make it. And then everything seemed to come to a stop. No, that's not right. Not seemed. Nothing at all seemed. Everything distinctly, certainly, irrevocably came to a stop. None of what I said to him then remains in my memory. It's possible that I did not say anything. What I do remember with startling clarity is that I did not cry. Not one tear. Pa did not hug me. He was not great at showing emotions under normal circumstances. How could he be expected to show them in such a crisis? But his hand did fall once more on my knee, and he said, "It's going to be okay." That was quite a lot for him. Fatherly, hopeful, kind, and also very untrue. He stood and left. I don't recall how I knew that he'd already been in the other room, that he'd already told William, but I knew. I lay there, or I sat there. I did not get up. I didn't bathe. I didn't pee. I didn't get dressed. I didn't call out to Willie or to Mabel. After decades of working to reconstruct that morning, I've come to one inescapable conclusion. I must have remained in that room, saying nothing and seeing no one until 9 a.m. sharp, when the piper began to play outside. I wish I could remember what he played, but it does not matter. With bagpipes, it's not the tune, it's the tone. Thousands of years old, bagpipes are built to amplify what's already in the heart. If you're feeling silly, bagpipes make you sillier. If you're angry, bagpipes bring your blood to a higher boil. And if you're in grief, even if you're 12 years old and don't know you're in grief, but maybe especially if you don't know, bagpipes can drive you mad. It was Sunday. So as always, we went to church. Crathie Kirk, walls of granite, large roof of Scottish pine. Stained glass windows donated decades earlier by Victoria, perhaps to atone for the upset she caused in worshipping there. Something about the head of the Church of England worshipping in the Church of Scotland. It caused a stir which I never understood. I've seen photographs of us going into church that day, but they bring back no memories. Did the minister say anything? Did he make it worse? Did I listen to him or stare at the back of the pew and think about Mummy? On the way back to Balmoral, a 2-minute drive, it was suggested that we stop. People had been gathering all morning outside the front gates. Some had begun leaving things, stuffed animals, flowers, cards. Acknowledgement should be made. We pulled over, stepped out. I could see nothing but a matrix of colored dots, flowers and more flowers. I could hear nothing but a rhythmic clicking from across the road. The press. I reached for my father's hand for comfort, then cursed myself, because that set off an explosion of clicks. I'd given them exactly what they wanted. Emotion, drama, pain. They fired and fired and fired and fired. Hours later, Paul left for Paris, accompanied by Mommy's sisters, Aunt Sarah and Aunt Jane. They needed to learn more about the crash, someone said, and they needed to arrange for the return of Mommy's body. People kept using that word. It was a punch in the throat and a bloody lie because Mommy wasn't dead. That was my sudden insight. With nothing to do but roam the castle and talk to myself, a suspicion took hold, which then became a firm belief. This was all a trick. And for once, the trick was not being played by the people around me or the press, but by my mommy. Her life has been miserable. She's been hounded, harassed, lied about, lied to. So she's staged an accident as a diversion and she's run away. The realization took my breath away, made me gasp with relief. Of course, it's all a ruse, so she can make a clean start. At this very moment, she is undoubtedly renting an apartment in Paris or arranging fresh flowers in her secretly purchased log cabin somewhere way up in the Swiss Alps. Soon, she'll send for me and William. It's all so obvious. Why didn't I see it before? Mommy isn't dead. She's hiding. I felt so much better. And then the doubt crept in. Hang on. Mommy would never do this to us. This unspeakable pain, she would never allow that, let alone cause it. And then back to relief. She had no choice. It was her only hope of freedom. Then doubt again. Mommy wouldn't hide. She's too much of a fighter. And then relief. This is her way of fighting. She'll be back. She has to be. It's my birthday in 2 weeks. But Pa and my aunts came back first. Their return was reported by every TV channel. The world watched as they stepped onto the tarmac at RAF Northolt. One channel even added music to the arrival, some mournfully singing with a psalm. Willie and I were kept from the TV, but I think we heard that. The next few days passed in a vacuum, no one saying anything. We all remained ensconced inside the castle. It was like being inside a crypt, except a crypt where everyone's wearing trews and keeping to normal routines and schedules. If anyone talked about anything, I did not hear them. The only voice I heard was the one droning in my head, arguing with myself. She's gone. No, she's hiding. No, she's dead. No, she's playing dead. Then, one morning, it was time. Back to London. I remember nothing about the trip. Did we drive? Did we fly on the royal flight? I can see the reunion with Pa and the aunts and the pivotal encounter with Aunt Sarah. Though it's wreathed in fog and might be slightly out of sequence, at times my memory places it right there in those horrid first days of September. But at other times, memory casts it forward to many years later. Whatever happened, it happened like this. William, Harry, Aunt Sarah has something for you boys. She stepped forward, holding 2 tiny blue boxes. What's this? Open it. I lifted off the top of my blue box. Inside was a moth? No. A mustache? No. What's that? It's her hair, Harry. Aunt Sarah explained that while in Paris, she had clipped 2 locks from Mommy's head. So there it was. Proof. She's really gone. Then immediately came the reassuring doubt, the life-saving uncertainty. No, this could be anybody's hair. Mommy, her beautiful blonde hair intact, was out there somewhere. I would know if she weren't. My body would know. My heart would know. And neither knows any such thing. Both were just as full of love for her as ever. Willie and I walked up and down the crowds outside Kensington Palace, smiling and shaking hands. As if we were running for office, hundreds and hundreds of hands were thrust continually into our faces, the fingers often wet. Wet from what, I wondered. Tears, I realized. I disliked how those hands felt. More, I hated how they made me feel. Guilty. Why were all these people crying when I wasn't? And I hadn't. I wanted to cry and I tried to, because Mommy's life had been so sad that she felt the need to disappear, to invent this massive charade. But I couldn't squeeze out one drop. Maybe I'd learned too well, absorbed too deeply the ethos of the family, that crying was not an option, ever. I remember the mounds of flowers all around us. I remember feeling unspeakable sorrow and yet being unfailingly polite. I remember old lady saying, "Oh my, how polite, the poor boy." I remember muttering thanks over and over. Thank you for coming. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for camping out here for several days. I remember consoling several folks who were prostrate, overcome, as if they knew Mommy, but also thinking, you didn't, though. You act as if you did, but you did not know her. That is, you don't know her. Present tense. After offering ourselves up to the crowds, we went inside Kensington Palace. We entered through two big black doors into Mummy's apartment, went down a long corridor, and into a room off the left. There stood a large coffin, dark brown English oak. Am I remembering or imagining that it was draped in a Union Jack? The flag mesmerized me, maybe because of my boyish war games, maybe because of my precocious patriotism, or maybe because I'd been hearing rumblings for days about the flag, the flag, the flag, the flag, the flag. That was all anyone could talk about. People were up in arms because the flag had not been lowered to half-mast over Buckingham Palace. They did not care that the royal standard never flew at half-mast, no matter what, that it flew when Granny was in residence, and it did not fly while she was away, full stop. They cared only about seeing some official show of mourning, and they were enraged by its absence. That is, they were whipped into rage by the British papers, which were trying to deflect attention from their role in Mummy's disappearance. I recall one headline addressed pointedly at Granny. Show us you care. How rich, coming from the same fiends who cared so much about Mummy that she chased her into a tunnel from which she never emerged. By now, I'd overheard this official version of events. Paps chased Mummy through the streets of Paris and then into a tunnel where her Mercedes crashed into a wall or a cement pillar, killing her and her friend and the driver. Standing before the flag-draped coffin, I asked myself, is Mummy a patriot? What does Mummy really think of Britain? Has anyone bothered to ask her? When will I be able to ask her myself? I can't recollect anything the family said in that moment, to each other or to the coffin. I don't recall a word that passed between me and Willie, though I do remember people around us saying, the boys looked shell-shocked. Nobody bothered to whisper, as if we were so shell-shocked that we'd gone deaf. There was some discussion about the next day's funeral. Per the latest plan, the coffin would be pulled through the streets on a horse-drawn carriage by the king's troop while Willie and I followed on foot. It seemed a lot to ask of two young boys. Several adults were aghast. Mummy's brother, Uncle Charles, raised hell. You can't make these boys walk behind their mother's coffin. It's barbaric. An alternative plan was put forward. Willie would walk alone. He was 15 after all. Leave the younger one out of it. Spare the spare. This alternative plan was sent up the chain. Back came the answer. It must be both princes. To garner sympathy, presumably. Uncle Charles was furious, but I wasn't. I did not want Willie to undergo an ordeal like that without me. Had the roles been reversed, he would never have wanted me, indeed allowed me, to go it alone. So, come morning, bright and early, off we went, all together. Uncle Charles on my right, Willie to his right, followed by Grandpa, and on my left was Pa. I noted at the start how serene Grandpa looked, as if this was merely another royal engagement. I could see his eyes clearly because he was gazing straight ahead. They all were, but I kept mine down on the road, and so did Willie. I remember feeling numb. I remember clenching my fists. I remember keeping a fraction of Willie always in the corner of my vision and drawing loads of strength from that. Most of all, I remember the sounds, the clinking brittles and clopping hooves of the 6 sweaty brown horses, the squeaking wheels of the gun carriage they were hauling. A relic from the First World War, someone said, which seemed right since Mummy, much as she loved peace, often seemed a soldier, whether she was warring against the Paps or Pa. I believe I'll remember those few sounds for the rest of my life, because they were such a sharp contrast to the otherwise all-encompassing silence. There was not one engine, one lorry, one bird. There wasn't one human voice, which was impossible, because 2 million people lined the roads. The only hint that we were marching through a canyon of humanity was the occasional wail. After 20 minutes, we reached Westminster Abbey. We filed into a long pew. The funeral began with a series of readings and eulogies, and culminated with Elton John. He rose slowly, stiffly, as if he was one of the great kings buried for centuries beneath the abbey, suddenly roused back to life. He walked to the front, seated himself at a grand piano. Is there anyone who doesn't know that he sang Candle in the Wind, a version he'd reworked for Mummy? I can't be sure the notes in my head are from that moment or from clips I've seen. Possibly they're vestiges of reoccurring nightmares. But I do have one pure, indisputable memory of the song climaxing and my eyes starting to sing and tears nearly falling. Nearly. Towards the end of service came Uncle Charles, who used his allotted time to blast everyone, family, nation, press, for stalking Mummy to her death. You could feel the abbey, the nation outside, recoil from the blow. Truth hurts. Then 8 Welsh guards moved forward, hoisted the enormous lead-lined coffin, which was now draped in the royal standard, an extraordinary break with protocol. They'd also yielded to pressure and lowered the flag to half-mast. Not the royal standard, of course, but the Union Jack, still an unprecedented compromise. The royal standard was always reserved for members of the royal family, which I'd been told Mummy was not anymore. Does this mean she was forgiven by Granny? Apparently. These were questions I could not quite formulate, let alone ask an adult, as the coffin was slowly carried outside and loaded into the back of a black hearse. After a long wait, the hearse drove off, rolled steadily through London, which surged on all sides with the largest crowd that ageless city had ever seen, twice as large as the crowds that celebrated at the end of the Second World War. It went past Buckingham Palace, up Park Lane, towards the outskirts, over to the Finchley Road, then Hendon Way, then the Brent Cross flyover, then the North Circular, then to the M1 junction to 15H northwards to Harlestone, before passing through the iron front gate of Uncle Charles's estate. Willie and I watched most of that car ride on TV. We were already at Althorpe. We'd been speeded ahead, though it turned out there was no need to hurry. Not only did the hearse go the long way around, but it was delayed several times by people heaping flowers onto it, blocking the vents and causing the engine to overheat. The driver had to keep pulling over so the bodyguard could get out and clear the flowers off the windscreen. The bodyguard was Graham. Willie and I liked him a lot. We always called him Crackers, as in graham crackers. We thought that was hysterical. When the hearse finally got to Althorpe, the coffin was removed again and carried across the pond, over a green iron bridge hastily positioned by military engineers, to a little island and there it was placed upon a platform. Willie and I walked across the same bridge to the island. It was reported that Mummy's hands were folded across her chest, and placed between them was a photo of me and William, possibly the only two men who ever truly loved her. Certainly the two who loved her most. For all eternity, we'd be smiling at her in the darkness, and maybe it was this image, as the flag came off and the coffin descended to the bottom of the hole, that finally broke me. My body convulsed and my chin fell, and I began to sob uncontrollably into my hands. I felt ashamed of violating the family ethos, but I couldn't hold it in any longer. It's okay, I reassured myself. It's okay, there aren't any cameras around. Besides, I wasn't crying because I believed my mother was in that hole or in that coffin. I promised myself I would never believe that, no matter what anyone said. No, I was just crying at the mere idea. It would be just so unbearably tragic, I thought, if it was actually true. Then everyone moved on. The family went back to work, and I went back to school, same as I did after every summer holiday. Back to normal, everyone said cheerily. From the passenger seat of Pa's open-topped Aston Martin, everything certainly looked the same. Ludgrove School, nestled into the Emerald Berkshire countryside, looked as ever like a country church. Come to think of it, the school motto was from Ecclesiastes. Ecclesiastes. Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might. Then again, not many country churches could boast 200 acres of woodland and meadows, sports field and tennis courts, science labs and chapels, plus a well-stocked library. If you wanted to find me in September 1997, the library would have been the best place to look. Better to check the woods or the sports fields. I always was trying to keep it moving, keep busy. I was also most often alone. I liked people, gregarious by nature, but just then I didn't want to be anyone too close. I needed space. That was a tall order, however, at Ludgrove, where more than 100 boys lived in proximity. We ate together, we bathed together, we slept together, sometimes 10 to a room. Everyone knew everyone's business, down to who was circumcised and who wasn't. We called it Roundheads versus Cavaliers. And yet I don't believe one boy so much as mentioned my mother when the new term began. Out of respect? More likely fear. I certainly said nothing to anyone. Days after my return, I had a birthday. September 15th, 1997. I turned 13. By long-standing Ludgrove tradition, there would be cake, sorbet, and I was allowed to choose 2 flavors. I chose blackcurrant and mango, Mommy's favorite. Birthdays were always a huge deal at Ludgrove because every boy and most teachers had a ravenous sweet tooth. There was often a violent struggle for the seat next to the birthday boy. That's where you would be assured the first and biggest slice. I don't remember who managed to win the seat beside me. Make a wish, Harry. You want a wish? All right. I wish my mother was. Then out of nowhere, Aunt Sarah, holding a box? Open it, Harry. I tore at the wrapping paper, at the ribbon, and I peered inside. What? Mommy bought it for you shortly before. You mean in Paris? Yes, in Paris. It was an Xbox, and I was pleased. I loved video games. That's the story, anyway. It's appeared in many accounts of my life as gospel, and I have no idea if it's true. Pa said Mummy hurt her head, but perhaps I was the one with brain damage. As a defense mechanism, most likely, my memory was no longer recording things quite as it once did. Okay, give me 1 second. I need to eat something. How's it going, guys? Did anyone else almost cry? I can't. Like, I read this chapter yesterday. I only read the first chapter yesterday, and it was hard. Okay. Despite its two male headmasters, Mr. Gerald and Mr. Martson, both legends, Ludgrove was largely run by women. We called them the matrons. Whatever tenderness we got day to day came from them. The matrons hugged us, kissed us, bandaged our injuries, wiped our tears. All except mine, that is. After that one graveside outburst, I'd not cried again. They fancied themselves our surrogates. Mums away from mums, they'd always chirp, which had always been odd, but now especially confusing because of Mommy's disappearance and because the matrons were suddenly hot. I had a crush on Miss Roberts. I felt certain I'd marry her one day. I also recalled two Miss Lynns, Miss Lynn Major and Miss Lynn Minor. They were two sisters. I was deeply smitten with the latter, and I reckoned I'd marry her too. 3 times a week after dinner, the matrons would assist the youngest boys with a nightly wash. I can still see the long row of white baths, each with the boy reclining like a little pharaoh, awaiting his personalized hair washing. For older boys who'd reached puberty, there were 2 tubs in a separate room behind a yellow door. The matrons came down the row of tubs with stiff brushes, bars of floral soap. Every boy had his own towel, embossed with his school number. Mine was 116. After shampooing a boy, the matrons would ease back his head, give him a slow and luxurious rinse. Confusing as hell. Matrons would also help with the crucial extraction of lice. Outbreaks were common. Nearly every week, another boy would come down with a fierce case. He would point and laugh. Nah, you've got nits. Before long, a matron would be kneeling over the patient, rubbing some solution into his scalp, and scraping out the dead beast with a special comb. As a 13-year-old, I graduated from matronly bathing assistants, but I still depended on their nightly tuck-ins, still treasured their morning greetings. They were the first faces we saw each day. They swept into our rooms, threw open our curtains. Morning, boys! Bleary, I'd glaze up into a beautiful visage framed of a halo sun. Could that be? It never was. The matron I dealt with the most was Pat. Unlike the other matrons, Pat was not hot. Pat was cold. Pat was small, mousy, frazzled, and her hair fell greasily into her always tired eyes. Pat did not seem to get much joy out of life, though she did find 2 things reliably satisfying: catching a boy somewhere he was not supposed to be and shutting down any bouts of roughhousing. Before every pillow fight, we'd put a sentry on the door. If Pat or the headmasters approached, the sentry was instructed to cry, Kiv, Latin, I think. Somewhere said it meant, the head is coming. Someone else said it meant, beware. Whichever, when you heard it, you knew to get out of there or pretend to be asleep. Only the newest and stupidest boys would go to Pat with a problem, or worse, a cut. She wouldn't bandage it. She'd poke it with a finger or squirt something into it that made it hurt twice as much. She wasn't a sadist. She just seemed empathy challenge. Odd, because she knew about suffering. Pat had many crosses to bear. The biggest seemed her knees and her spine. The latter was crooked, the former chronically stiff. Walking was hard, stairs were torture. She would descend backwards glacially. Often we'd stand on the landing below her, doing antic dances, making faces. Do I need to say which boy did this with the most enthusiasm? We never worried about Pat catching us. She was a tortoise and we were tree frogs. Still, now and then the tortoise would luck out. She would lunge, grab a fistful of boy. Aha! That lad would then be well and truly fucked. That's 2 fuck in 29 pages. Pat didn't stop us. We went on mocking her as she came down the stairs. The reward was worth the risk. For me, the reward wasn't tormenting poor Pat, but making my mates laugh. It felt good to make others laugh, especially when I had not laughed for months. And maybe Pat knew this. Now and then she would turn, see me being a perfect ass, and she would laugh too. That was the best. I loved cracking up my mates, but nothing quite did it for me like making the otherwise miserable Pat bust a gut. We called them grub days. They were Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, I think. Immediately after lunch, we would queue in the corridor along the wall, craning to see, just ahead, the grub table, piled high with sweets, munchies, Skittles, Mars bars, and best of all, opal fruits. I took great offense when opal fruits changed their name to Starburst. Pure hearsay, like Britain changing its name. That can't be the one. Just out of sight of that grub, the table made us swoon. Just the sight of that grub table made us swoon. Mouth watering, we would talk about the impending sugar rush as farmers in a drought talk about a forecast of rain. Meanwhile, I devised a way of supersizing my sugar rush. I would take all my opal fruits and squeeze them together into one massive gobstopper, then jam it into the side of my mouth. As the wad melted, my bloodstream would become a frothy cataract of dextrose. Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might. The opposite of grub day was letter writing day. Every boy was required to sit down and compose a missive to his parents. At the best of times, this was drudgery. I could barely remember when Ma and Pa weren't divorced. So writing to them without touching on their mutual grievances, their messy breakup, required the finesse of a career diplomat. Dear Pa, how's Mummy? No. Dear Mummy, Pa says you haven't. No. But after Mummy disappeared, letter writing day became impossible. I've been told the matrons asked me to write a final letter to Mummy. I had a vague memory of wanting to protest that she was still alive, and yet not doing so, for fear they would think I was mad. Also, what's the point? Mommy would read the letter when she came out of hiding, so it would not be a total waste of effort. I probably dashed off something pro forma, saying, I missed her, school was fine, so on and so forth. I probably folded it once and handed it to the matron. I remember, immediately thereafter, regretting that I had not taken the writing more seriously. I wish I had dug deep and told my mother all the things weighing on my heart, especially my regret over the last time we had spoken on the phone. She called early in the evening, the night of the crash, but I was running around with Willie and my cousins, and I did not want to stop playing. So I'd been short with her, impatient to get back to my games. I'd rushed Mummy off the phone. I wish I'd apologized for it. I wish I'd searched for the words to describe how much I loved her. I did not know that search would take decades. A month later, it was half term. I was going home at last. Wait. No, I wasn't. Pa apparently did not want me to spend the break wandering aimlessly around St. James Palace, where he'd been mostly living since his breakup with Mummy, and where Willie and I had lived whenever it was our allotted time with Pa. He feared what I might get up to in that big palace all by myself. He feared I might glimpse a newspaper, overhear a radio. More, he feared I might be photographed through an open window, or while playing with my toy soldiers in the gardens. He could imagine reporters trying to speak to me, shouting questions. Hi, Harry, do you miss your mom? The nation was in a state of hysterical grief, but the press's hysteria had veered into psychosis. Worst of all, Willie would not be at home to watch over me. He was at Eton. So Pa announced that he would be taking me with him on a planned work trip to South Africa. South Africa, Pa? Really? Yes, darling boy, Johannesburg. He had a meeting with Nelson Mandela and the Spice Girls. I was thrilled and baffled. The Spice Girls, Pa? He explained that the Spice Girls were giving a concert in Johannesburg, so they were calling on President Mandela to pay their respects. Great, I thought. That explains why the Spice Girls were going to be there, but what about us? I didn't get it. I'm not sure Pa wanted me to get it. The truth was, Pa's staff hoped a photo of him standing alongside the world's most revered political leader and the world's most popular female musical act would earn him some positive headlines, which he sorely needed. Since Mummy's disappearance, he'd been savaged. People blamed him for the divorce and thus for all that followed. His approval rating around the world was in single digits. In Fiji, to pick just one example, a national holiday in his honor had been rescinded. Whatever the official reason for the trip, I did not care. I was just glad to be going along. It was a chance to get away from Britain. Better yet, it was proper time with Pa, who seemed sort of checked out. Not that Pa had not always been a bit checked out. He had always given an air of not being quite ready for parenthood. The responsibilities, the patience, the time. Even he, though a proud man, would have admitted as much. But single parenthood? Pa was never made for that. To be fair, he tried. Evenings, I would shout downstairs, "Going to bed, Pa," and he'd always shout back cheerfully, "I'll be there shortly, darling boy." True to his word, minutes later, he'd be sitting on the edge of my bed. He never forgot that I didn't like the dark, so he'd gently tickle my face until I fell asleep. I had the fondest memories of his hand on my cheeks, my forehead, then waking to find him gone, magically, the door always considerately left open a crack. Other than those fleeting moments, however, Pa and I mostly coexisted. He had trouble communicating, trouble listening, trouble being intimate face to face. On occasion, after a long multi-course dinner, I'd walk upstairs and find a letter on my pillow. The letter would say how proud he was of me for something I had done or accomplished. I would smile, place it under my pillow, but also wonder why he hadn't said that moments ago while seated directly across from me. Thus, the prospect of days and days of unrestricted Pa time was exhilarating. Carmen? My cat knocks everything off my dresser. Stop it. Then came reality. This was a work trip for Pa and for me. The Spice Girls concert represented my first public appearance since the funeral, and I knew, through intuition, through bits of overheard conversations, that the public's curiosity about my welfare was running high. I did not want to let them down, but I also wanted them to all go away. I remember stepping onto the red carpet, screwing a smile onto my face, suddenly wishing I was in my bed at St. James Palace. Beside me was Baby Spice. Beside me was Baby Spice, wearing white plastic shoes with chunky 12-inch platform heels. I fixated on those heels while she fixated on my cheeks. She kept pinching them. So chubby, so cute. Then Posh Spice surged forward and clutched my hand. Further down the line, I spied Ginger Spice, the only Spice who I felt any connection, a fellow Ginger. Also, she was world famous for recently wearing a mini dress made of the Union Jack. Why is there a Union Jack on the coffin? She and the other spices were cooing at me, saying things I did not understand while bantering with the journalists who were shouting at me. Harry, over here! Harry, Harry! How are you doing, Harry? Questions that weren't questions, questions that were traps, questions that were flung at my head like cleavers. The journalists did not give a toss how I was doing. They were trying to get me to say something messy and newsy. I gazed into their flashes and I bared my teeth and said nothing. If I was intimidated by the flashes, the Spice Girls were intoxicated. Yes, yes, 1,000 times yes. That was their attitude every time another flash went off. Fine by me. The more out front the Spice Girls were, the more I could fade into the woodwork. I remember they talked to the press about their music and their mission. I didn't know they had a mission, but one Spice compared the group's crusade against sexism to Mandela's struggle against apartheid. At last, someone said it was time for the concert to begin. Off you go, follow your father. Concert, Pa? Impossible to believe, even more impossible while it was actually happening, but I saw it with my own eyes. Pa gamely nodding to the beat and tapping his foot. If you want my future, forget my past. If you wanna get with me, better make it fast. After, on the way out, there were more flashes. This time, the Spice Girls were not there to deflect attention. It was just Pa and me. I reached for him, grabbed his hand, and hung on. I recall, bright as the flashes, loving him, needing him. The next morning, Pa and I went to a beautiful lodge on a snaky river. KwaZulu-Natal. I knew about this place, where redcoats and Zulu warriors clashed in the summer of 1879. I had heard all the stories, legends, and I had seen the movie Zulu countless times. But now I was going to become a bona fide expert, Pa said. He'd arranged for us to sit on camp chairs before a log fire and listen to a world-famous historian, David Rattray, recreate the battle. It might have been the first lecture to which I ever really paid attention. The men who fought on this ground, Mr. Rattray said, were heroes. On both sides, heroes. The Zulus were ferocious, utter wizards with a short spear known as an ikwa, which was named for the sucking sound it made when pulled from a victim's chest. And yet a mere 150 British soldiers on hand managed to hold off 4,000 Zulus, and that improbable stand, called Rorke's Drift, instantly became part of British mythology. 11 soldiers were awarded the Victoria Cross, the greatest number ever won in one battle by a single regiment. Another two soldiers who held off the Zulus one day before Rorke's Drift became the first to win Victoria's Cross posthumously. Posthumously, Pa. Yes, what does that mean? After after they what? Die, darling boy. Though a source of pride for many Britons, Rorke's Drift was the overgrowth of imperialism, colonialism, nationalism, in short, theft. Great Britain was trespassing, invading a sovereign nation and trying to steal it. Meaning the precious blood of Britain's finest lads had been wasted that day, in the eyes of some, among them Mr. Rattray. He didn't glide over such difficult facts. When necessary, he condemned the British roundly. Locals called him the White Zulu, but I was too young. I heard him, and I also did not hear. Maybe I'd seen the movie Zulu too many times. Maybe I'd waged too many pretend battles with my toy redcoats. I had a view of battle, of Britain, which didn't permit new facts. So I zoomed in on the bits about manly courage and British power, and when I should have been horrified, I was inspired. On the way home, I told myself the whole trip had been a smash. Not only a terrific adventure, but a bonding experience with Pa. Surely life would now be altogether different. Most of my teachers were kind souls who just let me be, who understood all that I was dealing with and did not want to give me more. Mr. Dawson, who played the organ in the chapel, was extremely gentle. Mr. Little, the drum teacher, was exceedingly patient. Confined to a wheelchair, he would turn up for drum lessons in his van, and it would take us forever to get him out of the van and into the classroom. Then we'd have to leave enough time to get him back into the van after the lesson. So we'd never have to have more than 20 minutes of actual teaching. I didn't mind, and in return, Mr. Little didn't ever complain that my drumming wasn't really improving. Some teachers, however, gave me no quarter, like my history teacher, Mr. Hughes Games. Day and night, from Mr. Hughes Games' bungalow beside the sports field, came the shrill yelps of his pointers, Casa and Bede. They were beautiful, spotted, gray-eyed, and Mr. Hughes Games cherished them as children. Are those birds? Okay. He kept silver frame photos of them on his desk, which was one reason many boys thought Mr. Hughes Games was a tad eccentric. So it came as a roaring shock when I realized that Mr. Hughes Games believed me to be the odd one. What could be odder, he said to me one day, than a British prince not knowing British history? I cannot fathom it, Wells. We're talking about your blood relatives. Does that mean nothing to you? Less than nothing, sir. It wasn't just that I didn't know anything about my family's history. I didn't want to know anything. I liked British history in theory. I found certain bits intriguing. I knew a few things about the signing of the Magna Carta, for instance, June 1215 at Runnymede, but that was because I'd once glimpsed the place where it happened through the window of Pa's cars right by the river. It looks beautiful. Perfect spot to establish peace, I thought. But micro details about the Norman conquest, or the ins and outs of the beef between Harry VIII and the Pope, or the differences between the First and Second Crusades? Please. It all came to a head one day when Mr. Hughes Games was talking about Charles Edward Stuart, or Charles III, as he thought of himself. Pretender to the throne, Mr. Hughes Games had strong opinions about the fellow. While he shared them with us in a hot rage, I stared at my pencil and tried not to fall asleep. Suddenly, Mr. Hughes Games stopped and posited a question about Charles's life. The answer was a cinch if you'd done the reading, but no one had. Wells, you must know this. Why must I? Because it's your family. Laughter. I dropped my head. The other boys knew I was royal, of course. If they forgot for half a second, my omnipresent bodyguard, armed and uniformed police scattered across the grounds, would be more than happy to remind them. But did Mr. Hughes Games need to shout it from the rooftops? Did he need to use that loaded word, family? My family had declared me a nullity, despair. I didn't complain about it, but I didn't need to dwell on it either. Far better, in my mind, not to think about certain facts, such as the cardinal rule for royal travel. Pa and William could never be on the same flight together because there must be no chance of the first and second in line to the throne being wiped out. But no one gave a damn who I traveled with. Despair could always be spared. I knew this. I knew my place, so why go out of my way to study it? Why memorize the names of past bears? What was the sense in that? More, why trace my family tree when all the tracery led to the same severed branch? Mummy. After class, I went up to Mr. Hughes' Games' desk and asked him to please stop. Stop what, Wells? Embarrassing you, sir. His eyebrows flew up to his hairline like startled birds. I argued that it would be cruel to single out any other boy the way he did me, to ask any other student at Ludgrove such pointed questions about his great whatever. Mr. Hughes Games harumphed and snuffled. He had overstepped. He knew it, but he was stubborn. It's good for you, Wells. The more I call on you, the more you'll learn. Days later, however, at the start of class, Mr. Hughes Games made a proffer of peace, Magna Carta style. He presented me with one of those wooden rulers engraved along both sides with the names of every British monarch since Harold in 1066. Rulers, get it? The royal line, inch by inch, right up to Granny. He said I could keep it at my desk, refer to it as needed. Gosh, I said, thanks. Late at night, after lights out, some of us would sneak out, go roaming up and down the corridors. A strict violation of the rules, but I was lonely and homesick, probably anxious and depressed, and I could not abide being locked in my dormitory. There was one particular teacher who, whenever he caught me, would give me a tremendous clout, always with a copy of the New English Bible, the hardback version. It was indeed, I always thought, a very hardback. Getting hit with it made me feel bad about myself, bad about the teacher, and bad about the Bible. Nevertheless, the next night I'd go back to flouting the rules. If I wasn't roaming the corridors, I was roaming the school grounds, usually with my best mate Henners. Like me, Henners was officially a Henry, but I always called him Henners and he called me Haz. Skinny with no muscles and hair that stood up in permanent surrender, Henners was all heart. Whenever he smiled, people melted. He was the only boy who mentioned Mummy to me after she disappeared. But that winning smile, that tender nature, made you forget that Henners could be quite naughty. A huge pick-your-own farm lay beyond the school grounds, on the other side of a low fence, and one day Henners and I hopped over, landing face first in carrot furrows, row after row. Nearby were some fat, juicy strawberries. We went along, stuffing our mouths, popping up now and then like meerkats, to make sure the coast was clear. Whenever I bite into a strawberry, I'm there again, in the furrows with lovely Henners. Days later, we went back. This time, after we'd eaten our fill and hopped over the fence, we'd heard our names. We were heading along a cart track in the direction of the tennis courts, and slowly we turned. Coming straight for us was one of the teachers. You there, stop. Hello, sir. What are you two doing? Nothing, sir. You been to the farm? No. Open your hands. We did. Busted. Crimson palms. He reacted as if it were blood. I can't remember the punishment we received. Another clout with the New English Bible, detention, a trip to Mr. Gerald's office. Whatever it was, I know I did not mind. There's no torture Ludgrove could dish out that surpassed what was going on inside me. Are you all comfortable? I hope you're comfortable. That's my wish for you. I wish you're paying attention. I wish you longevity, and I wish you a comfortable seat. Okay. Alexis, I was eating a kale and cheese wheel. You're very funny. Mr. Martson, while patrolling the dining room, often carried a little bell. It reminded me of the bell on the front desk of a hotel. Ding, have you a room? He'd ring the bell whenever he wanted to get a group of boys' attention. The sound was constant and utterly pointless. Abandoned children don't care about a bell. Frequently, Mr. Martson would feel the need to make an announcement during meals. He'd begin speaking and no one would listen, or even lower their voice, so he'd ring his bell. Ding! 100 boys would keep on talking, laughing. He'd ring it harder. Ding, 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 ding. Each time the bell fell to bring silence, Mr. Martson's face would grow a shade redder. Fellows, will you listen? No was the simple answer. He would not. It wasn't disrespect, however, it was simple acoustics. We could not hear him. The hall was too cavernous, and we were too absorbed in our conversations. He didn't accept this. He seemed suspicious, as if our disregard of his bell was part of some greater coordinated plot. I don't know about the others, but I was part of no plot. Also, I wasn't disregarding him. Quite the contrary. I couldn't take my eyes off the man. I often asked myself what an outsider might say if they could witness this spectacle. 100 boys chatting away while a grown man stood before them, frantically and uselessly abusing a tiny brass bell. Adding to this general sense of bedlam was a psychiatric hospital down the road, Broadmoor. Some time before I came to Ludgrove, a Broadmoor patient had escaped and killed a child in one of the nearby villages. In response, Broadmoor installed a warning siren, and now and then they would test it to make sure it was in working order. A sound like doomsday, Mr. Martson's bell on steroids. I mentioned this to Pa one day. He nodded sagely. He'd recently visited a similar place as part of his charitable work. The patients were mostly gentle, he assured me, though one stood out, a little chap who claimed to be the Prince of Wales. Pa said he'd wagged a finger at this impostor and severely reprimanded him. Now look here, you cannot be the Prince of Wales, I'm the Prince of Wales. The patient of the psych ward merely wagged his finger back. Impossible, I'm the Prince of Wales. Pa liked telling stories, and this was one of his best in his repertoire. He'd always end with a burst of philosophizing. If this mental ill patient could be so thoroughly convinced of his identity, no less than Pa, it raised some very big questions indeed. Who could say which of us was sane? Who could be sure they weren't the mental patient, hopelessly deluded, humored by friends and family? Who knows if I'm really the Prince of Wales? Who knows if I'm even your real father? Maybe your real father is in Broadmoor, darling boy. He'd laugh and laugh. There was a remarkably unfunny joke, given the rumor circulating just then that my actual father was one of Mummy's former lovers, Major James Hewitt. One cause of this rumor was Major Hewitt's flaming ginger hair, but another cause was sadism. Tabloid readers were delighted by the idea that the younger child of Prince Charles wasn't the child of Prince Charles. They could not get enough of this joke for some reason. Maybe it made them feel better about their lives, that a young prince's life was laughable. Never mind that my mother didn't meet Major Hewitt until long after I was born. The story was simply too good to drop. The press rehashed it, embroidered it, and there was even talk that some reporters were seeking my DNA to prove it. My first intimation that, after torturing my mother and sending her into hiding, they would soon be coming for me. To this day, nearly every biography of me, every longish profile in a paper or magazine, touches on Major Hewitt, treats the prospect of his paternity with some seriousness, including a description of the moment Pa finally sat me down for a proper heart-to-heart, reassuring me that Major Hewitt wasn't my real father. Vivid scene, poignant, moving, and wholly made up. If Pa had any thoughts about Major Hewitt, he kept them to himself. Oh no, it's plugging my computer. My mother legendarily said there were 3 people in her marriage, but her math was off. She left Willie and me out of the equation. We did not understand what was going on with her and Pa, certainly, but we intuited enough. We sensed the presence of the other woman because we suffered the downstream effects. Willie long harbored suspicions about the other woman, which confused him, tormented him, and those suspicions were confirmed. And he felt tremendous guilt for having done nothing, said nothing sooner. I was too young, I think, to have suspicions, but I couldn't help but feel the lack of stability, the lack of warmth and love in our home. Now, with Mummy missing, our math swung hard in Pa's favor. He was free to see the other woman openly, as often as he'd like. But seeing wasn't sufficient. Pa wanted to be public about it. He wanted to be above board, and the first step towards that aim was to bring the boys into the fold. Willie went first. He'd bumped into the other woman once at the palace, but now he was formally summoned from Eton for a high-stakes private meeting. At Highgrove, I think, over tea, I believe. It went well, I gathered from William later, although he did not go into details. He merely gave me the impression that the other woman, Camilla, had made an effort, which he appreciated, and that was all he cared to say. My turn came next. I told myself, no big deal, just like getting an injection. Close your eyes, over before you know it. I have a dim recollection of Camilla being just as calm or just as bored as I was. Neither of us fretted much about the other's opinion. She wasn't my mother, and I wasn't her biggest hurdle. In other words, I was not the heir. This bit with me was mere formality. I wonder what we found to talk about. Horses, probably. Camilla loved them, and I knew how to ride. Hard to think of any other subject we might have scrounged up. I recall wondering right before the tea if she would be mean to me, if she would be like all the wicked stepmothers in storybooks. But she wasn't. Like Willie, I did feel a real gratitude for that. At last, with these strained Camilla summits behind us, there was a final conference with Pa. So, what do you boys think? We should be happy. We thought he should be happy. We thought he should be happy. Yes, Camilla had played a pivotal role in the unraveling of our parents' marriage, and yes, that meant she had played a role in our mother's disappearance. But we understood that she had been trapped like everyone else in the riptide of events. We didn't blame her, and in fact, we gladly forgive her if she could just make Pa happy. We could see that, like us, he wasn't. We recognized the vacant looks, the empty sighs, the frustration always visible on his face. We couldn't be absolutely sure because Pa didn't talk about his feelings, but we had pieced together, through the years, a fairly accurate portrait of him, based on little things he would let slip. For instance, Pa confessed around this time that he'd been persecuted as a boy. Granny and Grandpa, to toughen him up, had shipped him off to Gordonston, a boarding school where he was horrendously bullied. The most likely victims of Gordonston bullies, he said, were creative types, sensitive types, bookish types, in other words, Pa. His finest qualities were bait for the toughs. I remember him murmuring ominously, I nearly didn't survive. How had he? Head down, clutching his teddy bear, which he still owned years later. Teddy went everywhere with Pa. It was a pitiful object with broken arms and dangling threads, holes patched up here and there. It looked, I imagine, like Pa might have after the bullies had finished with him. Teddy expressed eloquently, better than Pa ever could, the essential loneliness of his childhood. Willie and I agreed that Pa deserved better. Apologies to Teddy. Pa deserved a proper companion. That was why, when asked, Willie and I promised Pa that we would welcome Camilla into the family. The one thing we asked in return was that he not marry her. You don't need to remarry, he pleaded. A wedding would cause controversy. It would incite the press. It would make the whole country, the whole world talk about Mommy, compare Mommy and Camilla, and nobody wanted that, least of all Camilla. We support you, we said. We endorse Camilla, we said. Just please don't marry her. Just be together, Pa. He did not answer, but she answered, straight away. Shortly after our private summits with her, she began to play the long game, a campaign aimed at marriage and eventually the crown, with Pa's blessing, we presumed. Stories began to appear everywhere in all the papers about her private conversation with Willie, and stories that contained pinpoint accurate details, none of which had come from Willie, of course. They could only have been leaked by one other person present, and the leaking had obviously been abetted by the new spin Dr. Camilla had talked Pa into hiring. In the early autumn of 1998, having completed my education at Ludgrove the previous spring, I entered Eton. A profound shock. The finest school in the world for boys, Eton was meant to be a shock, I think. Shock must have been part of its original charter, even perhaps a part of the instructions given to its first architects by the school founders, my ancestor Henry VI. He deemed Eton some sort of holy shrine, a sacred temple, and to that end he wanted it to overwhelm the senses, so visitors would feel like meek, abased pilgrims. In my case, mission accomplished. Henry even vested the school with priceless religious artifacts, including part of Jesus' crown of thorns. That's fucking crazy. One great poet called the place Henry's Holy Shade. Over the centuries, Eton's mission had become somewhat less pious, but the curriculum had become shockingly rigorous. There was a reason Eton now referred to itself not as a school, but simply as school. For those in the know, there was simply no other choice. 18 prime ministers had been molded in Eton's classrooms, plus 37 winners of the Victoria Cross. Heaven for brilliant boys. It could thus only be purgatory for one very unbrilliant boy. The situation became undeniably obvious during my very first French lesson. I was astounded to hear the teacher conducting the entire class in rapid, nonstop French. He assumed for some reason that we were all fluent. Maybe everyone else was, but me, fluent? Because I did passably well on an entrance exam. Au contraire, mon ami. Au contraire. Afterwards, I went up to him, explained that there had been a dreadful mistake and I was in the wrong class. He told me to relax, assured me I'd be up to speed in no time. He didn't get it. He had faith in me. So I went to my housemaster, begged him to put me with slower talkers, the more glacial learners, boys exactement comme moi. He did as I asked, but it was a mere stopgap. Once or twice I would confess to a teacher or fellow student that I wasn't merely in the wrong class, but in the wrong location. I was, in a way over my head. They would always say the same thing. Don't worry, you'll be all right. And don't forget, you always have your brother here. But I wasn't the one forgetting. Willie told me to pretend I don't know him. You don't know me, Harold, and I don't know you. For the last 2 years, he explained, Eton had been his sanctuary. No kid brother tagging along, pestering him with questions, pushing up on his social circle. He was forging his own life, and he wasn't willing to give that up. None of which was all that new. Willie had always hated it when anyone made the mistake of thinking us of a package deal. He loathed it when Mummy dressed us in the same outfits. It did not help that her taste in children's clothes ran to the extreme. We often looked like the twins from Alice in Wonderland. I barely took notice. I did not care about the clothes, mine or anyone else's, so long as we weren't wearing kilts with that worrisome knife in your sock and that breeze up your ass. I was good. But for Willie, it was pure agony to wear the same blazer, the same tight shorts as me, and now to attend the same school was pure murder. I told him not to worry. I'll forget I ever knew you. But Eton wasn't going to make that easy. Thinking to be helpful, they put us under the same bloody roof, Manor House. At least I was on the ground floor. Willie was way upstairs with the older boys. Many of the 60 boys in Manor House were as welcoming as Willie. Their indifference, however, did not unsettle me as much as their ease. Even the ones my age acted as if they'd been born on the school grounds. Ludgrove had its problems, but at least I knew my way around. Knew how to box pat, knew when sweets got handed out, how to survive letter writing days. One time I'd scratched and clawed my way to the top of Ludgrove Pyramid. Now at Eton I was at the bottom again, starting over. Worse, without my best friend Henners. He was attending a different school. I did not even know how to get dressed in the morning. Every Etonian was required to wear a black tailcoat, white collarless shirt, white stiff collar pinned to the shirt with a stud, plus pinstripe trousers, heavy black shoes, and a tie that wasn't a tie, more like a cloth strip folded into the white detachable collar. Formal kit, they called it, but it wasn't formal, it was funeral. And there was a reason. We were supposed to be in perpetual mourning for old Henry VI, or else for King George, an early supporter of the school who used to have the boys over to the castle for tea or something like that. Though Henry was my great 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 grandfather, and though I was sorry for his passing and for whatever pain it had caused those who loved him, I was not keen on mourning the man around the clock. Any boy might balk at taking part in this never ending funeral. But for a boy who just lost his mom, it was a daily kick in the balls. That's not funny. First morning, it took forever to fasten my trousers, button my waistcoat, fold my stiff collar before finally getting out of the door. I was frantic, desperate not to be late, which would mean being forced to write my name in large ledger, the tardy book, one of many new traditions I would need to learn, along with a list of new words and phrases. Classes were no longer classes, they were divs. Teachers were no longer teachers, they were beaks. Cigarettes were tabbage. Seemingly everyone had a raging tabbage habit. Chambers was the mid-morning meetings of beaks when they discussed students, especially the problem students. I often felt my ears burning during chambers. Sport, I decided, would be my thing at Eton. Sporty boys were separated into two groups, dry bobs and wet bobs. Dry bobs played cricket, football, rugby, or polo. Wet bobs rowed, sailed, or swam. I was a dry who occasionally got wet. I played every dry sport, though rugby captured my heart. Beautiful game, plus a good exercise to run into stuff very hard. Rugby let me indulge my rage, which had now taken to calling a which some had now taken to calling a red mist. Rugby let me indulge my rage, which some had now taken to calling a red mist. Plus, I simply did not feel pain the way other boys did, which made me scary on a pitch. No one had an answer for a boy actually seeking external pain to match his internal pain. I made some friends, but it wasn't easy. I had special requirements. I needed someone who would not tease me about being royal, someone who wouldn't so much as mention my being despair. I needed someone who'd treat me normal, which meant ignoring the armed bodyguard sleeping down the hall, whose job was to keep me from being kidnapped or assassinated, to say nothing of the electronic tracker and panic alarm I carried with me at all times. My mates all met these criteria. Sometimes my new mates and I would escape, head for Windsor Bridge, which connected Eton to Windsor over the River Thames. Specifically, we would head to the underside of the bridge, where we would smoke tabbage in privacy. My friends seemed to enjoy the naughtiness of it, whereas I just did it because I was an autopilot. Sure, I fancied a cig after McDonald's, who didn't? But if we were going to bunk off, I'd much prefer heading over to Windsor Castle Golf Course, knocking a ball around while drinking a wee beer. Sounds like I just lost. Sounds like still a robot. I took every cig offered to me in the same automatic, unthinking way. I soon graduated to weed. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Okay. We left off with him beginning to smoke weed. The game required a bat, a tennis ball, and a total disregard for one's physical safety. There were 4 players, a bowler, a batsman, and 2 fielders stationed mid-corridor, each with 1 foot on the corridor and 1 in a room. Not always our rooms. We often intruded on other boys trying to work. They'd beg us to go away. Sorry, we said. This is our work. The radiator represented the wicket. There was an endless debate about what constituted a catch. Off the wall, yes, catch. Off a window, no catch. 1 hand, 1 bounce, half out. One day, the sportiest member of our group hurled himself at a ball, trying to make a tricky catch, and landed face first on a fire extinguisher hooked to the wall. His tongue split wide open. You'd think after, oh my God, I can't. You'd think after that about the carpet. After the carpet had been permanently soiled with his blood, we would have called an end to corridor cricket. We didn't. When not playing corridor cricket, we'd loll in our rooms. We got very good at affecting postures of supreme indolence. The point was to look as if you had no purpose, as if you'd bestir yourself only to do something bad or, better yet, stupid. Near the end of my first half, we hit on something supremely stupid. Someone suggested that my hair was a complete disaster, like grass on the moors. Well, what can be done? Let me have a go at it. You? Yeah, let me shave it off. That did not sound right. But I wanted to go along. I wanted to be a top bloke, a funny bloke. All right. Someone fetched the clippers. Someone pushed me into a chair. How quickly, how blithely, after a lifetime of healthy growth, it all went cascading off my head. When the cutter was done, I looked down, saw a dozen pyramids of ginger on the floor, like red volcanoes seen from a plane, and I knew I'd made a legendary mistake. I ran to the mirror. Suspicion confirmed. I screamed in horror. My mate screamed too, with laughter. I ran in circles. I wanted to reverse Carmen, why are you meowing? I'm on YouTube Live. You can't meow right now. I'm reading a book on YouTube Live, okay? I'm streaming. Can you meow later? I love you. Thank you. Someone fetched the clippers. Someone pushed me into a chair. How quickly, how blithely, after a lifetime of healthy growth, it all went cascading off my head. When the clutter was done, I looked down, saw a dozen pyramids of ginger on the floor, like red volcanoes seen from a plane, and knew I'd made a legendary mistake. I ran to the mirror. Suspicion confirmed. I screamed in horror. My mate screamed too, with laughter. I ran in circles. I wanted to reverse time. I wanted to scoop up the hair from the floor and glue it back on. I wanted to wake from this nightmare. Not knowing where else to turn, I violated the sacred rule, the one shining commandment never to be broken, and ran upstairs to William's room. Of course, there was nothing Willie could do. I was just hoping he would tell me it would be okay. Don't freak out. Keep calm, Harry. Instead, he laughed like the others. I recall him sitting at his desk, bent over a book, chuckling, while I stood before him, fingering the nubs on my newly bare scalp. Harold, what have you done? What a question. He sounded like Stewie from Family Guy. Wasn't it obvious? You shouldn't have done it, Harold. So we're just stating the obvious now? He said a few more things that were immensely unhelpful, and I walked out. Worse ridicule was yet to come. A few days later, on the front page of the Daily Mirror, one of the tabloids, there I was with my new haircut. Headlines: Harry the Skinhead. I couldn't imagine how they'd got wind of the story. A schoolmate must have told someone who told someone who told the papers. They had no photo, thank goodness, but they improvised. The image on the front page was a computer-generated rendering of despair, bald as an egg, alive, more than alive, really. I looked bad, but not that bad. I didn't think it could get worse. What a grievous mistake it was for a member of the royal family, when considering the media, to imagine that things can't get worse. Weeks later, the same newspaper put me on the front page again. Headline: Harry's had an accident. I'd broken a bone in my thumb playing rugby, no big deal, but the paper decided to make out that I was on life support. Bad taste under any circumstances, but a little more than a year after Mummy's alleged accident? Come on, fellas. I had dealt with the British press all my life, but they never before singled me out. In fact, since Mummy's death, an unspoken agreement had governed press treatment of both her sons, and the agreement went like this: lay off. Let them have their education in peace. Apparently, this agreement had now expired because there I was, splattered across the front page, made out to seem like a delicate flower, or an ass, or both, and knocking on death's door. I read the article several times, despite the somber subtext. Something's very wrong with Prince Harry. I marveled at its tone. Larky. My existence was just fun and games to these people. I wasn't a human being to them. I wasn't a 14-year-old boy hanging by his fingernails. I was a cartoon character, a glove puppet to be manipulated and mocked for fun. So what if their fun made my already difficult days more difficult? Made me a laughingstock before my schoolmates, not to mention the wider world. So what if they were torturing a child? All was justified because I was royal, and in their minds, royal was synonymous with non-person. Centuries ago, royal men and women were considered divine. Now they were insects. What fun to pluck their wings. Pa's office lodged a formal complaint and publicly demanded an apology, accused the paper of bullying his younger son. The newspaper told Pa's office to sod off. Before trying to move on with my life, I took one last look at the article. Of all the things that surprised me about it, the truly flabbergasting thing was the absolutely shitty writing. I was a poor student, a dreadful writer, and yet I had enough education to recognize that this right here was a master class in illiteracy. To take one example, after explaining that I'd been grievously injured, that I was nearly at death's door, the article went on to caution breathlessly that the exact nature of my injury could not be revealed because the royal family had forbidden the editors to do so, as if my family had any control over these goals. To reassure you, we can say that Harry's injuries are not serious, but the accident was considered grave enough for him to be taken to hospital. And we believe you are entitled to know if an heir to the throne is involved in any accident, however small, if it results in injury. The two butts in a row, the smug self-regard, the lack of coherence and absence of any real point, the hysterical nothingness of it all. This dog's dinner of a paragraph was to be edited, or more likely written, by a young journalist whose name I scanned and then quickly forgot. I didn't think I would ever run across it or him again. The way he wrote, I could not imagine he'd be working as a journalist much longer. I forget who used the word first. Someone in the press, probably, or one of my teachers, whoever. It took hold and circulated. I've been cast in my role in the rolling royal melodrama. Long before I was old enough to drink a beer legally, it became dogma. Harry? Yeah, he's the naughty one. Naughty became the tide I swam against, the headwind I flew against, the daily expectation I could never hope to shake. I did not want to be naughty. I wanted to be noble. I wanted to be good, work hard, grow up, and do something meaningful with my days. But every sin, every misstep, every setback triggered the same tired label and the same public condemnations, and thereby reinforced the conventionalism that I was innately naughty. Things might have been different if I achieved good grades, but I did not, and everyone knew it. My reports were in the public domain. My whole commonwealth was aware of my academic struggles, which were largely due to being overmatched at Eton. But no one ever discussed the other probable cause, Mummy. Mummy. Study, concentration, requires an alliance with the mind, and in my teen years, I was waging an all-out war with my mind. I was forever fending off its darkest thoughts, its basest fears, its fondest memories. The fonder the memory, the deeper the ache. I had found strategies for doing this, some healthy, some not, but all quite effective. And whenever they were unavailable, for instance, when I was forced to sit quietly with a book, I freaked out. Naturally, I avoided such situations. At all costs, I avoided sitting quietly with the book. It struck me at some point that the whole basis of education was memory. A list of names, a column of numbers, a mathematical formula, a beautiful poem. To learn it, you had to upload it to the part of the brain that stored stuff. But that was part of the same brain I was resisting. My memory had been spotty since mommy disappeared, by design, and I did not want to fix it because memory equaled grief. Not remembering was balm, BALM. It's also possible that I'm misremembering my own struggles with memory from back then, because I do recall being very good at memorizing some things, like passages from Ace Ventura and The Lion King. I'd recite them often to my mates, to myself. Also, there's a photo of me sitting in my room at my pull-out desk, and there amid the cubby holes and the caddick papers since a silver framed photo of mommy. So, despite my clear memory of not wanting to remember her, I was also trying gamely not to forget her. Difficult as it was for me to be the naughty one and the stupid one, it was anguish for Pa because I was meant to be his because it meant I was his opposite. What troubled him most was how I went out of my way to avoid books. Pa did not merely enjoy books, he exalted them, especially Shakespeare. He adored Henry V. He compared himself to Prince Hal. There were multiple Falstaffs in his life, like Lord Mountbatten, his beloved great uncle, and Lawrence Vanderpost, the irascible, intellectual acolyte of Carl Jung. When I was about 6 or 7, Pa went to Stratford and delivered a fiery public defense of Shakespeare. Standing in the place where Britain's greatest writer was born and died, Pa decreed the neglect of Shakespeare's play in schools, the fading of Shakespeare from British classrooms and from the nation's collective consciousness. Pa peppered this fiery oration with quotations from Hamlet, Macbeth, Othello, The Tempest, The Merchant of Venice. He plucked the lines from thin air, like petals from one of his homegrown roses, and tossed them into the audience. It was the showmanship, but not in an empty way. He was making the point. You should all be able to do this. You should all know these lines. They are our shared heritage. We should be cherishing them, safeguarding them, and instead we're letting them die. I never doubted how much it upset Paul that I was part of the Shakespeareless hordes. And I tried to change. I opened Hamlet. Lonely prince, obsessed with a dead parent, watched his remaining parent fall in love with dead parent's super. I slammed it shut. No, thank you. Pa never stopped fighting the good fight. He was spending more time at Highgrove, his 350-acre estate in Gloucestershire, and it was just down the road from Stratford, so he made a point of taking me now and then. We would turn up unannounced, watch whatever play they were putting on. It did not matter to Pa. It didn't matter to me either, though, for different reasons. It was all torture. On many nights, I did not understand most of what was taking place or being said on stage, but when I did understand, worse for me. The words burned. They troubled. Why would I want to hear about a grief-stricken kingdom contracted in one brow of woe? That just put me in mind of August 1997. Why would I want to meditate upon the inalterable fact that all lives must die, passing through nature to eternity? I had no time to think about eternity. The one piece of literature I enjoy or remember enjoying, even savoring, was a slender American novel of Mice and Men by John Steinbeck. We were assigned it in our English divs. Unlike Shakespeare, Steinbeck did not need a translator. He wrote in plain, simple vernacular. Better yet, he kept it tight. Of Mice and Men, a brisk 150 pages. Best of all, its plot was diverting. Two blokes, George and Lenny, gadding about California, looking for a place to call their own, trying to overcome their limitations. Neither is a genius, but Lenny's trouble seems to be more than low IQ. He keeps a dead mouse in his pocket, strokes it with his thumb for comfort. He also loves the puppy so much that he kills it. A story about friendship, about brotherhood, about loyalty. It was filled with themes I found relatable. George and Lenny put me in mind of Willie and me, two pals, two nomads going through the same things, watching each other's backs. As Steinbeck has one character say, the guy needs somebody to be near him. The guy goes nuts if he ain't got nobody. So true. I wanted to share it with Willie. Too bad he was still pretending not to know me. Must have been early spring 1999. I must have been home from Eton for the weekend. I woke to find Paul on the edge of my bed saying I was going back to Africa. Africa, Paul. Yes, darling boy. Why? It was the same old problem, he explained. I was facing a longish school holiday over Easter, and something needed to be done with me. So, Africa. Botswana, to be precise. A safari. Safari? With you, Pa? No. He wouldn't be going this time, but Willie would. And someone very special, he acting as our African guide. Who, Pa? Marco. Marco? I barely knew the man, though I'd heard good things. He was Willie's minder, and Willie seemed to like him very much. Everyone did, for that matter. Of all Pa's people, there was consensus that Marco was the best. The roughest, the toughest, the most dashing. Long-time Welsh guard. Raconteur. Man's man, through and through. I was so excited about the prospect of this Marco-led safari, I didn't know how I got through the following weeks of school. I don't actually recall getting through them, in fact. Memory winks out completely right after Pa delivered the news, then snaps back into focus as I'm boarding a British Airways jet with Marco and Willie and Tiggy, one of our nannies. Our favorite nanny, though Tiggy could not stand being called a nanny. She'd bite the head off anyone who tried. I'm not the nanny, I'm your friend. Mummy sadly did not see it that way. Mummy saw Tiggy not as a nanny, but as a rival. It's common knowledge that Mommy suspected Tiggy was being groomed as her future replacement. Did Mommy see Tiggy as her spare? Now, this same woman who Mommy feared as her possible replacement was her actual replacement. How dreadful for Mommy. Every hug or head pat from Tiggy, therefore, must have unleashed some twinge of guilt, some throb of disloyalty, and yet I don't remember that. I only remember heart-racing joy to have Tiggy next to me, telling me to buckle my seatbelt. We flew direct to Johannesburg, then by prop plane to Maun, the largest city in northern Botswana. There we met up with a large group of safari guides who steered us into a convoy of open-topped land cruisers. We drove off straight into pure wilderness, towards the vast Okavango Delta, which I soon discovered was possibly the most exquisite place in the world. The Okavango is often called a river, but that's like calling Windsor Castle a house. A vast inland delta smack in the middle of the Kalahari Desert, one of the largest deserts on Earth. The lower Okavango is bone dry for part of the year, but come late summer it begins to fill with floodwaters from upstream, little droplets that begin as rainfall in the Angola highlands and slowly swell to a trickle, then a flow, which steadily transform the delta into not one river but dozens. From outer space it looks like chambers of a heart filling with blood. With water comes life, a profusion of animals, possibly the most biodiverse collection anywhere. They come to drink, bathe, mate. Imagine if the ark suddenly disappeared, then capsized. As we neared this enchanted place, I had trouble catching my breath. Lions, zebras, giraffes, hippos. Surely this was all a dream. At last we stopped our campsite for the next week. The spot was bustling with more guides, more trackers, a dozen people at least. Lots of high fives, bear hugs, names flung at us. Harry, William, say hello to Addie. 20 years old, long hair, sweet smile. Harry, William, say hi to Roger and David. At the center of it all stood Marco, like a traffic cop, directing, cajoling, embracing, barking, laughing, always laughing. In no time, he pulled our campsite into shape. Big green canvas tents, soft canvas chairs grouped in circles, including one enormous circle around a stone-rimmed campfire. When I think about that trip, my mind goes immediately to that fire, just as my skinny body did then. The fire was where we'd all collect at regular intervals throughout the day. First thing in the morning, again at midday, again at dusk, and above all after supper. We'd stare into that fire and then up into the universe. The stars looked like sparks from the logs. One of the guides called the fire bush TV. Yes, I said, every time you throw a new log on, it's like changing the channel. They all loved that. The fire, I noticed, hypnotized or narcotized, narcotized every adult in our party. In its orange glow, their faces grew softer, their tongues looser. Then, as the hour got later, out came the whiskey, and they would all undergo another sea change. Their laughter would get louder. I would think, more of this, please, more fire, more talk, more loud laughter. I'd been scared of darkness all my life, and it turned out Africa had a cure, the campfire. Marco, the largest member of the group, also laughed the loudest. There was some ratio between the size of his body and the radius of his bellows. Also, there was a similar link between the volume of his voice and the bright shade of his hair. I was a ginger, self-conscious about it, but Marco was an extreme ginger and he owned it. I gawped at him and thought, teach me to be like that. Marco, however, was not your typical teacher. Perpetually moving, perpetually doing, he loved many things. Food, travel, nature, guns, us. But he had no interest in giving lectures. He was more about leading by examples and having a good time. He was one great big ginger Mardi Gras, and if you wanted to join the party, wonderful. And if not, that was grand too. I wondered many times, watching him wolf his dinner, gulp his gin, shout another joke, slap another tracker on the back, why more people weren't like this guy. Why didn't more at least try? I wanted to ask Willie what it was like having such a man hand minding him, guiding him, but apparently the Eton rule carried over to Botswana. Willie did not want to know me in the bush any more than he did back at school. The one thing about Marco that gave me pause was his time in the Welsh Guards. I'd sometimes look at him on that trip and see those 8 Welsh Guards in their red tunics, hoisting that coffin onto their shoulders and marching down the Abbey aisle. I tried to remind myself that Marco wasn't there that day. I tried to remind myself that anyway the box was empty, all was well. When Tiggy suggested I go to bed, always before everyone else, I didn't squawk. The days were long, and the tent was a welcome cocoon. Its canvas smelled mostly of old books. Its floor was covered with soft antelope skins. My bed was wrapped in a cozy African rug. For the first time in months, years, I'd drop off straight away. Of course, it helped to have that campfire glowing against the wall, to hear those adults on the other side and the animals beyond. Screeches, bleats, roars, what a racket they made after dark, their busy time, their rush hour. The later it got, the louder they got. I found it soothing. I also found it hilarious. No matter how loud the animals, I could still hear Marco laughing. One night, before I fell asleep, I made myself a promise. I'm going to find a way to make that guy laugh. Like me, Marco had a sweet tooth. Like me, he particularly loved pudding. He always called them puds. So I got the idea of spiking his pudding with Tabasco sauce. At first he would howl, but then he'd realize it was a trick and laugh. Oh, how he would laugh, and he would realize it was me and laugh louder. I couldn't wait. Man, I'm so scared right now. The next night, as everyone tucked into their dinner, I tiptoed out of the meal tent. I went down the footpath, 50 meters, into the kitchen tent, and poured a whole teacup of Tabasco into Marco's bowl of pudding. It was bread and butter, Mommy's favorite. The kitchen crew saw me, but I put a finger to my lips. They chuckled. Scurrying back into the meal tent, I gave Tiggy a wink. I'd already taken her into my confidence, and she thought the whole caper brilliant. I did not remember if I told Willie what I was up to. Probably not. I knew he would not have approved. I squirmed, counting the minutes until the dessert was served, fighting back giggles. Suddenly, someone cried out, "Whoa!" Someone else cried, "What the?" In unison, we all turned. Just outside the open tent was a tawny tail swishing through the air. Leopard. Everyone froze, except me. I took a step towards it. Marco gripped my shoulder. The leopard walked away, like a prima ballerina, across the footpath where I had just been. I turned back in time to see the adults all look at one another, mouths open. Holy fuck. Then their eyes turned towards me. Holy fuck. They were all thinking the same thing, picturing the banner headline back home. Prince Harry mauled by leopard. The world would reel, heads would roll. I wasn't thinking about any of that. I was thinking about Mummy. That leopard was clearly a sign from her, a messenger she had sent to say, all is well, and all will be well. At the same time, I also thought the horror. What if Mummy were to come out of hiding at last, only to learn that her younger son had been eaten alive? As a royal, you were always taught to maintain a buffer zone between you and the rest of creation. Even working a crowd, you always kept a discreet distance between yourself and them. Distance was right, distance was safe, distance was survival. Distance was an essential bit of being royal, no less than standing on the balcony, waving to the crowds outside Buckingham Palace, your family all around you. Of course, family included distance as well. No matter how much you might love someone, you can never cross that chasm between you, between, say, monarch and child, or heir and spare, physically but also emotionally. It wasn't just Willie's edict about giving him space. The older generation maintained a nearly zero tolerance prohibition on all physical contact. No hugs, no kisses, no pats. Now and then, maybe a light touching of cheeks on special occasions. But in Africa, none of this was true. In Africa, distance dissolved. All creatures mingled freely. Only the lion walked with his head in the air. Only the elephants had an emperor's strut, and even they weren't totally aloof. They mingled daily among their subjects. They had no choice. Yes, there was predation and prey. Life could be nasty and brutish and short, but to my teenage eyes, it all looked like a distilled democracy, a utopia. And that wasn't even counting the bear hugs and high fives from all the trackers and guides. On the other hand, maybe it wasn't the mere closeness of living things that I liked. Maybe it was a mind boggling number. In a matter of hours, I'd gone from a place of aridity, sterility, death, to a wetland of teeming fertility. Maybe that was what I yearned for most of all, life. Maybe that was a real miracle I found. Pardon me. Maybe that was a real miracle I found in the Okavango in April 1999. I don't think I blinked once that whole week. I don't think I stopped grinning, even while asleep. Had I been transported back to the Jurassic period, I could not have been more awed. And it wasn't just T Rexes that had me captivated. I loved the littlest creatures too, and the birds. Thanks to Addie, clearly the savviest guy in our group, I began to recognize hooded vultures, cattle egrets, southern carmine bee eaters, African fish eagles in flight. Even the bugs were compelling. Addie taught me to really see them. Look down, he said. Note the different species of beetles. Admire the beauty of larvae. Also, appreciate the Baroque architecture of termite mounds, the tallest architectures built by any animal besides humans. So much to know, Harry, to appreciate. Whenever I went with him on a wander, whenever we'd come upon a fresh carcass crawling with maggots or wild dogs, whenever we would stumble on a mountain of elephant dung sprouting mushrooms that looked like the Artful's Dodger's top hat already never cringed. Circle of life, Harry. Of all the animals in our midst, Adi said, the most majestic was the water. The Akavango was just another living thing. He walked its entire length as a boy, with his father, carrying nothing but bedrolls. He knew the Akavango inside and out, and felt for it something like romantic love. Its surface was a poreless cheek, which he often lightly stroked. But he also felt for the river a kind of sober awe, respect. Its innards were death, he said. Hungry crocs, ill-tempered hippos. They were all down there in the dark, waiting for you to slip up. Hippos killed 500 people a year. Addie drummed it into my head over and over, and all these years later, I can still hear him. Never go into the dark water, Harry. One night around the fire, all the guides and trackers discussed the river, shouting stories about riding it, swimming it, bloating it, fearing it, everyone talking over each other. I heard it all that night, the mysticism of the river, the sacredness of the river, the weirdness of the river. Speaking of weirdness, the smell of marijuana wafted in the air. The stories grew louder, sillier. I asked if I could try. Everyone scoffed, sawed off. Willie looked at me in horror, but I couldn't back off. I pleaded my case. I was experienced, I said. Head swung around. Oh, really? Henners and I recently pinched 2 6-packs of Smirnoff Ice and drunk them till we passed out, I boasted. Plus, Tiggy always let me have a nip of her flask on stalking trips. Slow gin, she was never without it. I thought it best to leave out the full breadth of my experience. The adults exchanged sly glances. One shrugged, rolled a new joint, passed it to me. I took a puff, coughed, retched. African weed was much harsher than Eton weed. The high was less, too. But at least I was a man. No, I was a wee baby. The joint was just fresh basil wrapped in a bit of filthy rolling paper. Hugh and Emile were old friends of Pa's. They lived in Norfolk, and we often went to visit them for a week or two during school holidays and summers. They had 4 sons with whom Willie and I were always thrown together like pups into a bunch of pit bulls. We played games. One day hide and seek, the next capture the flag. But whatever the game, it was always an excuse for a massive scrap. And whatever the scrap, there were no winners because there were no rules. Hair pulling, eye gouging, arm twisting, sleeper holds. All was fair in love and war and at Hugh and Emily's country house. As the youngest and smallest, I always took the brunt, but I also did the most escalating, the most asking for it. So I deserved everything I got. Black eye, violet welt, puff lip, I didn't mind. On the contrary, maybe I wanted to look tough. Maybe I wanted to feel something. Whatever my motivation, my simple philosophy when it came to scrapping was, more please. The 6 of us cloaked our pretend battles in historic names. Hugh and Emily's house would often be converted into Waterloo, the Somme, Rorke's Drift. I can see us charging at each other, screaming, Zulu! Battle lines were often blood lines, though not always. It wasn't always Windsor versus others. We'd mix and match. Sometimes I was fighting alongside Willie, sometimes against. No matter the alliances, though, it often happened that 1 or 2 of Hugh and Emily's boys would turn and set upon Willie. I'd hear him crying out for help, and down would come the red mist, like a blood vessel bursting behind my eyes. I would lose all control, all ability to focus on anything but family, country, tribe, and I would hurl myself at someone, everyone, kicking, punching, strangling, taking out legs. Hugh and Emily's boys could not deal with that. There was no dealing with it. Get him off, he's mad. I don't know how effective or skilled a fighter I was, but I had always succeeded in providing enough diversion for Willie to get away. He would check his injuries, wipe his nose, and jump straight back in. When the scrap finally ended for good, when we hobbled away together, I always felt such love for him, and I sensed love in return, but also some embarrassment. I was half Willie's size, half his weight. I was the younger brother. He was supposed to save me, not the other way around. Over time, the scraps became more pitched. Small arms fire was introduced. We'd hurl Roman candles at each other, make rocket launchers from golf ball tubes, stage night battles with two of us defending a stone pillbox in the middle of an open field. I can still smell the smoke and hear the hiss as a projectile rocketed towards the victim, whose only armor would be a puffer jacket, some wool mittens, and maybe some ski goggles, but often not. Our arms race accelerated as they do. We began to use BB guns at close range. How was no one maimed? How did no one lose an eye? One day, all six of us were walking in the woods near their house, looking for squirrels and pigeons to pull. There was an old army Land Rover. Willie and the boys smiled. Harry, jump in, drive away, and we'll shoot at you. With what? A shotgun. No thanks. Well, we're loading the guns. Either get in and drive away or we'll shoot you right here. I jumped in, drove away. Moments later, bang, buckshot rattling off the back. I cackled and hit the accelerator. Somewhere on their estate was a construction site. Hugh and Emily were building a new house. This became the setting for possibly our fiercest battle. It was around dusk. One brother was in the shell of the new house, taking heavy fire. When he retreated, we bombarded him with rockets, and then he was gone. Where's Nick? We showed a torch. No Nick. We marched forward steadily, came upon a giant hole in the ground, almost like a square well, along the construction site. We peered over the edge and shone the torch down. Far below, lying on his back, Nick was moaning. Damn lucky to be alive, we all agreed. What a great opportunity, we said. We lit some firecrackers, big ones, and dropped them down into the pit. Part 26. When there were no other boys around, no other common enemies, Willie and I would turn on each other. It happened most often in the back seat while Pa drove us somewhere, a country house, say, or a salmon stream. Once in Scotland on the way to River Spey, we started scuffling, and soon we're in a full scrap, rolling back and forth, trading blows. Pa swerved to the side of the road, shouted at Willie to get out. Pa, why me? Pa did not feel a need to explain. Get out. Willie turned to me, furious. He felt I got away with everything. He stepped out of the car, stomped to the back of the car with all the bodyguards, strapped himself in. We always wore seatbelts after Mommy's disappearance. The convoy resumed. Now and then I peered out the back window. Behind us, I could just make out the future King of England plotting his revenge. The first time I killed anything, Tiggy said, "Well done, darling." She dipped her long, slender fingers into the rabbit's body, under the flap of smashed fur, scooped out a dollop of blood, and smeared it tenderly across my forehead, down my cheeks and nose. Now, she said, in her throaty voice, "You are blooded." Blooding, a tradition from the ages, a show of respect from the slain, an act of communion by the slayer. Also a way to mark the crossing from boyhood into not manhood. No, not that, but something else. And now so, notwithstanding my hairless torso and chirpy voice, I considered myself, post-blooding, to be a full-fledged stalker. But around my 15th birthday, I was informed that I'd be undertaking the true stalker initiation. Red Deer. It happened at Balmoral. Early morning, fog on the hills, mist in the hollows. My guide, Sandy, was 1,000 years old. He looked as if he'd stalked mastodons. Proper old school. That was how Willie and I described him, and other such gents. Sandy talked old school, smelled old school, and definitely dressed old school. Faded camo jacket over ragged green sweaters, Balmoral tweed +4s, socks covered with furs, Gore-Tex walking boots. On his head was a classic tweed flat cap. Thrice my age, browned by eons of sweat. I crept beside him through the heath heather, through the bog, all morning long. My stag appeared ahead. Inching closer, ever closer, we finally stopped and watched the stag munch some dried grass. Sandy made sure we were still downwind. Now he pointed at me, pointed at my rifle. Time. He rolled away, giving me space. He raised his binoculars. I could hear his rattly breath as I took slow aim. Squeezed the trigger. One sharp, thunderous crack, then silence. We stood, walked forward. When we reached the stag, I was relieved. Its eyes were already cloudy. The worry was always that you'd merely cause a flesh wound and send the poor animal dashing into the woods to suffer alone for hours. As its eyes turned more and more opaque, Sandy knelt before it, took out his gleaming knife and bled it from the neck and slit open the belly. He motioned for me to kneel. I knelt. I thought we were going to pray. Sandy snapped at me. Closer. I knelt closer, close enough to smell Sandy's armpits. He placed a hand gently behind my neck, and now I thought he was going to hug me, congratulate me. Attaboy. Ew! Instead, he pushed my head into the carcass. I tried to pull away, but Sandy pushed me deeper. Ew! I was shocked by his insane strength and by the infernal smell. My breakfast jumped from my stomach. Oh, please, oh, please, oh, please. Do not let me vomit inside a strong carcass. After a minute, I couldn't smell anything because I couldn't breathe. My nose and mouth were full of blood, guts, and a deep, unsettling warmth. Ew. Well, I thought, so this is death, the ultimate blooding. Not what I had imagined. I went limp. Bye, all. Sandy pulled me out. I filled my lungs with fresh morning air. I started to wipe my face, which was dripping. But Sandy grabbed my hand. Nay, lad, nay. What? Let it dry, lad, let it dry. We radioed back to the soldiers in the valley. Horses were sent. While waiting, we got down to work, gave the stag the full grelaching, the old Scottish word for disembowering. We removed the stomachs, scattered the junky bits on the hillside for hawks and buzzards, carved out the liver and heart, snipped the penis, careful not to pop the cord, which would douse you with urine, a stench that 10 Highland baths couldn't cleanse. The horses arrived. We slung our growlage stag across a white drum stallion, sent it off to the larder, and then walked shoulder to shoulder back to the castle. As my face dried, as my stomach settled, I felt swelling pride. I'd been good to that stag, as I'd been taught. One shot, clean through the heart. Besides being painless, the instant kill had preserved the meat. Had I merely wounded him or let him get a glimpse of us, his heart would have raced, his blood would have filled with adrenaline. His steaks and fillets would have been inedible. The split on my face contained no adrenaline, a credit to my marksmanship. I'd been good to nature. Managing their numbers meant saving the deer population as a whole, ensuring they'd have enough food for winter. Finally, I'd been good to the community. A big stag in the larder meant plenty of good meat for those living around Balmoral. These virtues had been preached to me from an early age, but now I lived them and felt them on my face. I wasn't religious, but this blood facial was, to me, baptismal. Pa was deeply religious. He prayed every night, but now, in this moment, I felt too close to God. If you love nature, Pa always said, you had to know when to leave it alone, when to management, and manage meant culling, and culling meant killing. It was all a form of worship. At the larder, Sandy and I took off our clothes and checked each other for ticks. Red deer in those woods were rife, and once a tick got into your leg, it would burrow deep into the skin. often crawl up into your balls. One poor gamer had recently been felled by Lyme disease. I panicked. Every freckle looked like doom. Is that a tick? Is that? I got dressed. Turning to Sandy to say goodbye, I thanked him for the experience. I wanted to shake his hand, giving him a hug, but a small voice still inside me said, "No, lad, no." Oh my gosh. How do you build stamina? How do you. Is it because I'm so comfortable? I should be less comfortable? Wow. Wow. Oh, it's already noon. Cut. Do you think it's fair if I'm like one more hour and then like maybe like a little nap and I'll keep going? I hope you guys don't judge me if I take like a little nap today. I just love naps. Not yet, but like eventually. Willie enjoyed stalking too, so that was his excuse for not coming to Clusters that year. He preferred to stay behind at Granny's estate in Norfolk, 20,000 acres we both adored, Sandringham. Rather shoot partridges, he told Pa. A lie. Pa did not know that was a lie, but I did. The real reason Willie was staying at home was because he couldn't face the wall. Before skiing at Closters, we'd always have to walk to a designated spot at the foot of the mountain and stand before 70 or so photographers arranged in 3 or 4 ascending tiers. The wall. They'd point their lenses and shout our names and shoot us while we squinted and fidgeted and listened to Pa answer their draft questions. The wall was the price we paid for a hassle-free hour on the slopes. Only if we went before the wall would they briefly leave us in peace. Pa disliked the wall. He was famous for disliking it, but Willie and I despised it. Hence, Willie was at home, taking it out on the partridges. I'd have stayed with him if I could, but I wasn't old enough to assert myself like that. In Willie's absence, Pa and I had to face the wall ourselves, which made it that much more unpleasant. I stuck close to Pa's side while the cameras whirred and ticked. Memories of the Spice Girls. Memories of Mummy, who also despised the Closters. This is why she's hiding, I thought. This right here. This shit. Mummy had other reasons besides the wall for hating Closters. When I was 3, Pa and a friend were involved in a gruesome accident on the slopes there. A massive avalanche overtook them. Pa narrowly escaped, but the friend did not. Buried under that wall of snow, the friend's final breaths must have been snow-filled gasps. Mummy often spoke of him with tears in her eyes. After the wall, I tried to put my mind to having fun. I loved skiing and I was good at it, but once Mummy was in my thoughts, I was buried under my own private avalanche of emotions and questions. Is it wrong to enjoy a place that Mommy despises? Am I being mean to her if I have fun today on these slopes? Am I a bad son for feeling excited to get on the chairlift along with Pa? Will Mummy understand that I miss her and Willie, but also enjoy having Pa briefly to myself? How would I explain any of this to her when she returned? Sometime after that trip to Closter's, I shared my theory with Willie about Mummy being in hiding. He admitted that he'd once entertained a similar theory, but ultimately he discarded it. She's gone, Harold. She's not coming back. No, 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 no. I would not hear such a thing. Willie, she said she always wanted to just disappear. You heard her. Yes, she did, but Harold, she would never do this to us. I'd had the very same thought, I told him. But she wouldn't die either, Willie. She would never do that to us either. Fair point. We rolled down the long drive, past Granny's white stag ponies, through the golf course, past the green where Queen Mother once scored a hole in one, past the policeman in his little hut, and over a couple speed bumps, then over a small stone bridge onto a quiet country lane. Pa, driving, squinted through the windscreen. Splendid evening, isn't it? Balmoral, summer 2001. We went up a steep hill, past the whiskey distillery, along a blowy lane and down between sheep fields, which were overrun by rabbits. That is, those lucky enough to escape us. We'd shot a bunch earlier that day. After a few minutes, we turned onto a dusty track, drove 400 meters to a deer fence. I hopped out, opened a padlock gate. Now at last, because we were on remote private roads, I was allowed to drive. I jumped behind the wheel, hit the accelerator, put into practice all those driving lessons from Pa through the years, often seated on his lap. I steered us through the purple heather into the deepest folds of that immersed Scottish moorland. Ahead, like an old friend, stood Lochnagar, splotchy with snow. We came to the last wooden bridge, the tires making that soothing lullaby I always associated with Scotland. Da-dum, 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 da-dum. Just below us, a burn seethed after recent heavy rain up top. The air was thick with midges. Through the trees, in the last moments of daylight, we could faintly make out huge stacks peering at us. Now we arrived in a great clearing. An old stone hunting lodge to the right, the cold stream running down to the river through the wood on our left. And there she was, Inkna Bobart. Inkna Bobart. We ran inside the lodge, the warm kitchen, the old fireplace. I fell into the fender with its worn red cushion and inhaled the smell of that huge pyramid of silver birch firewood stacked beside it. If there's a smell more intoxicating or inviting than silver birch, I don't know what it could be. Grandpa, who'd set off half an hour before us, was already tending his grill at the back of the lodge. He stood amid a thick cloud of smoke, tears streaming from his eyes. He wore a flat cap, which he took off now and then to mop his brow or smack a fly. As the fillets of venison sizzled, he turned them with a huge pair of tongs, then put on a loop of Cumberland sausages. Normally, I'd beg him to make a pot of his specialty, spaghetti bolognese. This night, for some reason, I did not. Granny's specialty was a salad dressing. She had whisked a large batch. Then she lit the candles down for the long table, and we all sat on wooden chairs with creaky straw seats. Often we'd have a guest for these dinner, some famous or eminent personage. Many times I had discussed the temperature of the meat or the coolness of the evening with the prime minister or bishop, but tonight it was just family. My great-grandmother arrived. I jumped up, offered her my hand. I always offered her my hand. Pa had drummed it into me, and that night I could just see Gan really needed the extra help. She had just celebrated her 101st birthday and was looking frail. Still natty, however. She wore blue, I recall, all blue. Blue cardigan, blue tartan skirt, blue hat. Blue was her favorite color. She asked for our martini. Moments later, someone handed her an ice-cold tumbler filled with gin. I watched her take a sip, expertly avoiding lemon floating along the top. On an impulse, I decided to join her. I had never had a cocktail in front of my family, so this would be an event, a bit of rebellion. Empty rebellion, it turned out. No one cared, no one noticed, except Gan. She perked up for a moment at the sight of me playing grown up, gin and tonic in hand. I sat beside her. Our conversation started out as lively banter, then evolved, gradually settling into something deeper, a connection. Gan was really speaking to me that this is wild. Really listening. I couldn't quite believe it. I wondered why. Was it the gin? Was it the 4 inches I'd grown since last summer? At 6 foot, I was now one of the tallest members of the family. Combined with Gan's shrinkage, I towered over her. I wish I could recall specifically what we talked about. I wish I'd asked more questions than jotted down her answers. She'd been the war queen. She lived at Buckingham Palace while Hitler's bombs rained from the skies. 9 direct hits on the palace. She had dined with Churchill, wartime Churchill. She had once possessed a Churchillian eloquence of her own. She was famous for saying that no matter how bad things got, she'd never ever leave England. And people loved her for it. I loved her for it. I love my country. And I love the idea of declaring you would never leave struck me as wonderful. She was, of course, infamous for saying other things. She came from a different era, enjoyed being queen in a way that looked unseemly to some. I saw none of that. She was my Gan. She was born 3 years before the aeroplane was invented, yet still played the bongo drums on her 100th birthday. Now she took my hand as if I were a knight home from the wars and spoke with me with love and humor, and that night, respect. I wish I'd asked about her husband, King George VI, who died young, or her brother-in-law, King Edward VIII, who she apparently loathed. He gave up his crown for love. Gan believed in love, but nothing transcended the crown. She also reportedly despised the woman he had chosen. I wish I'd asked about her distant ancestors in Glamis, home to Macbeth. She had seen so much, knew so much. There's so much to be learned from her, but I just wasn't mature enough, despite the growth spurt, and brave enough despite the gin. I did, however, make her laugh. Normally, that was Pa's job. He had a knack for finding Gan's funny bone. He loved her as much as he loved anybody in the world, perhaps more. I recall him glancing over several times and looking pleased that I was getting such good giggles out of his favorite person. At one point, I told Gan about Leg, the character played by Sacha Baron Cohen. I told her to say Buyakasha, showing her to flick her fingers the way Sasha did. She couldn't grasp it. She had no idea what I was talking about, but she had such fun trying to flick and say the word. With every repetition of that word, Buyakasha, she'd shriek, which would make everyone else smile. It tickled me. It made me feel a part of things. This was my family, in which I, for one night at least, had a distinctive role, and for once that role wasn't the naughty one. Weeks later, back at Eton, I was walking past 2 blue doors, almost exactly the same blue as one of Gan's kilts. She would have liked these doors, I thought. They were doors to the TV room, one of my sanctuaries. Almost every day, straight after lunch, my mates and I would head to the TV room and watch a bit of Neighbors, or maybe Home and Away, before going off to sports. For this day in September 2001, the room was packed and Neighbors was not on. The news was on, and the news was a nightmare. Some buildings on fire. Oh my god, what the fuck? Some buildings on fire. Where is that? New York. I tried to see the screen through all the boys' masks in the room. I asked the boy to my right what was going on. He said America was under attack. Terrorists had flown planes into Twin Towers in New York City. People were jumping from the tops of buildings half a kilometer high. More and more boys gathered, stood around, biting their lips or nails, tugging their ears, in stunned silence and boyish confusion. We watched the only world we'd ever known disappear in clouds of toxic smoke. World War III, someone muttered. Someone propped open the blue doors. Boys kept streaming in. No one made a sound. So much chaos, so much pain. What can be done? What can we do? What will be called to do? Days later, I turned 17. I'd often say it to myself first thing in the morning. Maybe this is the day. I'd say it after breakfast. Maybe she's going to reappear this morning. I'd say it after lunch. Maybe she's going to reappear this afternoon. It had been 4 years after all. Surely she would establish herself by now, forge a new life, a new identity. Maybe at long last she's going to emerge today, hold a press conference, and shock the world. After answering the shouted questions from the astonished reporters, she would lean into the microphone. William, Harry, if you can hear me, come to me. At night, I had the most elaborate dreams. They were essentially the same, though the scenarios and costumes were slightly different. Sometimes she would orchestrate a triumphant return. Other times, I'd simply bump into her somewhere. A street corner, a shop. She was always wearing a disguise, a big blonde wig, or big sunglasses, and yet I would always recognize her. I'd step forward and whisper, Mommy, is that you? Before she could answer, but before I could find out where she had been, why she hadn't come back, I would snap awake. I'd look around the room, feeling the crushing disappointment. Only a dream again. Then I would tell myself, maybe that means today is the day. It was like those religious fanatics who believe the world will end on such and such a date. And when the date passes uneventfully, their faith remains undaunted. I must have misread the signs or the calendar. I suppose I knew the deep truth in my heart. The illusion of Mommy hiding, preparing to return, was never so real that it could blot out reality entirely. But it blotted out enough that I was able to postpone the bulk of my grief. I still had not mourned, but I had not cried, except that one time at her grave. Still had not processed the bare facts. Part of my brain knew, but part of it was wholly insulated, and the division between those two parts kept the parliament of my consciousness divided, polarized, gridlocked, just as I wanted it. Sometimes I'd have a stern talk with myself. Everyone seems to believe that Mommy is dead, full stop, so maybe you should get on board. But then I think, I'll believe it when I have proof. With solid proof, I thought, I could properly mourn and move and cry on. I have to pee. Part 32. I don't remember how we got the stuff. One of my mates, I expect, or maybe several. Whenever we found ourselves in possession, we'd commandeer a tiny upstairs bathroom, wherein we'd implement a surprisingly thoughtful order assembly line. Smoker straddled the loo beside the window. Second boy leaned against the basin. Third and fourth boy sat in the empty bath, legs dangling over, waiting their turns. We would take a hit or two, blow the smoke out the window, then move to the next station in rotation until the spliff was gone. Then we'd all head to one of our 4 rooms and giggle ourselves sick over an episode or two of a new show, Family Guy. I felt an inexplicable bond with Stewie, profit without honor. I knew this was bad behavior, and I knew it was wrong. My mates knew it too. We talked about it often while stoned, how stupid we were to be wasting an Eton education. Once, we even made a pact. At the start of exam period, called trials, we vowed to quit cold turkey, but after the final trial. The very next night, laying in bed, I heard my mates in the hall cackling, whispering, headed to the loo. Bloody hell, they're already breaking the pact. I got out of bed, joined them. As the assembly line cranked up, bath to basin to loo, as the weed began to take effect, we shook our heads. What idiots we were, thinking we could change. Just pass the spliff, mate. One night, straddling the loo, I took a big hit and gazed up at the moon. Same. Then down at the school grounds, I watched several Thames Valley police officers marching back and forth. They were stationed out there because of me, but they did not make me feel safe. They made me feel caged. Beyond them, however, that was where safety lay. All was peaceful and still out there, I thought. How beautiful. So much peace in the wider world for some, for those free to search for it. Just then I saw something dart across the quad. It froze under one of the orange streetlights. I froze too, and I leaned out of the window. A fox, staring straight at me. Look! What, mate? Nothing, I whispered to the fox. Hello, mate. How's it going? What are you on about? Nothing. Maybe it was the weed. Undoubtedly it was the weed. But I felt a piercing and powerful kinship with that fox. I felt more connected to that fox than I did all the boys in the bathroom, all the other boys at Eton, even at Windsor's in the distant castle. In fact, this little fox, like the leopard in Botswana, seemed like a messenger sent to me from some other realm, or perhaps from the future, if only I knew who sent it and what that message was. Whenever I was home from school, I hid. I hid upstairs in the nursery. I hid inside my new video games. I played Halo endlessly against an American who called himself Prophet and knew me only as Bill and Baz. That's funny. I hid in the basement beneath High Grove, usually with Willie. We called it Club H. Many assumed the H stood for Harry, but in fact it stood for High Grove. The basement had once been a bomb shelter. To get down to its depths, you went through a heavy white ground level door, then down a steep flight of stone stairs, then groped your way along a damp stone floor, then descended 3 more stairs, walked down a long damp corridor with a low arched roof, past several wine cellars wherein Camilla kept her fanciest bottles, on past a freezer and several storerooms full of paintings, pillow gear, and absurd gifts from foreign governments and continents. No one wanted them, but they could not be regifted or donated or thrown out so they'd been carefully logged and sealed away. Beyond that final storeroom were two green doors with little brass handles, and on the other side of those was Club H. It was windowless, but the brick walls, painted bone white, kept it from feeling claustrophobic. Also, we kitted out the space with nice pieces from various royal residences: Persian rug, red Moroccan sofas, wooden table, electric dartboard. We also put in a huge stereo system. It didn't sound great, but it was loud. In a corner stood a drinks trolley, well stocked, thanks to creative borrowing, so there was always a faint aroma of beer and other booze. But thanks to a big vent in good working order, there was also the smell of flowers. Fresh air from Pa's gardens was pumped in constantly, with hints of lavender and honeysuckle. Willie and I would start a typical weekend evening by sneaking into a nearby pub, where we'd have a few drinks, a few but pints of snakebite, then round up a group of mates and bring them back to Club H. There were never more than 15 of us, though somehow there were never less than 15 either. Names float back to me: Badger, Casper, Nisha, Lizzie, Skippy, Emma, Rose, Olivia, Chimp, Pell. We all got on well, and sometimes a bit more well. There was plenty of innocent snogging, which went hand in hand with not so innocent drinking. Rum and coke or vodka, usually in tumblers with liberal splashes of Red Bull. We were often tipsy and sometimes smashed, and yet there wasn't a single time that anyone used or brought drugs down there. Our bodyguards were always nearby, which kept a lid on things, but it was more than that. We had a sense of boundaries. Club H was a perfect hideout for a teenager, but especially this teenager. When I wanted peace, Club H provided. When I wanted mischief, Club H was the safest place to act out. When I wanted solitude, what better than a bomb shelter in the middle of a British countryside? Genius. Willie felt the same. I often thought he seemed more at peace down there than anywhere else on earth, and it was a relief, I think, to be somewhere that he didn't feel the need to pretend I was a stranger. When it was just the two of us down there, we would play games, listen to music, we would talk, with Bob Marley, Fatboy Slim, or DJ Sakin or Yomanda thumping in the background. Willie sometimes tried to talk about mummy. Club H felt like the one place secure enough to broach that taboo subject. Just one problem: I wasn't willing. Whenever he went there, I changed the subject. He would get frustrated, and I would not acknowledge his frustration. More likely, I couldn't even recognize it. Being so obtuse, so emotionally unavailable, was not a choice I made. I simply was not capable. I wasn't even close to ready. One topic that was always safe was how wonderful it felt to be unseen. We talked at length about the glory, the luxury of privacy, of spending an hour or two away from the press's prying eyes. Our one true haven, he said, where those lot can never, ever, ever find us. And then they found us. At the tail end of 2001, Marco visited me at Eton. We met for lunch at a cafe in the heart of town, which I thought quite a treat. Plus an excuse to bunk off, leave school grounds. I was all smiles. But no. Marco, looking grim, said this was no larky outing. What's up, Marco? I've been asked to find out the truth, Harry. About what? I suspected he was referring to my recent loss of virginity. Inglorious episode with an older woman. She liked horses quite a lot and treated me not unlike a young stallion. Quick ride, after which she'd smack my rump and sent me off to graze. Among the many things about it that were wrong, it happened in a grassy field behind a pub. Obviously, someone had seen us. The truth, Marco? About whether or not you're doing drugs, Harry. What? It seemed that the editor of Britain's biggest tabloid had recently phoned my office's father to say he'd uncover evidence of my doing drugs in various locations, including Club H. Also a bike shed behind a pub. Not the pub where I'd lost my virginity. My father's office immediately dispatched Marco to make a clandestine meeting with one of the editor's lieutenants in some shady hotel room. and the lieutenant laid out the tabloid's case. Now Marco laid it out for me. He asked again if it was true. Lies, I said, all lies. He went item by item through the editor's evidence. I disputed all of it. Wrong, wrong, wrong. The basic fact, the details, it was all wrong. I then questioned Marco. Who the hell is this editor? Loathsome toad, I gathered. Everyone who knew her was in full agreement that she was an infected pustule of the arse of humanity, plus a shit excuse for a journalist. But none of that mattered because she'd managed to wriggle her way into a position of great power, and lately she was focusing all that power upon me. She was hunting despair, straight out, and making no apologies for it. She would not stop until my balls were nailed to her office wall. I was lost. For doing basic teenage stuff, Marco? No, boy, no. In this editor's estimation, Marco said I was a drug addict. A what? One way or another, Marco said. That was the story she was going to publish. I offered a suggestion about what this editor could do with her story. I told Marco to go back, tell her she had it all wrong. He promised he would. He rang me days later, said he'd done what I'd asked, but the editor didn't believe him. And now she was vowing not only to get me, but to get Marco. Surely, I said, Pa will do something. Stop her. Long silence. No, Marco said. Pa's office decided on a different approach. Rather than telling the editor to call off the dogs, the palace was opting to play ball with her. They were going full Neville Chamberlain. Did Marco tell me why, or did I learn only later that the guiding force behind his putrid strategy was the same spin doctor Pa and Camilla had recently hired? The same spin doctor who'd leaked details of our private summits with Camilla. This spin doctor, Marco said, had decided the best approach in this case would be to spin me right under the bus. In one swoop, this would appease the editor and also bolster the sagging reputation of Pa. Amidst all this unpleasantness, all this extortion and gamemanship, the spin doctor had discovered one silver lining, one shiny consolation prize for Pa. No more the unfaithful husband. Pa would now be presented to the world as the harried single dad coping with the drug-addled child. Wow. Wow. I would freak the fuck out. Really, I would. You know what happens when you're not a drug addict and people call you a drug addict? You turn into a drug addict. I went back to Eton, tried to put all this out of my mind, tried to focus on my schoolwork. I tried to be calm. I listened over and over to my go-to soothing CD, Sounds of the Okavango, 40 tracks, crickets, baboons, rainstorm, thunder, birds, lions, and hyenas scrapping over a kill. At night, shutting off the lights, I'd hit play. My room sounded like a tributary of the Okavango. It was the only way I could sleep. After a few days, the meeting with Marco receded from consciousness. It began to feel like a nightmare. And then I woke to the actual nightmare. A blaring front page headline, Harry's Drug Shame. January 2002. Spread over 7 pages inside the newspaper were all the lies Marco had presented to me and many more. Not only had me as a habitual drug user, it had me recently going to rehab. Rehab! The editor had got her mitts on some photos of Marco and me paying a visit to a suburban rehab center months earlier, a typical part of my princely charitable work, and she had repurposed the photos, made them visual aids for her libelous fiction. I gazed at the photo and read the story in shock. I felt sickened and horrified. I imagined everyone, all my countrymen and countrywomen, reading these things, believing them. I could hear people all across the Commonwealth gossiping about me. Crikey, the boy's a disgrace. His poor dad after all he's been through. More, I felt heartbroken at the idea that this had been partly the work of my own family, my own father and future stepmother. They'd abetted this nonsense for what? To make their own lives a bit easier? I phoned Willie. I couldn't speak. He couldn't either. He was sympathetic and more. Raw deal, Harold. At moments, he was even angry about the whole thing than I was, because he was privy to more details about the spin doctor and the backroom dealings that had led to this public sacrifice of despair. And yet, in the same breath, he assured me there is nothing to be done. This was Pa. This was Camila. This was normal life. This was our life. I phoned Marco. He too offered sympathy. I asked him to remind me what was this editor's name. He said it, and I committed it to memory. But in the years then, I have avoided speaking it, and I don't wish to repeat it here. Spare the reader, but also myself. Besides, can it possibly be a coincidence the name of the woman who presented I went to rehab is the perfect anagram for rehabber cooks? I don't get it. Is the universe not saying something there? Who am I not to listen? Over several weeks, newspapers continued to rehash the rehabber cooks libels. What is he talking about? Over several weeks, I really want to know what that means. Over several weeks, newspapers continued to rehash the rehabber cooks libels, along with various new and equally fabricated accounts of goings-ons in Club H. Our fairly innocent teenage clubhouse was made to sound like a Caligula's bedchamber. Around this time of Pa's dearest friends came to Highgrove. She was with her husband. Paul had asked me to give them a tour. I walked them around the gardens, but they did not care about lavender and honeysuckle. The woman asked eagerly, "Where is Club H?" An avid reader of all the papers. I led her to the door and opened it. I pointed down the dark steps. She breathed in deeply and smiled. "Oh, it even smells of weed." It didn't, though. It smelled of damp earth, stone, and moss. It smelled of cut flowers, clean dirt, maybe a hint of beer. Lovely smell, totally organic, but the power of suggestion had taken hold of this woman. Even when I swore to her that there was no weed, that I'd never done drugs down there, she gave me a wink. I thought she was going to ask me to sell her a bag. Part 35. Our family was no longer getting larger. There were no new spouses on the horizons, no new babies. My aunts and uncles, Sophie and Edward, Fergie and Andrew, had stopped growing their families. Pa, too, of course. An era of stasis had set in. But now, in 2002, it dawned on all of us, that the family wasn't static after all. We were about to get smaller. Princess Margaret and Gan were both unwell. I didn't know Princess Margaret, whom I called Aunt Margot. She was my great aunt, yes. We shared 12.5% of our DNA. We spent the bigger holidays together, and yet she was almost a total stranger. Like most Britons, I mainly knew of her. I was conversant with the general contours of her sad life. Great love thwarted by the palace, exuberant streaks of self-destruction splashed across the tabloids. One hasty marriage which looked doomed at the outset and ended up being worse than expected. Her husband leaving poisonous notes around the house, scalding lists of things wrong with her. 24 reasons why I hate you. Growing up, I felt nothing for her except a bit of pity and a lump of jumpiness. She could kill a houseplant with one scowl. Mostly when she was around, I kept my distance. On those rarer than rare occasions when our paths crossed, when she deemed to take notice of me, to speak to me, I'd wonder if she had any opinion of me. It seemed she didn't, or else, given her tone, her coldness, her opinion wasn't much. Then one Christmas, she cleared up the mystery. The whole family gathered to open gifts on Christmas Eve, as always, a German tradition that survived the anglicizing of the family's surname from Saxe Coburg Gotha to Windsor. Really? We were at Sandringham in the big room with a long table covered with white cloth and white name cards. By custom, at the start of the night, each of us located our place, stood before our mound of presents. Then suddenly everyone began opening at the same time. A free for all with scores of family members talking at once and pulling at bows and wrapping paper. Standing before my pile, I chose to open the smallest present first. The tag said, "From Aunt Margot." I looked over and called out, "Thank you, Aunt Margot. I do hope you like it, Harry." I tore off the paper. It was a bureau. A bureau? Oh, I said. Wow. Yes, she said. A bureau. I said, "Thank you so much." It wasn't just any bureau, she pointed out. It had a tiny rubber fish wrapped around it. I said, "Oh, a fish bureau. Okay." I told myself, this is cold blooded. What's a bureau? I'm going to Google it. It's a pen. Now and then, as I grew older, it struck with me that Aunt Margot and I should have been friends. We had so much in common. Two spares. Her relationship with Granny wasn't an exact analog of mine with Willie, but pretty close. The simmering rivalry, the intense competition, driven largely by the older sibling, it all looked familiar. Aunt Margot also wasn't that dissimilar from Mummy. Both rebels, both labeled as sirens. Pablo Picasso was among the many men obsessed with Margot. So my first thought when I learned in early 2002 that she'd been taken ill was to wish there'd been more time to get to know her. We were well past that. She was unable to care for herself. After badly burning her feet in a bath, she was confined to a wheelchair and said to be swiftly declining. When she died, February 9th, 2002, my first thought was that this would be a heavy blow to Gan Gan, who was also on the decline. Granny tried to talk to Gan Gan out of attending the funeral, but Gan Gan dragged herself out of her sick bed and shortly after that day took a bad fall. It was Pa who told me she'd been confined to her bed at Royal Lodge, the sprawling country house in which she lived part-time the last 50 years, when she wasn't at her main residence, Clarence House. Royal Lodge was 3 miles south of Windsor Castle, still in Windsor Great Park, still part of the Crown Estate, but like the castle, it had been 1 foot in another world. Dizzyingly high ceilings, pebbled driveway winding serenely through vivid gardens, built not long after the death of Cromwell. I felt comforted to hear that Gan Gan was there, a place I knew she loved. She was in her own bed, Pa said, not suffering. Granny was often with her. Days later, at Eton, while studying, I took the call. I wish I could remember whose voice was at the other end. A quarter, I believe. I recall that it was just before Easter, the weather bright and warm. Light slanting through my window, filled with vivid colors. Your Royal Highness, the Queen Mother has died. Cut to Willie and me days later, dark suits, downcast faces, eyes filled with deja vu. We walked slowly behind the gun carriage, bagpipes playing, hundreds of them. The sound threw me back in time. I began shaking. Once again, we made that hideous trek to Westminster Abbey. Then we stepped into a car, joined the cortege from the center of town, along Whitehall, out to the mall, on to St. George's Chapel. Throughout that morning, my eye kept going to the top of Gan Gan's coffin where they had set the crown. Its 3,000 diamonds and jeweled cross winked in the spring sunlight. At the center of the cross was a diamond the size of a cricket ball. Not just a diamond, actually, the great diamond of the world. An 105-carat monster called the Koh-i-Noor. Largest diamond ever seen by human eyes, acquired by the British Empire at its zenith. Stolen, some thought. I'd heard it was mesmerizing, and I'd heard it was cursed. Men fought for it, died for it, and thus the curse was said to be masculine. Only women were permitted to wear it. Wow. Part 36. Strange after so much mourning to just party, but months later came the Golden Jubilee, 50th anniversary of Granny's reign. Over 4 days that summer of 2002, Willie and I were constantly pulling on another set of smart clothes, jumping into another black car, rushing to yet another venue for another party or parade, reception or gala. Britain was intoxicated. People did jigs in the streets, sang from balconies and rooftops. Everyone wore some version of the Union Jack, in a nation known for its retinence. This was a startling expression of unbridled joy. Startling to me anyway. Granny did not seem startled. I was startled at how unstartled she was. It wasn't that she felt no emotions. On the contrary, I always thought that Granny experienced all the normal human emotions. She just knew better than the rest of us mortals how to control them. I stood beside her or behind her through much of the Golden Jubilee weekend, and I often thought, if this can't shake her, then she's truly earned her reputation for being impenetrable serenity. In which case, I thought, maybe I'm a foundling, because I'm a nervous wreck. There were several reasons for my nerves, but the main one was a brewing scandal. Just before the Jubilee, I'd been summoned by one of my quarters to his little office, and without much of a build-up, he asked, Harry, are you doing cocaine? This is like very Lisa Rinna of this man to speak to Harry like that. Shades of my lunch with Marco. What am I? How could? No! Well, could there be a photo out there? Is it possible that someone somewhere might have a photo of you doing cocaine? God, no, that's ridiculous. Why? He explained he'd been approached by a newspaper editor who claimed to have come into possession of a photo showing Prince Harry snoring a line. He's a liar. It's not true. I see, be that as it may, this editor is willing to lock the photo into his safe forever, but in exchange, he wants to sit down with you and explain that what you're doing is very damaging. He wants to give you some life advice. Ah, creepy and devious, diabolical, in fact. Because if I agree to this meeting, then I'm admitting guilt. Right. I told myself. After rehab or cooks, they all want to go at me. She'd scored a direct hit, and now her competitors are lining up to be next. When will it end? I reassured myself that the editor had nothing, that he was just fishing. He must have heard a rumor that he was tracking it down. Stay the course, I told myself. And then I told the quarter to call the journalist bluff, vigorously refute the claim, turn down the deal. Above all, reject the proffered meeting. I am not going to submit to blackmail. The quarter nodded, done. Of course, I wait. Of course, I had been doing cocaine around this time. At someone's country house during a shooting weekend, I'd been offered a line, and I'd done a few more since. It wasn't much fun, and it didn't make me particularly happy, as if it seemed to make everyone around me, but it did make me feel different. And that was the main goal, to feel different. I was a deeply unhappy 17-year-old boy, willing to try almost anything that would alter my status quo. That's what I told myself anyway. Back then I could lie to myself effortlessly as I lied to that quarter. But now I realized Coke had not been worth the candle. The risk far outweighed the reward. Threatened with exposure, faced with the prospect of following up Granny's Golden Jubilee, walking a knife's edge with the mad press, nothing was worth any of that. On the bright side, I'd played the game well. After I'd called the journalist bluff, he went silent. As suspected, he had no photo. And when his con game didn't work, he slithered off. Or not quite. He slithered into Clarence's house and became very good friends with Camilla and Pa. I was ashamed for lying, but also proud. In a tight spot, a huge, scary crisis, I had not felt any serenity like Granny, but at least I'd managed to protect it. I had channeled some of her superpower, her heroic stoicism. I regretted giving the quarter a cock and bull story, but the alternative would have been 10 times worse. A job well done? Maybe I wasn't a foundling after all. Oh my god. Is lying about cocaine as exciting as doing cocaine? Is lying about doing cocaine, knowing there's just might be a headline of you on a magazine doing cocaine, is that as exciting as cocaine? I don't know. This live stream is sponsored by a bakery, Williamsburg. It's literally called bakery. It's like a French bakery, and it's delicious. Part 37. On Tuesday, the culminating day of the Jubilee, millions watched Granny go from palace to church. A special Thanksgiving service. They capitalized palace, but they did not capitalize Thanksgiving. She rode with Grandpa in a carriage of gold, all of it, every square inch, lustrous gold, gold doors, gold wheels, gold roof, and on top of it, all a gold crown, held aloft by 3 angels cast in glowing gold. The carriage was built 13 years before the American Revolution and still ran like a top. As it sped her and Grandpa through the streets, somewhere in the distance, a massive choir blasted the coronation anthem. Rejoice, rejoice, we did. For even the grumpiest anti-monarchist, it was hard not to feel at least one goosebump. There was a luncheon that day, I think, and a dinner party, but it all felt a bit anticlimactic. The main event, everyone acknowledged, had taken place the night before in the gardens outside Buckingham Palace, a performance by some of the greatest musical artists of the century. Paul McCartney sang Her Majesty, and Brian May on the roof played God Save the Queen. How marvelous, many said, and how miraculous that Granny should be so hip, so modern, that she should allow, and indeed relish, all this modern rock. Sitting directly behind her, I couldn't help thinking the same thing. To see her tapping her foot and swaying in time, I wanted to hug her, though of course I did not. Out of the question. I never had done and could not imagine any circumstance in which such an act might be sanctioned. There was a famous story about Mummy trying to hug Granny. It was actually more of a lunge than a hug. If eyewitnesses can be believed, Granny swerved to avoid eye contact, and the whole thing ended very awkwardly, with averted eyes and murmured apologies. Every time I tried to picture the scene, it reminded me of thwarted pickpocketing or a rugby tap tackle. I wondered, watching Granny rock out to Brian May, if Ma ever if Pa ever tried hugging Granny. Probably not. When he was 5 or 6, Granny left him, went off on a royal tour lasting several months. When she returned, she offered him a firm handshake. This is really problematic. This is why boomers are so dark. I circled that. As the concert went on and on, I began to feel tired. I had a headache from the loud music and from the stress of the last few weeks. Granny, however, showed no signs of fading, still growing strong, still tapping and swaying. Suddenly, I looked closer. I noticed something in her ears. Something gold? Gold as a golden carriage. Gold as a golden angel's. I leaned forward. Maybe not quite gold. No, maybe it was more yellow. Yes, yellow earplugs. I looked in my lap and smiled. When I lifted my head again, I watched with glee as Granny kept time to music she couldn't hear, or music she found a clever and subtle way of distancing and controlling. More than ever, I wanted to give my granny a hug. Part 38. I sat down with Paul that summer, possibly at Balmoral, though I might have been at Clarence's house, where he was now living more or less full time. He moved in shortly after Gangan's death. Wherever he lived, I lived, when I wasn't living at Manor House. My final year at Eton drawing near, Pa wanted to chat about how I envisioned my life post Eton. Most of my mates would be headed off to university. Willie was already at St. Andrews and thriving. Henners had just finished his A levels at Harrow School and so was planning to go to Newcastle. And you, darling boy, have you given any thought to the future? Why, yes, I have. For several years, I talked in all seriousness about working at the ski resort at Lunch Arlberg, where Mummy used to take us. Such wonderful memories. Specifically, I wanted to work at the fondue hut in the center of town, which Mummy loved. That fondue could change your life. I really was that crazy. But now I told Pa I'd given up the fondue fantasy and he sighed with relief. Instead, I was taken with the notions of becoming a ski instructor. Pa tensed again. Out of the question. Long pause. How about a safari guide? No, darling boy. This was not going to be easy. Part of me really did want to do something totally outside the box, something that would make everyone in the family, in the country, sit up and say, what the? Part of me wanted to drop out, disappear, as Mummy did, and other princes. Wasn't there one in India a long time ago, a bloke who just about walked out of the palace and sat under a lovely banyan tree? We'd read about him at school, or at least we were supposed to. But another part of me felt hugely ambitious. People assumed that the spare would not or should not have any ambition. People assumed that royals generally had no career desires or anxieties. You're royal. Everything's done for you, so why worry? But in fact, I worried quite a lot about making my own way, finding my purpose in this world. I didn't want to be one of those cocktail slurping, eye roll causing sloths everyone avoided at family gatherings. There had been plenty of those in my family going back centuries. Pa, in fact, might have become one. He'd always been discouraged from hard work, he told me. He'd been advised that the heir shouldn't do too much, shouldn't try too hard, for fear of outshining the monarch. But he rebelled, listened to his inner voice, discovered that work excited him. He wanted that for me. That was why he didn't press me to go to university. He knew it wasn't in my DNA. Not that I was anti-university per se. In fact, the University of Bristol looked interesting. I pored over its literature, even considered a course in art history. Lots of pretty girls took that subject. But I just couldn't picture myself spending years bent over a book. My Eton House master couldn't either. He told me straight out, "You're not the university type, Harry." Now Pa added his assent. It was no secret, he said gently, that I wasn't the family scholar. He didn't mean it as a dig, but still I winced. He and I went round and round, and in my head I went back and forth. And by process of elimination, we landed on the army. It made sense. It aligned with my desire to be outside the box and to disappear. The military would take me away from the prying eyes of public and the press, but it also fitted. It also fit with my hope of making a difference. And it accorded with my personality. My prized toys as boy had always been miniature soldiers. I'd spent thousands of hours planning and waging epic battles with them at Kensington Palace and in High Grove's Rosemary Very Design Gardens. I'd also treated every game of paintball as though the future of the Commonwealth depended on the outcome. Pa smiled. Yes, darling boy, the army sounds like just the thing. But first, he added, many people took a gap year as a matter of course. Pa, however, considered a gap year to be one of his most formative periods in a person's life. See the world, darling boy, have adventures. So I sat down with Marco and tried to decide what those adventures might look like. We settled first on Australia. Spend half the year working on a farm. Excellent. As for the second half of the year, Africa. I told Marco I'd like to join the fight against AIDS. This would be an homage to Mummy, an explicit continuation of her work. Did not need to be spelled out. Marco went away, did some research, and came back to me and said, Lesotho. Never heard of it, I confessed. He educated me. Landlocked country, lovely country, bordering South Africa, needs, lots of needs, loads of work to be done. I was overjoyed, a plan at last. Soon after, I visited Henner's, a weekend in Edinburgh, autumn 2002. We went to a restaurant and I told him all about it. Good for you, Haz. He was taking a gap year as well in East Africa, Uganda, as I recall, working in a rural school. At that moment, however, he was working a part-time job at Ludgrove, working as a stooge, the Ludgrovian word for handyman. It was a very cool job, he said. He got to work with kids and got to fix things all over the ground. Plus, I teased him, all the free strawberries and carrots you can eat. But he was quite serious about it. I like teaching, Haz. Oh, we talked excitedly about Africa and made plans to meet up there. After Uganda, after college, Hunters would too probably go into the army. He was going to be a green jacket. It wasn't really about a decision. His family had been in uniform for generations. We talked about meeting up there too. Maybe, we said, we will find ourselves side by side one day, marching into battle or helping people on the other side of the world. The future, we wondered aloud what it held. I worried about it, but not Henner's. He did not take the future seriously. Henner's didn't take anything seriously. Life as it comes, take it as it comes, Has. That's what Henner's always and forever said. And I envied his tranquility. For now, however, he was heading to one of Edinburgh's casinos. He asked if I wanted to come along. I can't, I said. I couldn't possibly be seen in a casino. It would be a huge scandal. Too bad, he said. Cheers, we both said, promising to talk again. 2 months later, on a Sunday morning, just before Christmas 2002, the news must have come in the form of a phone call, though I dimly recall holding the phone, hearing the words. Henners and another boy, leaving a party near Ludgrove, drove into a tree. Though the call's a blur, I vividly remember my reaction, the same as when Pa told me about Mummy. Right, so Henners was in an accident, but he's in the hospital, right? He's going to be okay? No, he wasn't. And the other boy, the driver, had been critically injured. Willie and I went to the funeral, a little parish church down the road from where Henners grew up. I remember hundreds of people squeezing into creaky wooden pews. I remember after the service queuing up to hug Henner's parents, Alex and Claire and his brothers, Thomas and Charlie. I think while we waited, I overheard whispered discussions of the crash. It was foggy, you know. They weren't going far. Where were they going? And at what time of night? They were at a party and the sound system was knackered, so they ran off to get another. No, they went to borrow a CD player from a friend, short distance, you know. So they didn't bother with seatbelts, just like Mommy. And yet, unlike Mummy, there is no way to spin this as a disappearance. This was death. No two ways about it. Also, unlike Mummy, Penrose was not going that fast because he wasn't being chased. 20 miles an hour tops, everyone said. And yet the car went straight into an old tree. Old ones, someone explained, are much harder than young ones. They wouldn't let me out of Eton until I acted. That was what they said. I needed to take part in one of their formal dramas before they'd punch my ticket and release me into the wild. It sounded ridiculous, but theater was dead serious at Eton. The drama department staged several productions each year, and the year-end production was always the most major of them all. It was in the late spring of 2003. It was Shakespeare's Much Ado About Nothing. I was cast as Conrad, minor character. He was perhaps a drinker, perhaps a drunkard, which gave the press all sorts of clever openings for calling me a drunkard too. What's this? Bit of typecasting, is it? Stories wrote themselves. Eaton's drama teacher said nothing about typecasting when he gave me the role. He just told me I was Conrad. Have fun with it, Harry. And I didn't question his motives. I wouldn't have questioned them even if I'd suspected he was taking the piss because I wanted to get out of Eton, and to get out of Eton you had to act. Among other things, I learned from studying the play that it was wrong-headed and reductive to focus on Conrad's alcohol consumption. He was a fascinating guy, really, loyal but also immoral, full of advice but essentially a follower. Above all, he was a henchman, a sidekick, whose main function, seemingly, was to give the audience a laugh or two. I found it easy to throw myself into such a role and discovered during dress rehearsals that I had a hidden talent. Being royal, it turned out, wasn't all that far from being on stage. Acting was acting, no matter the context. Opening night, my father sat dead center in a packed Farrar theater, and no one had a better time. Here it was, his dream come true, a son performing Shakespeare, and he was getting his money's worth. He roared, he howled, he applauded, but inexplicably at all the wrong moments. His timing was bizarrely off. He sat mute when everyone else was laughing. He laughed when everyone else was silent. More than noticeable, it was bloody distracting. The audience thought Pa was a plant, part of the performance. Who's that over there laughing at nothing? Oh, is that the Prince of Wales? Later, backstage, Pa was all compliments. You were wonderful, darling boy. But I couldn't help looking cross. What's the matter, darling boy? Pa, you laughed at all the wrong times. He was baffled, and I was too. How could he have no idea what I was talking about? Slowly, it became clear. He told me once that, when he was my age, acting in his own school performance of Shakespeare, Grandpa turned up and did exactly the same thing. Laughed at all the wrong times. Made a complete spectacle. Was Pa modeling his own father because he knew no other way to parent? Or was it more subliminal? Some recessive gene expressing itself? Is each generation doomed to unwittingly repeat the sins of the last? I wanted to know, and I might have asked, but it wasn't the sort of thing you could ever raise with Pa or Grandpa, so I put it out of my mind and tried to focus on the good. Pa is here, I told myself, and he is proud, and that is not nothing. That was more than a lot of kids had. I thanked him for coming, gave him a kiss on the cheek. As Conrad says, can you make no use of your discontent? Part 40. I completed my education at Eton in June 2003, thanks to hours of hard work and some extra tutoring arranged by Pa. No small feat for one so unscholarly, so limited, so distracted, and while I was not proud of myself exactly, because I did not know how to be proud of myself, I felt a distinct pause in my nonstop internal self-criticism. Then I was accused of cheating. An art teacher came forward with evidence of cheating, which turned out not to be evidence of cheating. It turned out to be nothing at all, and I was later cleared by the exam board. But the damage was done. The accusation stuck. Broken-hearted, I wanted to release a statement, hold a press conference, tell the world I did the work. I did not cheat. The palace wouldn't let me. In this, as in most things, the palace stuck fast to the family motto: never complain, never explain, especially if the complainer was an 18-year-old boy. Thus, I was forced to sit by and say nothing while the papers called me a cheat and dummy every day. Because of an art project? I mean, how do you cheat on an art project? This was the official start of that dreaded title, Prince Thicko. Just as I was cast as Conrad without my consultation or consent, I was now cast in this role. The difference was we did much ado about nothing for 3 nights. This had the look of a role that would last a lifetime. Prince Harry? Oh yeah, not too bright. Can't pass a simple test without cheating. That's what I read. I talked to Pa about it. I was near despair. He said what he always said: darling boy, just don't read it. He never read it. He read everything else, from Shakespeare to white papers and climate change, but never the news. He did watch the BBC, but he'd often end up throwing the controller at the TV. The problem was everyone else read it. Everyone in my family claimed not to, just like Pa, but even as they were making this claim to your face, live-read footmen were bustling around them, fanning every British newspaper across silver platters as neatly as the scones and marmalades. Part 41. The farm was called Tulumbilla. The people who owned it were the Hills, Noel and Annie. Noel and Annie. They had been friends of Mummy. Annie had been Mummy's flatmate when she first started dating Pa. Marco helped me find them and somehow persuaded them to let me be their unpaid summer jackaroo. The Hills had 3 children: Nikki, Eustace, and George. The eldest, George, was exactly my age, though he looked much older, perhaps due to years and years of toil under the boiling Australian sun. Upon arriving, I learned that George would be my mentor, my boss, my headmaster in a way, though Tulumbilla was nothing like Eton. In fact, it was like no place I'd ever been. I came from a green place. The Hills farm was an ode to Brown. And I came from a place where every move was monitored, catalogued, and subjected to judgment. The Hills farm was so vast and remote that no one could see me for most of each day but George and the odd wallaby. Above all, I came from a place that was temperate, rainy, cool. The Hills farm was hot. I wasn't sure I could endure this kind of hot. The Australian outback had a climate I did not understand and which my body could not seem to accept. Like Pa, I wilted at the mere mention of heat. How was I supposed to put up with an oven inside of a blast furnace, inside a nuclear reactor, set on top of an active volcano? Bad spot for me, but worse for my bodyguards. Those poor lads. Of all the assignments, plus their lodging was extra Spartan, an outbuilding on the edge of the farm. I rarely saw them and often imagined them out there sitting in their briefs before a noisy electric fan, grumpily polishing their CVs. The Hills let me bunk with them in the main house, a sweet little bungalow with a white clapboard, wooden steps leading to a wide porch, a front door that gave out a kittenish squeak every time you pulled it open and a loud bang every time you let it fly shut. The door had a tight screen to keep out mosquitoes, which were as big as birds. That first night, sitting over dinner, I could not hear anything but the rhythmic slap of the bloodsuckers against mesh. There wasn't much else to hear. We were all a bit awkward, trying to pretend that I was a jackaroo and not a prince, trying to pretend we weren't thinking about Mummy, who loved Annie, whom Annie loved in turn. Annie clearly wanted to talk about Mummy, but as with Willie, I just couldn't. So I shoveled in the food, and I praised it, and I asked for seconds, and I searched my brain for anodyne topics of conversation, but I could not think of any. The heat had already paired my cognitive skills. Falling asleep those first nights in the outback, I'd conjure up the image of Marco and worriedly ask about him. Did we really think this through, mate? Part 42. How exciting. To remedy all problems, as always, was work. Hard, sweaty, nonstop labor. That's what the hills had to offer, and plenty of it. I couldn't get enough. The harder I worked, the less I felt the heat, and the easier it was to talk or not talk around the supper table. But this wasn't merely work. Being a jackaroo required stamina, to be sure, but it also demanded a certain artistry. You had to be a whisperer with the animals. You had to be a reader of the skies and the land. You also had to possess a superior level of horsemanship. I had come to Australia thinking I knew my way around horses, but the hills were Huns, each born in a saddle. Noel was the son of a professional polo player. He'd been Pa's former polo coach. Annie could stroke a horse's nose and tell you what that beast was thinking, and George climbed into a saddle more easily than most people could get into their beds. A typical working day began in the middle of the night. Hours before dawn, George and I would stumble outside, tackle the first chores, trying to get as much done as possible before the sun ascended. At first light, we'd saddle up, gallop to the edges of the hills, 40,000 acres, double the size of Balmoral, and begin to muster. That is, move the herd of cattle from here to there. We'd also search for individual cows that had strayed overnight and drive them back into the herd, or load some onto a trailer and take them to another section. I barely knew exactly why we were moving those cows, or those, but I got to the bottom line. Cows need their space. I felt that. Whenever George and I found a group of strays, a rebellious little cattle cabal, it was especially challenging. It was vital to keep them together. If they scattered, we'd be properly fucked. It would take hours to round them up, and then the day would be wrecked. If one darted off into a strand of trees, say, George or I would have to ride full speed after it. Every now and then, mid-chase, you'd get whipped out of the saddle by a low-hanging branch, maybe knocked cold. When you came to, you would do a check for broken bones, internal bleeding, while your horse stood morosely over you. The trick was never letting a chase last too long. Long chases wore out the cow, reduced its body fat, slashed its market value. Fat was money, and there was no margin for error with Aussie cattle, which had so little fat to begin with. Water was scarce, grass was scarce, and what little there was often got grubbed by kangaroos, which George and his family viewed as other people view rats. Oh, they didn't like kangaroos? I always flinched and chuckled at the way George spoke to errant cattle. He harangued them, abused them, cursed them, favoring one curse word in particular, a word many go a lifetime without using. George could not go 5 minutes. Most people dive under a table when they hear this word, but for George it was a Swift's army knife of language, endless applications and uses. He also made it sound almost charming with his Aussie accent. It was merely one of dozens of words in complete George lexicon. For instance, a fat was a plump cow ready for slaughter. A steal was a young bull that should have been castrated but hadn't yet. A wiener was a calf newly split from its mother. A smoko was a cigarette break. Tucker was food. I spent a lot of 2003 sitting high in a saddle, watching a wiener while sucking a smoko and dreaming of my next tucker. We all think that the other curse word was cunt, right? We do. Sometimes hard, sometimes tedious, mustering could be unexpectedly emotional. Young females were easier. They went where you nudged them, but young males did not care for being bossed around. And what they really didn't like was being split from their mums. They cried, moaned, sometimes charged you. A wildly swung horn could ruin a lib or sever an artery, but I wasn't afraid. Instead, I was empathetic, and the young males seemed to know. The one job I wouldn't do, the one piece of hard work I shied from, was snipping balls. Every time George brought out that shiny blade, I'd raise my hands. No, mate, I can't do it. Suit yourself. At day's end, I'd take a scalding shower, eat a gargantuan supper, then sit with George on the porch, rolling cigarettes, sipping cold beers. Sometimes we would listen to a small CD player, which made me think of Paz Wireless or Henner's. He and the other boy went to borrow another CD player. Often we would just sit gazing into the distance. The land was so tabletop flat you could see thunderstorms brewing hours ahead of when they arrived, the first spidery bolts flicking the far off land. As the bolts got thicker and closer, wind would race through the house, ruffling the curtains. Then the rooms would flutter with white light. The first thunderclaps would shake the furniture. Finally, the deluge. George would sigh. His parents would sigh. Rain was grass. Rain was fat. Rain was money. If it didn't rain, that also felt like a blessing, because after a windstorm, the clear sky would be peppered with stars. I'd point out to George what the gang in Botswana had pointed out to me. See that bright one next to the moon? That's Venus. And over there, that's Scorpius. Best place to see it is the southern hemisphere. And there's Pleiades, and there's Sirius, the brightest star in the sky. And there's Orion, the hunter. All comes down to hunting, doesn't it? Hustlers, hunted. What's that, Harry? Nothing. The one thing I found endlessly, what page are we on? We're on page 88. Are you reading along with me? We're on page 88 and there's like 407 pages. We're a quarter of the way through. The thing I found endlessly mesmerizing about the stars was how far away they were. The light you saw was born hundreds of centuries ago. In other words, looking at a star, you were looking at the past, at a long time before you knew or anyone you loved or had lived or died or disappeared. George and I usually hit the sack about 8:30. Often we were too tired to take off our clothes. I was no longer afraid of the dark. I actually craved it. I slept as if dead, woke as if reborn, sore but ready for more. There were no days off. Between the relentless work, relentless heat, relentless cows, I could feel myself being whittled down, lighter each morning by a kilo, quieter by a few dozen words. Even my British accent was being pared away. After 6 weeks, I sounded nothing like Willie and Pa. I sounded more like George, and I dressed a bit like him as well. I took to wearing a slouchy felt cowboy hat like his. I carried one of his old leather whips. Oh, good, I'm glad you're liking this. Finally, to go with this new Harry, I acquired a new name, Spike. It happened like this. My hair had never fully recovered after I'd let my Eton schoolmates shave it. Some strands shot up like summer grass, some lay flat like lacquered hay. George often pointed to my head and said, "You look like a right mess." But on a trip to Sydney to see the Rugby World Cup, I'd made an official appearance at the Taronga Zoo, and I'd been asked to pose for a photo with something called an enchinda, a cross between a hedgehog and an anteater. It had hard, spiky hair, which was why the zookeepers named it Spike. It looked, as George would say, a right mess. More to the point, it looked like me, a lot like me. And when George happened to see a photo of me posing with Spike, he yelped, "Has, that thing's got your hair." Thereafter, he never called me anything but Spike. And then my bodyguards took up the chorus. Indeed, they made Spike my codename on the radio. Some even printed up t-shirts, which they wore while guarding me. Spike 2003. Soon, my mates at home got wind of this new nickname and adopted it. I became Spike when I wasn't Has or Baz or Prince Jackaroo or Harold or Darling Boy or Scrawny or a nickname given me by some Prince Palace staff. Identity had always been problematic, but with half a dozen formal names and a full dozen nicknames, I was turning into a hall of mirrors. Most days I did not care what people called me. Most days I thought, don't care who I am, so long as it's someone new, someone other than Prince Harry. But then an official package would arrive from London, from the palace, and the old me, the old life, the royal life would come racing back. The packet usually arrived in the everyday mail, though sometimes it was under the arm of a new bodyguard. There was a constant changing of the guard every couple of weeks to keep them fresh and let them see their families. Inside the packet would be letters from Pa, office paperwork, plus some briefs about charities in which I was involved. All stamped, "Attention, His Royal Highness Prince Harry of Wales." One day, the package contained a series of memos from the palace comms team about a delicate matter. Mummy's former butler penned a tell all, which actually told nothing. It was merely one man's self justifying, self centering version of events. My mother once called this butler a dear friend, trusted him implicitly. We did too. And now this? He was milking her disappearance for money. It made my blood boil. I wanted to fly home to confront him. I phoned Pa, announced that I was getting on a plane. I'm sure it was the one and only conversation I had with him while I was in Australia. He, and then in a separate phone call, Willie, talked me out of it. All we could do, they both said, was issue a united condemnation. So we did, or they did. I had nothing to do with the drafting. Personally, I would have gone much further. In measured tones, I called out the butler for his treachery and publicly requested a meeting with him to uncover his motives and explore his so called revelations. The butler answered us publicly, saying he welcomed such a meeting, but not for any constructive purpose. To one newspaper, he vowed, I'd love to give them a piece of my mind. He wanted to give us a piece of his mind? I waited anxiously for the meeting. I counted the days. Of course, it didn't happen. I didn't know why. I assumed the palace quashed it. I told myself, shame. I thought of that man as the one errant steer that got away that summer. Part 43, page 90. I don't recall how I learned about the first man trying to sneak onto the farm. Maybe from George while we were out mustering. I do remember that it was the local police who nabbed the intruder and got rid of him. December 2003. The police were pleased with themselves, but I was glum. I knew what was coming. Paps were like ants. There was never just one. Sure enough, the very next day, two more crept onto the farm. Time to go. I owed so much to the Hills. I didn't want to repay them by ruining their lives. I didn't want to be the cause of them losing one resource more precious than water, privacy. I thanked them for the best 9 weeks of my life, and I flew home, arriving just before Christmas. I went straight to a club my first night home, and then the next night, and then the next night. The press thought I was still in Australia, and I decided their ignorance gave me carte blanche. I love that for him. One night I met a girl, chatted with her over drinks. I didn't know she was a page 3 girl. That was the accepted misogynistic objectifying term for young topless women featured each day on page 3 of Rupert Murdoch's The Sun. I wouldn't have cared if I had known. She seemed smart and fun. I left the club wearing a baseball cap, paps everywhere. So much for carte blanche. I tried to blend into the crowd, walked casually down the road with my bodyguard. We went through St. James Square and got into an unmarked police car. Just as we pulled away, our Mercedes with blacked out windows jumped the pavement and swiped our car, nearly slamming head on into the rear passenger door. We could see it coming, the driver not looking ahead, too busy trying to shoot photos. The story in the papers the next morning should have been about Prince Harry nearly being killed by a reckless pap. Instead, it was about Prince Harry meeting and supposedly kissing a page 3 girl, along with much frantic commentary about the horrors of the spared dating. Such a fallen woman, third in line to the throne, dating her. The snobbery, the classism, it was nauseating. The out of order priorities were baffling, but it all greatly enhanced My sense of joy and relief at running away again. Gap year, part 2. Days later, I was on a plane to Lesotho. Better yet, it was decided that I could take along a mate. The plan, once upon a time, had been to go with Henners. In his stead, I now asked George. Part 44. Lesotho was beautiful, but also one of the grimmest places on earth. It was the epicenter of the global AIDS pandemic. And in 2004, the government had just declared a medical disaster. Tens of thousands had fallen to the disease, and the nation was turning into one vast orphanage. Here and there, you'd see young children running about, lost looks on their faces. Where's daddy? Where's mommy? George and I signed up to help at several charities and schools. We were both bowled over by the lovely people we met, their resilience, their grace, their courage, and good cheer in the face of so much suffering. We worked as hard as we worked on his farm, gladly and eagerly. We built schools, we repaired schools, we mixed gravel, poured cement, whatever was needed. In the same spirit of service, I agreed to one day perform a task that might have otherwise been unthinkable: an interview. If I truly wanted to shine a light on conditions here, I had no choice. I'd have to cooperate with the dreaded press. This was more than cooperating. This would be my first ever solo session with a reporter. We met on a grassy hillside early one morning. He started by asking, "Why this place?" Of all places, I said that the children on Lesotho were in trouble, and I loved children. I understood children, so naturally I wanted to help. He pressed, "Why did I love children?" I gave my best guess. My incredible immaturity? I was being glib, but the reporter chuckled and moved on to his next question. The subject of children had opened the door to the subject of my childhood, and that was the gateway to the only subject he or anyone really wanted to ask me about. Do you think about her a lot through something like this? I looked off down the hillside, responded with a series of disjointed words. Unfortunately, it's been a long time now. Not for me, but for most people. It's been a long time since she's died. But the stuff that's come out has been bad. All the stuff that's come out, all these tapes. I was referring to recordings my mother had made before her death, a kind of quasi-confessional, which had just been leaked to the press to coincide with release of the butler's memoir. 7 years after being hounded into hiding, my mother was still being hounded and libeled. It did not make sense. In 1997, there had been a nationwide reckoning, a period of collective remorse and reflection among all Britons. Everyone had agreed that the press was a pack of monsters, but consumers accepted blame as well. We all needed to do better, most people said. Now, many years later, all was forgotten. History was repeating itself daily, and I told the reporter it was a shame. Not a momentous declaration, but it represented the first time that either Willie or I had ever spoken publicly about Mommy. I was amazed to be the one going first. Willie always went first in all things, and I wondered how this would go over with him, with the world, but especially with Pa. Not well, Marco told me later. Pa was dead set against me addressing the topic. He didn't want either of his sons speaking about Mommy, for fear it would cause a stir, distract from his work, and perhaps shine an unflattering light on Camilla. Finally, with a completely false air of bravado, I shrugged and said to the reporter, "Bad news sells. Simple as that." Speaking of bad news, the reporter now referenced my most recent scandal, the page 3 girl, of course. He mentioned that some were wondering if I'd really learned anything from my visit to the rehab clinic. Had I truly converted? I don't remember if he used that word converted, but at least one paper had. Did Harry need to be converted? Harry the heretic? I could barely make out the reporter through the sudden red mist. How are we even talking about this? I blurted something about not being normal, which caused the reporter's mouth to fall open. Here we go. He was getting his headline, his news fixed, were his eyes rolling up to his head, and I was supposed to be the addict? I explained what I meant by normal. I did not lead a normal life because I couldn't lead one. Even my father reminds me that, unfortunately, Willie and I can't be normal. I told the reporter that no one but Willie understood what it was like to live in this surreal fishbowl in which normal events were treated as abnormal and the abnormal was routinely normalized. That I was trying to say, starting to say, but then I took another look down the hillside. Poverty, disease, orphans, and death. It rendered everything else rubbish. Unless Otho, unless I really wish I could pronounce this. Lesotho. And Lesotho, no matter what you were going through, you were well off compared to others. I suddenly felt ashamed and wondered if this journalist had any sense enough to be ashamed too. Sitting here above all this misery and talking about page three girls, come on. After the interview, I went and found George and we drank beer. A lot of beer, gallons of beer. I do believe that was also the night I smoked an entire shopping bag of weed. I don't recommend it. Then again, it might have been another night. Hard to be precise when it comes to a shopping bag full of weed. That's funny. George, part 45. George and I flew from Lesotho to Cape Town to meet up with some mates and Marco, March 2004. We were staying at the home of the consulate general, and one night we talked about having some people over for dinner. Just one small problem. We did not know anyone in Cape Town. But wait, that wasn't completely true. I'd met someone years earlier, a girl from South Africa at the Berkshire Polo Club, Chelsea. I remember her being different. I went through my phone and found her number. Give her a call, Marco said. Really? Why not? To my shock, the number worked and she answered. Stammering, I reminded her who I was, said I was in her town, wondered if she might like to come over. She sounded unsure. She sounded as if she did not believe it was me. Flustered, I handed the phone to Marco, who promised that it was really me, and the invitation was sincere, and the evening would be very low key. Nothing to worry about, pain free, maybe even fun. She asked if she could bring her girlfriend and her brother. Of course, the more the merrier. Hours later, there she was, sailing through the door. Turned out my memory had not lied. She was different. That was the word that had come to mind when I first met her, and it immediately came to mind now, and again during the barbecue. Different. Unlike so many people I knew, she seemed wholly unconcerned with appearances, with property, with royalty. Unlike so many girls I met, she wasn't visibly fitting herself for a crown the moment she shook my hand. She seemed immune to the common affliction, sometimes called throne syndrome. It was similar to the effect that actors and musicians have on people, except with actors and musicians, the root cause is talent. I had no talent, so I had been told again and again, and thus all reactions to me had nothing to do with me. They were down, they were down to my family, my title, and consequently, they always embarrassed me because they were so unearned. I'd always wanted to know what it might be like to meet a woman and not have her eyes widening at the mention of my title, but instead to widen them myself, using my mind and my heart. With Chelsea, that seemed a real possibility. Not only was she uninterested in my title, she seemed bored by it. Oh, you're a prince? Yawn. She knew nothing about my biography, less than nothing about my family. Granny, Willie, Pa, who are they? Better yet, she was remarkably uncurious. She probably didn't even know about my mother. She was likely too young to recall the tragic events of August 1997. I couldn't be sure if this was true, of course, because to Chelsea's credit, we didn't talk about it. Instead, we talked about the main thing we had in common, Africa. Chelsea, born and raised in Zimbabwe and now living in Cape Town, loved Africa with all her soul. Her father owned a big game farm, and that was the fulcrum of her world. Though she'd enjoyed her years at a British boarding school, Stowe, she'd always hurried home for the holidays. I told her I understood. I told her about my life changing experiences in Africa, my first formative trips. I told her about the strange visit from the leopard. She nodded. She got it. Brilliant. Africa does offer moments like that if you're ready, if you're worthy. At some point in the evening, I told her I'd soon be entering the army. I couldn't gauge her reaction. Maybe she had none. At least it did not seem like a deal breaker. When I told her that George and Marco and I were heading off the next day to Botswana, we were going to meet up with Addie, some others, float up river. Come with us? She smiled shyly, gave it a moment's thought. She and her girlfriend had other plans. Oh, that's too bad. But they would cancel them, she said. They'd love to come with us. Part 46. We spent 3 days walking, laughing, drinking, mingling with the animals, not just wild animals. By chance, we met up with a snake wrangler who showed us his cobra and his rattlesnake. He manipulated the snakes up and down his shoulders and his arms, giving us a private show. Later that night, Chelsea and I had our first kiss under the stars. George, meanwhile, fell head over heels in love with her girlfriend. When the time came for Chelsea and her girlfriend to go home and George to go back to Australia and Marco to go back to London, there were sad goodbyes all around. Suddenly, I found myself alone in the bush with just Adi. What now? We heard about a camp nearby. Two filmmakers were doing a wildlife documentary, and we were invited to go around and meet them. We jumped into a Land Cruiser and soon found ourselves in the middle of a raucous bush party. Men and women drinking, dancing, all wearing bizarre animal masks made from cardboard and pipe cleaners. An Okavango carnival. The leaders of this mayhem were a couple in their 30s, Tej and Mike. They were filmmakers, I gathered. In fact, they owned a whole film company, plus this camp. I introduced myself, complimented them on their ability to throw a truly epic bash. They laughed and said they were going to pay for it tomorrow. Both had to get up early for work. I asked if I could tag along. I'd love to see how the filmmaking was done. They looked at me and then at each other. They knew who I was, and while it was surprising enough to meet me in the bush, the idea of hiring me as a helper was a lot to take in. Mike said, "Of course you can come, but you'll have to work, lift heavy boxes, and lug cameras around." I could see from their faces that they expected that to be the end of it. I smiled and said, "That sounds great." They were shocked and pleased. It felt like love at first sight on both sides. Tej and Mike were Africans. She was from Cape Town, he was from Nairobi. She'd been born in Italy, however, spent her first years in Milan, and took special pride in her Milanese roots. The source of her soulfulness, she said, which was as close to a boast as you'd ever hear from Tej. She'd even grown up speaking Italian, though she'd forgotten it, she said sadly. Except she hadn't. Anytime we went into a hospital, she shocked everyone by coming out of the anesthetic speaking fluent Italian. How many times was she under anesthetic? Mike had grown up on a farm, learned to ride horses not long after he'd learned to walk. By chance, his next door neighbor was one of the first ever wildlife filmmakers. Every time Mike got a free minute, he'd run next door and sit with his neighbor, barrage him with questions. And Mike had found his one true calling, and the neighbor recognized it and fostered it. Both Tej and Mike were talented, brilliant, and wholly devoted to wildlife. I wanted to spend as much time as possible with these two, not just on this trip, but in general. The problem was, would they let me? I'd often catch Tej looking in my direction, sizing me up, a curious smile on her face, as though I were something wild that had unexpectedly wandered into their camp. But instead of shooting me or using me, as many would have done, she reached out and petted me. Decades of observing wildlife had given her a feel for wildness, a reverence for it as a virtue and even a basic right. She and Mike were the first people ever to cherish whatever wildness was still inside me, whatever had not been lost to grief and paparazzi. They were outraged that others wanted to eliminate this last bit, that others were keen to put me into a cage. On that trip, or perhaps the next, I asked Tej and Mike how they'd met. They smiled guiltily. Mutual friend, Mike mumbled. Blind date, Tej whispered. The setting was a small restaurant. When Mike walked in, Tej was already at the table, her back to the door. She could not see Mike, she could only hear his voice. But before turning around, she knew from the tone, the timbre, that the change in the room temperature, that she was in big trouble. They got on beautifully over dinner, and the next day Tej went to Mike's place for coffee. She nearly fainted when she walked in. On the top shelf of his on the top of his bookcase was a book by her grandfather, Robert Ardrey, a legendary scientist, essay, and writer. In addition to her grandfather's book, Mike had all Tej's others' favorite arranged in the same order. Aw, as they were arranged on her own shelf. She put a hand to her mouth. This was synchronicity. This was a sign. She never went back to her apartment except to pack her stuff. She and Mike had been together ever since. She told me the story around the campfire. With Marco and that lot, the campfire was central. But with Tej and Mike, it was sacrosanct. The same drinks went round, the same riveting stories, but it felt more ritualistic. There are few places where I've ever felt closer to truth or more alive. Tej saw it. She could tell how at home I felt with them. She said, I think your body was born in Britain, but your soul was born here in Africa. Possibly the highest compliment I'd ever received. After a few days of walking with them, eating with them, falling in love with them, I felt an overwhelming peace and an equally overwhelming need to see Chelsea again. What to do, I wondered, how to make it happen, how to get into Cape Town without the press seeing and ruining it. Audie said, let's drive. Drive? Okay, brilliant. It was only 2 days after all. We jumped in the car and drove without stopping, drinking whiskey and gobbling chocolate for energy. I arrived at Chelsea's front door, barefoot, scruffy, crowned with a filthy beanie, a huge smile creasing my dirty face. She gasped and then laughed, and then opened the door a bit wider. Well, are we ready for part 47? Okay, part 47. Chelsea and I learned an important lesson. But Britain was always Britain. Soon after we arrived back in Heathrow, we were packed. Never fun for me, but not a shock either. There had been a few years after Mummy disappeared when I'd hardly ever been packed, but now it was constant. I advised Chelsea to treat it like a chronic illness, something to be managed, but I wasn't sure she wanted to have a chronic illness. The middle of a cinnamon roll. I'm sorry. Wow. Wow. I told her I understood. Perfectly valid feeling. But this was my life, and if she wanted to share any part of it, she'd have to share this too. You get used to it, I lied. Thereafter, I put the chances at 50-50, maybe 60-40 I'd ever see Chelsea again. Odds were the press would cost me another person I cared about. I tried to reassure myself that was fine, that I didn't really have time for a relationship just then. I had work to do. For starters, I was facing the entrance exam required for the Royal Military Academy at Sandhurst. They took 4 days, and they were nothing like exams at Eton. There was some bookwork, some written stuff, but mostly they were tests for psychological toughness and leadership skills. Turned out I had both. I passed with flying colors. I was delighted. My trouble concentrating, my trauma over my mother, none of that came into play. None of that counted against me with the British Army. On the contrary, I discovered those things made me all the more ideal. The Army was looking for lads like me. What's that you say, young man? Parents divorced, mom's dead, unresolved grief or psychological trauma? Step right this way. Along with news that I'd passed Along with the news that I'd passed, I received a report date several months away, which meant I'd have time to gather my thoughts, tie up loose ends. Even better, time to spend with Chelsea if she'd have me. And she would. She invited me to come back to Cape Town to meet her parents, and I did. I liked them instantly. They were impossible not to like. They enjoyed funny stories, gin and tonics, good food, and stalking. Her, I think they meant animals. Her mother, her father was bear-sized, broad-shouldered, cuddly, and a definite alpha. Her mother was petite, an amazing listener, and a frequent bestower of epic hugs. I did not know what the future held, but I did not want to put any carts before any horses. But I thought, if you design in-laws from the ground up, you could not do much better than these guys. Aw. Part 48. There must have been something in the air. Just as I was embarking on my new romance, Pa announced that he had decided to marry. He'd asked Granny's permission and she granted it. Reluctantly, it was reported. Despite Willie and me urging him not to, Pa was going ahead. We pumped his hand and wished him well. No hard feelings. We recognized that he was finally going to be with the woman he loved, the woman he'd always loved, the woman fate might have intended for him in the first place. Whatever bitterness or sorrow we felt over the closing of another loop in Mommy's story, we understood that was beside the point. Also, we sympathized with Pa and Camilla as a couple. They'd taken star-crossed to new levels. After years of thwarted longing, they were now just a few steps from happiness, and new obstacles kept appearing. First, there was a controversy over the nature of the ceremony. Quarters insisted it would have to be a civil ceremony because Pa, as future Supreme Governor of the Church of England, could not marry a divorcee in the church, and that set off a furious debate about locations. If the civil ceremony were to be held at Windsor Castle, the couple's first choice, then Windsor would first need to be licensed for civil weddings, and if that were to happen, then everyone in Britain would be allowed to have their civil weddings there, and no one wanted that. The decision was therefore made that the wedding would take place at Windsor Guildhall, but then the Pope died. What a bummer! Bewildered, I asked Willie, what's the Pope got to do with Pa? Loads, it turned out. Pa and Camilla did not want to get married on the same day the Pope was being laid to rest. Bad karma, less press. More to the point, Granny wanted Pa to represent her at the funeral. The wedding plans were changed yet again. Delay after delay, if you listened carefully, you could hear, wafting across the palace grounds, the shrieks and groans of despair. You just couldn't tell whose they were, the wedding planners or Camilla or Pa. Other than feeling sorry for them, I could not help but think that some force in the universe, Mummy, was blocking rather than blessing their union. Maybe the universe delays what it disapproves of? When the wedding finally did take place without Granny, who chose not to attend, it was almost cathartic for everyone, even me. Standing near the altar, I kept my head bowed, eyes on the floor, just as I had during Mummy's funeral. But I did sneak several long peeks at the groom and bride, and each time I thought, good for you. Though also I thought, goodbye. I knew without question that this marriage would take Pa away from us. Not in any real sense, not in any deliberate or malicious way, but nevertheless away. He was entering a new space, a closed space, a tightly insular space. Willie and I would see less of Pa, I predicted, and that left me with mixed feelings. I didn't relish losing a second parent, and I had complex feelings about gaining a step parent who, I believed, had recently sacrificed me on her personal PR altar. But I saw Pa's smile, and it was hard to argue with that, and harder still to deny the cause, Camilla. I wanted so many things, but I was surprised to discover that their wedding was one of the things I wanted most. Still, was for my father to be happy. It was, in a funny way, I even wanted Camilla to be happy. Maybe she would be less dangerous if she was happy. There were published reports that Willie and I snuck out of the church and hung just married signs on their car. I don't think that happened. I might have hung a sign, be happy, if I thought of it at the time. But I do remember them driving off and thinking, they're happy. They're really happy. Damn, I'd like all of us to be happy. Part 49. Around this time, just before the wedding, or perhaps just after, I went off with Willie to train with the British Special Boat Service. It wasn't official training, just a bit of boys and toys, as we called it. Mostly a lark, though it did grow out of long standing and solemn tradition. Our family had always maintained close ties with the British military. Sometimes that meant an official visit, sometimes a casual lunch. Sometimes it meant a private chat with men and women from home from the wars, but sometimes it meant taking part in rigorous exercises. Nothing showed respect for the military like doing or trying to do what they did. Such exercises were always kept secret from the press. The military preferred it that way, and God knows the royals did too. It was Mummy who took Willie and me on our first military exercise, a killing house in Herefordshire. The three of us were put into a room, told not to move. Then the room went dark. A squad kicked down the door. What? They threw flashbangs, scared the devil out of us, which was their aim. They wanted to teach us how to respond if ever our lives were in danger. If ever, that made us laugh. Have you seen our mail? But this day with Will was different. Much more physical, more participatory, less about teaching, more about adrenaline. We raced across Poole Harbor on speedboats, attacked a frigate, clambered up its cable ladders, and while shooting 9mm MP5s loaded with paintball rounds. In one exercise, we scurried down a flight of metal stairs and into the frigate's hold. Someone cut the lights to make it more interesting, I suppose. In the pitch dark, 4 steps to the bottom, I fell, landed on my left knee, which was immediately impaled on a fixed bolt sticking out of the floor. Blinding pain washed over me. I managed to get up, keep going, finish the drill, but at the end of the exercise, we jumped out of the boat's helipad into the water, and I found my knee wasn't working. Oh my God. My whole leg wasn't working. When I got out of the water and stripped off my dry suit, Willie looked down and turned pale. My knee was gushing blood. Paramedics were there within minutes. The palace announced some weeks later that my entry in the army would be postponed indefinitely. Wow. Reporters demanded to know why. The palace comms team told them Prince Harry has injured his knee playing rugby. Reading the papers, my leg iced and elevated. I threw back my head and laughed. I couldn't help savoring one small particle of self-indulgent glee as the papers for once unwittingly printed a lie about me. They got their revenge. They soon got their revenge, however. They began pushing a story that I was afraid of going in the army, that I was bunking off, using a fake knee injury as a way of stalling. I was, they said, a coward. Page 50. Or no, part 50, page 101. One of Willie's friends was having a birthday party in the countryside near Gloucestershire. More than a birthday party, it was a fancy dress party with the cringy themes. Natives and colonials. Guests were required to dress accordingly. January 2005. I don't love fancy dress parties, and I couldn't stand themes. But for William's last birthday or the one before, he'd had a fancy dress party with a theme out of Africa. I found it irritating and baffling. Every time I'd gone to Africa, I'd worn t-shirts and maybe a kikoi. A kikoi. What that would that do, Willie? But this was magnitudes worse. Not one item of native or colonial garb hung in my wardrobe. I was crashing with Paul and Camilla, some days at St. James, some days at Highgrove, largely living out of a suitcase, not to give a damn about clothes. I looked most days as if I got dressed in a very dark and disordered room. A fancy dress party, therefore, with a theme was my nightmare. Pass, hard pass. Willie, however, insisted, "We'll find you something to wear, Harold." I don't like this part really that much. I know where this is going. His new girlfriend promised to help. I liked his new girlfriend. She was carefree, sweet, and kind. She'd done a gap year in Florence. She knew about photography and art and clothes. She loved clothes. Her name was Kate. I forget what native or colonial thing she was wearing to the party, but with her help, Willie had chosen for himself some kind of feline outfit. Skin-tight leotard with a springy, bouncy tail. He tried it on for us, and he looked like a cross between Tigger and Bereshknov. Kate and I had a great time pointing our fingers at him and rolling around on the floor. It was ridiculous, especially in a three-way mirror. But ridiculous, they both said, was the point of the party. I liked seeing Kate laugh. Better yet, I liked making her laugh, and I was quite good at it. My transparently silly side connected with her heavily disguised silly side. Whenever I worried that Kate was going to be the one to take Willie from me, I consoled myself with thoughts of all of our future laughing fits together and told myself how great everything would be when I had a serious girlfriend who could all laugh along with us. Maybe it would be Chelsea. Maybe, I thought, I can make Kate laugh with my costume. And what would that be? What's Harold going to be? This became our constant topic. On the day of the party, it was decided I'd go to a nearby village, Nellsworth, where there was a well-known costume shop. Surely I would find something there. It's a bit blurry, though some things come back with total certainty. The shop had an unforgettable smell. I remember its musty, moldy funk with an undercurrent of something else, something undefinable, some airborne byproduct of a tightly sealed room, containing hundreds of pairs of trousers, shared over several decades by thousands of humans. I went up and down the rows, sifting through the racks, seeing nothing I liked. With time running out, I narrowed my options to two. A British pilot's uniform and a sand-colored Nazi uniform with a swastika armband and a flat cap. I phoned Willie and Kate and asked what they thought. Nazi uniform, they said. I rented it, plus a silly mustache, and went back to the house. I tried it on, and they both howled. Worse than Willie's leotard outfit, way more ridiculous, which again was the point. But the mustache needed trimming, so I snipped bits on the long ends and made it a proper Hitler mustache. Then I added some cargo trousers. Off we went to the party where no one looked twice at my costume. All the natives and colonials were focused on getting drunk and groping each other. No one took any notice of me, which I put down as a small win. Someone, however, snapped photos. Days later, this someone saw a chance to make some cash or some trouble and sought out a reporter. I feel very uncomfortable reading this. How much for snaps from a recent party attended by young royals, the crown jewel of the photos, thought to be Willie in his leotard, but the reporter spotted something else. Hello, what's this, despair as a Nazi? There was some haggling over price, according to reports I've heard. A sum of 5,000 pounds was agreed upon, and weeks later the photo appeared in every paper known in the world beneath Titanic headlines. I'm not going to read the headlines. What followed was a firestorm, which I thought at times would engulf me, and it felt that I deserved to be engulfed. There were moments over the course of the next several weeks and months when I thought I might die of shame. The typical response to the photo was, "What could he have been thinking?" The simplest answer was, "I wasn't." When I saw those photos, I recognized immediately that my brain had been shut off, that perhaps it had been shut off for some time. I wanted to go around Britain knocking on doors, explaining to people I wasn't thinking I meant no harm, but it would not have made any difference. Judgment was swift and harsh. I was neither a crypto Nazi or else a mental defective. I was either a crypto Nazi or else a mental defective. I turned to Willie. He was sympathetic, but there wasn't much to say. Then I phoned Pa. To my surprise, he was serene. The party does seem whack, I agree. I turned to Willie. He was sympathetic, but there wasn't much to say. Then I phoned Pa. To my surprise, he was serene. At first, I was suspicious. I thought maybe he was seeing my crisis as another opportunity to bolster his PR. But he spoke to me with such tenderness, such genuine compassion, that I was disarmed and grateful. He did not gloss over the facts. "Darling boy, how could you be so foolish?" My cheeks burned. I know. But he quickly went on to say it was the foolishness of youth, that he remembered being publicly vilified for youthful sins, and it wasn't fair because youth is a time when you're free by definition, unfinished. You're still growing, still becoming, still learning, he said. He didn't so specifically cite any of his youthful humiliations, but I knew. His most intimate conversations had been leaked. His most ill-conceived remark had been trumpeted. Past girlfriends had been interrogated. The rating of his lovemaking spread across tabloids and even books. He knew all about humiliation. He promised that the fury about this would blow over, the shame would fade. I loved him for that promise, though, or maybe because I knew it would be false. The shame would never fade, nor should it. I know. Why would they? I wish he didn't even mention this in his book. Because, like, we all agree that he lived a very abnormal life in terms of, like, all the attention. But, like, even if, like, your dad works at a grocery store and no one ever sees you, like, you shouldn't ever make light. I, like, this part is, maybe he needed to get it off his chest in an official way. I don't know. Day after day, the scandal grew. I was X-rated in the papers, on the radio, on TV. Members of parliament called for my head on a spike. One said I should be barred from entering Sandhurst. The blowing over, therefore, according to Pa's staff, would need some help. I needed to make some sort of public atonement. Fine by me, I said, sooner than better. So Pa sent me to a holy man. Part 51. Bearded, bespectacled, with a deeply lined face and dark, wise eyes, he was chief rabbi of Britain, that much I'd been told, but right away I could see he was much more. An eminent scholar, a religious philosopher, a prolific writer with more than 24 books to his name. He'd spent many of his days staring out of windows and thinking about the root causes of sorrow, evil, and hate. He offered me a cup of tea and then dove right in. He did not mince words. He condemned my actions. He was not unkind. I think this was an opportunity for him to say that Kate and Will didn't care about him. I think it was a chance for him to say that they're careless too. I agree. He wasn't unkind, but it had to be done. There was no way around it. He also placed my stupidity in historical context. He spoke about the 6 million that annihilated Jewish, Polish dissenters, intellectuals, homosexuals, children, baby, old people turned to ash and smoke a few short decades ago. I'd arrived at his house feeling shamed. I now felt something else, a bottomless self loathing. But that wasn't the rabbi's aim. That certainly wasn't how he wanted me to leave him. He urged me not to be devastated by my mistake, but instead to be motivated. He spoke to me with quality one often encounters in truly wise people, forgiveness. He assured me that people do stupid things and say stupid things, but it does not need to be their intrinsic nature. I was showing my true nature, he said, by seeking to atone, seeking absolution. To the extent that he was able and qualified, he absolved me. He gave me grace. He told me to lift my head, go forth, use his experience to make the world better. To become a teacher of this event, Henners, I thought, would have liked the sound of that. Henners with his love of teaching. No matter what I did, the calls grew louder for me to be barred from the army. The top brass, however, were holding fast. If Prince Harry had been in the army when he dolled himself up as the Führer, they said, he'd have been disciplined. But he's not in the army yet, they added. So he's perfectly free to be a thicko. What the fuck? Part 52. He was to be our new private secretary. Jamie Lowther Pinkerton was his name. I don't remember Willie and me referring to him as anything other than JLP. We should have just called him Marco II, or maybe Marco 2.0. He was meant to be Marco's replacement, but also a more official, more detailed, more permanent version of our dear friend. Of all things Marco had been doing informally, minding and guiding and advising, JLP would now do formally, we were told. In fact, it was Marco who found JLP and recommended him to Pa and then trained him. So we'd already trusted the man right from the start. He came with that all-important seal of approval. Marco said he was a good man. Deeply calm, slightly stiff, JLP wore shiny gold cufflinks and gold signet rings, symbols of his probity, constancy, and stalwart belief in a certain kind of steadfast style. You always got the sense that, even on the morning of Armageddon, JLP would button those amulets before leaving the house. Hi, Tiny. Okay. Sorry, I'm staring at my cat. Despite his spit and polish, however, his enameled exterior, JLP was a force, the product of Britain's finest military training, which meant, among other things, he didn't deal in bullshit. He didn't give it, he didn't take it, and everyone far and wide seemed to know. When British officials decided to launch a massive offense against the Colombian drug cartel, they chose JLP to lead it. When the actor Ewan McGregor decided to take a 3-month motorbike trip through Mongolia, Siberia, and Ukraine, for which he'd require survival training, he returned to JLP. To me, JLP's finest trait was his reverence for truth, his expertise in truth. And he was so the opposite of so many people in the government and working for the palace. So not long after he started working for Willie and me, I asked him to get me some truth in the form of secret police files on Mummy's crash. What? He looked down, looked away. Yes, he worked for Willie and me, but he cared about us too, and he cared about tradition, chain of command. My requests seemed to jeopardize all three. He grimaced and furrowed his brow, an amorphous area, since JLP did not have a lot of hair. Finally, he smoothed back the charcoal bristles remaining on each side and said that, were he to procure files, it would be very upsetting for me. Very upsetting indeed, Harry. Yes, I know, that's sort of the point. He nodded. I see. A few days later, he brought me into a tiny office up a back staircase in St. James Palace and handed me a brown do not bend envelope. He said he's against showing me all police files. He'd gone through and removed the more challenging ones. For your sake, he said. I was frustrated, but I did not argue. If JLP did not think I could handle them, then I probably couldn't. I thanked him for protecting me. He said he'd leave me to it, and then he walked out. I took several breaths and opened the file. Exterior photos outside the tunnel in which the crash occurred, looking into the mouth of the tunnel. Interior photos a few feet inside the tunnel. Deep interior photos, well inside the tunnel, looking down the tunnel out the other end. Finally, close-ups of the smashed Mercedes, which was said to have entered the tunnel around midnight and never emerged in one piece. All seemed to be police photos, but then I realized that many, if not most, were from Paps and other photographers at the scene. The Paris police had seized their cameras. Some photos were taken moments after the crash, some much later. Some showed police officers walking about, others showed onlookers milling and gawping. All gave a sense of chaos, a disgraceful carnival atmosphere. Now came the more detailed photos, clearer, closer inside the Mercedes. There was a lifeless body of my mummy's friend, who I now knew to be her boyfriend. There was her bodyguard who'd survived the crash, though it left him with some gruesome injuries. And there was the driver slumped over the wheel. He was blamed by many for the crash because there was allegedly alcohol in his blood, and because he was dead, he couldn't answer. At last, I came to the photos of Mummy. There were lights around her, auras, almost halos. How strange. The color of lights, the same colors as her hair, golden. I didn't know what the lights were. I couldn't imagine, though I came up with all sort of supernatural explanations. As I realized their true origin, my stomach clenched. Flashes, they were flashes. And within some of those flashes were ghostly visages, had and half visages, paps and refracted paps, all on the smooth metal surfaces of glass windscreens. Those men who chased her, they'd never stopped shooting her while she lay between the seats, unconscious or semi-conscious, and in their frenzy they'd sometimes accidentally photograph each other. Not one of them was checking on her, offering her help, not even comforting her. They were just shooting, shooting, and shooting. I hadn't known, I hadn't dreamed. I had been told the chaps chased Mummy, that they'd hunted her down like a pack of wild dogs, but I'd never dared to imagine that, like wild dogs, had also feasted on her defenseless body. I hadn't been aware that before this moment, the last thing Mommy saw on earth was a flashbulb. Unless, now I look much closer at Mommy, no visible injuries. She was slumped out of it, but generally fine, better than fine. Her dark blazer, her glowing hair, her radiant skin. The doctors at the hospital where she'd taken couldn't stop remarking how beautiful she was. I stared, trying to make myself cry, but I couldn't because she was so lovely and so alive. Maybe the photos JLP held back were more definitive. Maybe they showed death in plainer terms. But I didn't consider that possibility too closely. I slammed the folder shut and said, "She's hiding." I'd requested this file because I sought proof, and the file proved nothing, except that Mummy was in a car crash, after which she looked generally unharmed, while those who chased her continued to harass her. That was all. Rather than proof, I had discovered more reasons for rage. In that little office, seated before that wretched do not bend envelope, the red mist came down, and it wasn't a mist, it was a torrent. Part 53. I carried a small overnight bag containing a few personal items, plus one standard-size ironing board, slung jauntily under my arm like a surfboard. The army had ordered me to bring it. From here on, my shirts and trousers would need to be crease-free. I knew as much about operating an ironing board as I did about operating a tank. Less, actually. But that was now the army's problem. I was now the army's problem. I wished them luck. So did Pa. It was he who dropped me off in Camberley, Surrey, at the Royal Military Academy at Sandhurst. May 2005. He stood to one side and watched me put on my red name tag, Wales, then sign in. He told reporters how proud he was. Then he extended his hand. "Off you go, darling boy." Photo op, click. I was assigned to a platoon of 29 young men and women. Early the next day, after pulling on our new combats, we filed into an ancient room, hundreds of years old. You could smell the history. It seemed to come off the wood panels, walled like steam. We recited an oath to the Queen. "I swear allegiance to crown and country." The lad beside me shot an elbow into my ribs. You bet you say Granny rather than Queen. That was the last time, for the next 5 weeks, that he or anyone else would venture a joke. There was nothing funny about boot camp. Boot camp, such a benign name for what happened. We were pushed to our limits, physically, mentally, and spiritually. We were taken or dragged to a place beyond our limits and then a bit further by a solid group of lovable sadists called color sergeants. Large, loud, extremely masculine men, and yet they all had tiny little dogs. I never heard or read an explanation for this, and I can't venture one. I'll say that it was odd to see these testosterone-rich, mostly bald ogres cooing at their poodle shoes and pugs. I would say they treated us like dogs, except they treated their dogs so much better. With us, they never said, "There's a good boy." They got up in our faces, shouted at us through the clouds of their aftershave, and never ever let up. They belittled us, harassed us, shrieked at us, and made no secret of their intent. They meant to break us. If they couldn't break us, brilliant, welcome to the army. If they could, even better, better to know now, better that they should break us than the enemy. They used a variety of approaches: physical duress, psychological intimidation, and humor. I remember one color sergeant pulling me aside. "Mr. Wells, I was on guard one day at Windsor Castle wearing my bearskin, and along came a boy who kicked gravel on my boots. And that boy was you." He was joking, but I wasn't sure I should laugh. I wasn't sure if it was true, and I didn't recognize him, and I certainly didn't remember kicking gravel on any guardsman. But if it was true, I apologize and hope we could put it behind us. Within 2 weeks, several cadets had tapped out. We woke to find their beds made and their stuff gone. No one thought less of them. This shit wasn't for everyone. Some of my fellow cadets would confess before lights out that they would fear going next. I never did, however. I was, for the most part, fine. Boot camp was no picnic, but I never wavered in my belief that I was exactly where I was meant to be. They can't break me, I thought. Is it, I wondered, because I'm already broken? Probably. Also, no matter what they did to us, it was done away from the press, so for me, every day was kind of a holiday. The training center was like Club H. No matter what the color sergeants dished out, there was always the compensatory bonus of no paparazzi. Nothing could really hurt me in a place where the press couldn't find me, and then they found me. A reporter from the Sun snuck onto the grounds and shambled around, holding a phony bomb, trying to prove what no one knew. The Sun said their reporter, this faux flaneur, was trying to expose the training center's lax security to prove that Prince Harry was in danger. The truly scary part was that some readers actually believed this rubbish. Part 54. Every day upon waking at 5 a.m., we were forced to down a huge bottle of water. The bottle was army-issued black plastic and left over from the Boer War. Ew! Any liquid inside tasted of first-generation plastic. And pee. Plus, it was piss warm. So after the guzzling, moments before settling out on our morning run, some of us would fall from the ground and vomit the water straight back up. No matter, can someone explain this to me? Why would you do that? Why would you have to? Oh, the running. We ran constantly. We ran around a track. We ran along a road. We ran through deep woods. We ran across meadows. Sometimes we ran with 40 kilograms on our back, sometimes carrying a huge log. We ran and ran and ran and ran until we passed out, which we sometimes did while still running. We would lie there, half conscious, legs still pumping, like sleeping dogs chasing squirrels. In between the runs, we would drag our bodies up ropes, or hurl them at walls, or ram them against each other. At night, something more than pain would creep into our bones. It was a deep, shuddering throb. There was no way to survive that throb except dissociate from it. Tell your mind that you were not it. Surrender yourself from yourself. The color sergeant said this was part of the grand plan. Kill the self. Then we'd all be on the same page. Then we'd truly be one unit. As the primacy of self fades, they promise, the idea of service takes over. This is very like sixth house Capricorn vibes. Platoon country, that'll be all you know, cadets. That'll be bloody well enough. I couldn't tell how the other cadets felt about all this, but I bought in all the way. Self? I was more than ready to shed that dead weight. Identity? Please take it. I could understand for someone attached to their self, their identity, that this experience might be harsh. Not me. I rejoiced as slowly, steadily, I felt myself being reduced to an essence. The impurities removed, only the vital stuff remaining. A little like what happened in Tulumbala, only more so. All felt like an enormous gift from the color sergeants from the Commonwealth. I loved them for it. At night, before blacking out, I gave thanks. Part 55. After those first 5 weeks, after the close of boot camp, the color sergeants eased up ever so slightly. They didn't shout at us quite so much. They treated us like soldiers. As such, however, it was time to learn about war, how to make it, how to win it. Some of this involved stupefyingly boring classroom lessons. The better bits involved drills, simulations, simulating different ways of being killed, or not, depending. CBRN, they were called. Chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear. We practiced putting on protective gear, pulling it off, cleaning and wiping the poisons and other muck that might be thrown, dropped, or sprayed on us. We dug countless trenches, donned masks, curled into the fetal position, rehearsed the book of Revelation over and over. One day, the color sergeants assembled us outside a red brick building, which had been turned into a CS gas chamber. They ordered us inside, activated the gas. We took off our gas masks and put them on again, and then took them off again, and then put them on again. If you weren't quick about it, you got a mouthful, a lungful, but you couldn't always be quick, and that was the point. So eventually, everyone sucked gas. What the fuck? These exercises were supposed to be about war. To me, they were about death. The whole leitmotif of army training was death. How to avoid it, but also how to face it head on. It felt natural, therefore almost inevitable, but they put us on buses and took us to Brookwood Military Cemetery to stand on graves, to listen to someone read a poem for the fallen. The poem predated the ghastliest wars of the 20th century, so it still had a trace of innocence. They shall not grow old, as we that are left grow old. It was striking how much of our earliest training was intercut, leavened with poetry. The glory of dying, the beauty of dying, the necessity of dying. These concepts were pounded into our heads along with the skills to avoid dying. Sometimes it was explicit, but sometimes it was right in our faces. Whenever we were herded into chapel, we'd look up and see etched in stone, Dulce et decorum est pro patria mori. Sweet and fitting it is to die for one's country. Words first written by an ancient Roman in exile, then repurposed by a young British soldier who died for his country. Repurposed, ironically, but no one told us that. They certainly weren't etched on stone. Siri, and to you. Poetry for me was slightly preferable to history and psychology and military strategy. I winced just remembering those long hours, those hard chairs in Faraday Hall and Churchill Hall, reading books and memorizing dates, analyzing famous battles, writing essays on the most esoteric concept of military strategy. These, for me, were the ultimate trials of Sandhurst. Given a chance, I'd have taken 5 more weeks of boot camp. We fell asleep in Churchill Hall more than once. You there, Mr. Wales, you're sleeping. We were advised, when feeling sleepy, to jump up, get the blood flowing, but that seemed overly confrontational. By standing, you were informing the instructor that he or she was a bore. What sort of mood would they be in when it came time to mark your next paper? Weeks ran together. In week 9, or was it 10, we learned bayoneting, wintry morning, a field in Castlemartin, Wales. The colour sergeants put on head-splitting punk rock music, full volume, to rouse our animal spirits. And then we began running at sandbag dummies, bayonets high, slashing and shouting, "Kill, kill, kill!" Not you, Carmen. She goes, okay. And she went back down. When the whistles blew, when the drill was over, some guys couldn't turn it off. They kept stabbing and stabbing their dummies, a quick glimpse into the dark side of human nature. Then we all laughed and pretended we hadn't just seen. Week 12 or maybe 13 was guns and grenades. I was a good shot. I'd been shooting rabbits and pigeons and squirrels with a 22 since I was 12. But now I got better. So much better. Part 56. We're almost done with part 1. There's 2 more pages of part 1. In late summer, we were shipped to Wales and put through a punishing exercise called Long Reach. A non-stop march, yomp and run over several days up and down barren countryside with a load of gear strapped to our backs, equivalent to the weight of one young teenager. Worse, Europe was suffering a historic heat wave, and we all set out at the crest of the wave, the hottest day of the year, a Friday. We were told that the exercise would run through Sunday night. Late Saturday, during our only enforced rest, we slept in bags in a dirt track. After 2 hours, we were awakened by thunder and hard rain. I was in a team of 5, and we stood up, held our faces to the rain, drinking the drops. It felt so good. But then we were wet, and it was time to march again. Sopping wet and driving rain, marching now became something altogether different. We were grunting, panting, groaning, slipping. Gradually, I felt my resolve start to give way. At a momentary stop, a checkpoint, I felt a burning in my feet. I stepped on the ground, pulled off my right boot and sock. Ew! And the bottom of my foot peeled away. Trench foot. The soldier beside me shook his head. Shit, you can't go on. I was gutted, but I confess also relieved. We were on a country road. In a nearby field stood an ambulance. I staggered towards it. As I got close, medics lifted me onto the open tailgate. They examined my feet and said this march was over for me. I nodded and slumped forward. My team was getting ready to leave. Goodbye, lads. See you back at camp. But then one of our color sergeants appeared, Color Sergeant Spence. He asked for a word. I hopped off the tailgate, limped with him over to a nearby tree. His back to the tree, he spoke to me in a level tone. It was the first time in months he had not shouted at me. Mr. Wells, you've got one last push. You literally got 6 or 8 miles left. That's all. I know your feet are shit, but I suggest you don't quit. I know you can do this. You know you can do this. Push on. You'll never forgive yourself if you don't. He walked away. Okay, I kind of want to Google image trench foot before I finish this. Do you guys want to see it? Am I going to freak out? This couch is caving in. Trench foot. Okay. Trench foot. Images. Oh, it's like when you do one of those like foot masks from Sephora. No, it's nothing like the foot. I'm sorry, that wasn't funny. Okay, it's like really bad blisters. That's really gross. Okay, I don't want to fuck up my algorithm. They're going to think I have a... Okay, did you guys see it? I want to see it. Okay, one more time. Trench foot. Are we good on that? I also kind of want to see Princess Diana. But are there any photos of... Okay. Okay, let's finish the last 2 pages of this section, and I'm going to take a little break and then just briefly, just to be civilized. Okay. I limped back to the ambulance, asked for all their zinc and oxide tape. I wrapped my feet tightly and rammed them back into my boots. Uphill, downhill, forward, I went on, trying to think of other things to distract myself from the agony. We neared a stream. The icy water would be a blessing, I thought, but no. All I could feel were the rocks in the bed pressing against the raw flesh. The last 4 miles were among the most difficult steps I've ever taken on this planet. As we crossed the finish line, I began to hyperventilate with relief. 1 hour later, back in camp, everyone put on trainers. For the next several days, we shuffled about the barracks like old men. The proud old men. At some point, I limped up to Color Sergeant Spence and I thanked him. He gave me a little smile and walked away. Part 57. Though exhausted, though a bit lonely, I felt radiant. I was in the shape of my life. I was thinking and seeing more clearly than ever before. The feeling was not unlike that described by people who enter monastic orders. Everything felt lit up. As with monks, each cadet had his own cell. It had to be pristine at all times. Our small beds had to be made tightly. Our black boots had to be bold, shiny as wet paint. Our cell doors had to be propped open always. Even though you could close the door at night, color sergeants could and often did walk in at any time. Some cadets complained bitterly. No privacy. That made me laugh. Privacy? What's that? At the end of each day, I'd sit in my cell, bullying my boots, spitting on them, rubbing them, making them mirrors in which I could see my shorn head. No matter what institution I landed in, it seemed, a tragically bad haircut was the first order of business. Then I would text Chelsea. I was allowed to keep my mobile for security reasons. I might tell her how things were going, tell her I missed her. Then I'd load my friends to any other cadets who might want to text their girlfriends or boyfriends. Then it was lights out. No problem. I was no longer remotely afraid of the dark. Part 58. It was now official. I was no longer Prince Harry. I was Second Lieutenant Wales of the Blues and Royals, second oldest regiment of the British Army, part of the Household Cavalry, bodyguards to the monarch. The passing out, as I called it, took place on April 12, 2006. On hand were Pa and Camilla, Grandpa Tiggy and Marco, and of course, Granny. She had not attended a passing out parade for decades, so her appearance was a dazzling honor. She smiled for all to see as I marched past. And Willie saluted. He was at Sandhurst now, a fellow cadet. He started after me because he'd gone to university first. He couldn't resort to his typical attitude when we were sharing an institution. He couldn't pretend not to know me, or he'd be insubordinate. For a brief moment, spare outranked air. That's exciting. I like that for him. Granny inspected the troops. When she came to me, she said, "Oh, hello." I smiled and blushed. The passing out ceremony was followed by the playing of Auld Lang Syne, and then the college adjutant rode his white horse up to the steps of the old college. It was, I can't even read. I'm going cross-eyed. Last, there was a lunch in the old college. Granny gave a lovely speech. As the day petered out, the adults left, and the real partying began. A night of serious drinking, raucous laughter. My date was Chelsea. There was eventually a second passing out, as it were. I woke the next morning with a wide grin and a slight headache. Next stop, I said to the shaving mirror, Iraq. Specifically southern Iraq. My unit would be relieving another unit, which had spent months doing advanced reconnaissance. No, I don't know what that word is. Dangerous work, considered constantly dodging roadside IEDs and snipers. In the same month, 10 British soldiers had been killed. In the previous 6 months, 40. I searched my heart. I wasn't fearful. I was committed. I was eager. But also, war, death, whatever, anything was better than remaining in Britain, which was kind of its own battle. Just recently, the papers had run a story about Willie leaving a voicemail for me pretending to be Chelsea. They'd also run a story about me asking JLP for help on a Sandhurst research project. Both stories, for once, were true. They're very gnarly. The question was, how could the papers have known such deeply private things? It made me paranoid. William, too. It made us reconsider Mommy's so-called paranoia and view it through a very different lens. We began to examine our inner circle, to question our most trusted friends and their friends. With whom had they been speaking? In whom had they confided? No one was above suspicion because no one could be. We even doubted our bodyguards, and we'd always worshipped our bodyguards. Hell, officially, I was now a bodyguard, the Queen's bodyguard. They'd always been like brothers to us, but now they were also suspects. For a fraction of a second, we even doubted Margot. That was how toxic the suspicion became. No one was above it. Some persons extremely close to me and Willie sneaking stuff to the newspaper, so everyone needed to be considered. What a relief it will be, I thought, to be in a proper war zone where none of this is part of my daily calculus. Please put me on a battlefield where there are clear rules of engagement, where there's some sense of honor. And that's the end of part 1. 5 hours, almost 6 hours, and 116 pages. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. Am I reading slowly? I mean, I am, but I feel like the ratio of time is not making sense. Thank you for enjoying it. I appreciate it. I hope we're all learning something. Are we learning things? Are we expanding our compassion and understanding? That's what I would like to know. Okay. I'm gonna be really sad when the cinnamon roll is gone. It's almost done. Also, I kind of want to get changed. Like, maybe I'll get changed. Okay. I'm back with my favorite shirt of all time. Who's ready for part 2? La 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 la. Unique New York. Unique New York. Okay. Aromatherapy should not be discounted. Okay. Part 2 is called Bloody but Unbowed. Britain's Ministry of Defense told the world in February 2007 that I was deploying, that I would be commanding a group of light tanks along the Iraq border near Basra. It was official, I was off to war. Public reaction was peculiar. Half of Britain was furious, calling it dreadful to risk the life of the Queen's youngest grandson. Spare or not, they said, it's unwise to send a royal into a war zone. It was the first time in 25 years that such a thing had been done. However, half, however, said bravo. Why should Harry get special treatment? What a waste of taxpayers' money it would be to train the boy as a soldier and then not use him. If he dies, he dies, they said. The enemy certainly felt that way. By all means, said the insurgents who were trying to foment a civil war across Iraq. Send us the boy. One of the insurgent leaders extended a formal invitation worthy of high tea. We were awaiting the arrival of a young, handsome, spoiled prince with bated breath. There was a plan for me, the insurgent leader said. They were going to kidnap me, then decide what to do with me, torture, ransom, or kill. In seeming direct contradiction of this plan, he concluded by promising that the handsome prince would return to his grandmother without his ears. I remember hearing that and feeling the tips of my ears grow warm. I flashed back to childhood, and when a friend suggested my ears be surgically pinned back to prevent or correct the family curse, I said flatly no. Days later, another insurgent leader invoked my mother. He said that I should learn from her example and break away from my family, rebel against the imperialist Harry. Or else, he warned, a prince's blood will flow into our desert. I would have worried about Chelsea hearing any of this, but since we'd begun dating, she'd been so harassed by the press that she had completely unplugged. The papers did not exist to her. The internet was off limits. The British military, however, was very plugged in. 2 months after announcing my deployment, the head of the army, General Dannett, abruptly called it off. Besides the public threats from insurgent leaders, British intelligence learned that my photo had been distributed among a group of Iraqi snipers with instructions that I was the mother of all targets. These snipers were elite. They'd recently cut down 6 British soldiers, so the mission had simply become too dangerous for me, for anyone who might have had the bad luck of standing next to me. I'd become, in the assessment of Dannett and others, a bullet magnet. And the reason, he said, was the press. In his public statement canceling my deployment, he blasted journalists for their overwrought coverage, their wild speculations, which had exasperated the threat level. Pa's staff also issued a public statement saying I was very disappointed, which was untrue. I was crushed. When the word first reached me, I was at Windsor Barracks sitting with my guys. I took a moment to collect myself and then told them the bad news. Though we just spent months traveling, training together, which mean we'd become brothers in arms, they were now on their own. It wasn't simply that I felt sorry for myself. I worried about my team. Someone else would have to do my job, and I'd have to live forever with the wondering guilt. What if they were no good? The following week, several papers reported that I was in a deep depression. One or two, however, reported that the abrupt phase of my deployment had been my own doing. The coward story, again. They said that behind the scenes I'd pressed my superiors to pull the plug. Part 2. I pondered quitting the army. What is the point of staying if I couldn't actually be a soldier? I talked it over with Chelsea. She was torn. On the one hand, she couldn't hide her relief. On the other, she knew how much I wanted to be there for my team. She knew how long I'd felt persecuted by the press, and that the army had been one healthy outlet I'd found. She also knew I believed the mission. I talked it over with Willie. He had complicated feelings as well. He sympathized as a soldier, but as a sibling, a highly competitive older brother, he couldn't bring himself to totally regret this turn of events. Most of the time, Willie and I didn't have any truck with all that airspare nonsense. But now and then, I'd be brought up short and realize that on some level, it really did matter to him. Professionally, personally, he cared where I stood and what I was doing. Not getting any comfort from any quarter, I looked for it in vodka and Red Bull and gin and tonic. I was photographed around this time, going into or coming out of multiple clubs, house parties at the wee hours. I didn't love waking to find a photo of myself on the front page of a tabloid, but what I really couldn't bear was the sound of a photo being taken in the first place. That terrible noise from over my shoulder or behind my back or within my peripheral vision had always triggered me, had always made my heart race. But after Sandhurst, it sounded like a gun cocking or a blade being notched open. And then, even a little worse, a little more traumatizing, came that blinding flash. Great, I thought. The army has made me more able to recognize threats, to feel threats, to become adrenalized in the face of those threats, and now it's casting me aside. I was in a bad, bad place. Paps somehow knew. Around this time, they began hitting me with their cameras, deliberately trying to incite me. They'd brush, smack, jostle, or just straight wallop me, hoping to get a rise, hoping I'd retaliate, because that would create a better photo, and thus more money in their pockets. A snap of me in 2007 fetched about 30,000 pounds, down payment on a flat, but a snap of me doing something aggressive, that might be a down payment on a house in the countryside. I got into one scrap that became big news. I came away with a swollen nose, and my bodyguard was livid. You made those paps rich, Harry. Are you happy? Happy? No, I said I'm not happy. The paps had always been grotesque people, but as I reached maturity, they were worse. You could see it in their eyes and their body language. They were more emboldened, more radicalized, just as men in Iraq had been radicalized. Their mullahs were editors, the same ones who vowed to do better after mommy died. The editors promised publicly to never again send photographers chasing after people, and now, 10 years later, they were back to their old ways. They justified it by no longer sending their own photographers directly. Instead, they contracted with PAP agencies who sent photographers, a distinction without a shred of difference. The editors were still inciting and handsomely rewarding thugs and losers to stalk the royal family, or anyone else unlucky enough to be deemed famous or newsworthy. And no one seemed to give a shit. I remember leaving a club in London and being swarmed by 20 paps. They surrounded me, then surrounded a police car in which I was sitting, threw themselves around the bonnet, all wearing football scarves around their faces and hoods over their head, the uniform of terrorists everywhere. It was one of the scariest moments of my life, and no one I knew cared. Price you pay, people would say, though I never understood what they meant. Price for what? I was particularly close to one of my bodyguards, Billy. I called him Billy the Rock because he was so solid and so dependable. He once pounced on a grenade someone tossed at me from a crowd. Luckily, it turned out to not be a real one. I promised Billy I wouldn't push any more paps, but neither could I stroll into their ambushes. So when we left a club, I said, "You're going to have to stuff me into the boot of the car, Billy." He looked at me wide-eyed. Really? The only way I won't be tempted to have a go at them and they won't be able to make any money out of me. Win-win. I didn't tell Billy that this was something my mother used to do. Thus began a very strange routine between us. When leaving a pub or a club in 2007, I'd have the car pull into a back alley or underground parking lot, climb into the boot and let Billy shut the lid, and I'd lie there in the dark, hands across my chest, while he and another bodyguard ferried me home. It was like being in a coffin. I didn't care. Part 3. To mark the 10th anniversary of our mother's death, Willie and I organized a concert in her honor. The proceeds would go to her favorite charities and to a new charity I just launched, Centabel. Its mission, to fight against HIV and Lesotho, particularly among children. Centabel is the Sotho word for forget-me-not, Mummy's favorite flower. While planning the concert, Willie and I were emotionless, all business. It's the anniversary, we need to do this, there are a million details, full stop. The venue had to be big enough, Wembley Stadium, and the tickets had to be priced right, £45, and the entertainers had to be A-list, Elton John, Duran Duran, P. Diddy. But on the night of the event, standing backstage, looking at all those faces, feeling that pulsing energy, that pent-up love and longing for our mother, we crumpled. Then Elton walked on stage. He seated himself at a grand piano and the place went mad. I asked him to sing Candle in the Wind, but he said no. He didn't want to be morbid. Instead, he chose your song. I hope you don't mind that I put down into words how wonderful life is when you're in the world. He sang it with a twinkle and a smile, aglow with good memories. Willie and I tried for that same energy, but then photos of Mommy began flashing on the screen, each one more radiant. We went from being crumpled to being swept away. As the song ended, Elton jumped up and introduced us. Their Royal Highnesses, Prince William and Prince Harry. The applause was deafening, like nothing we'd ever heard. We'd been applauded in the streets, at polo games, parades, operas, but never in a place this cavernous, or in a context this charged. Willie walked out. I followed, each of us wearing a blazer and open shirt as if going to a school dance. We were both frightfully nervous. On any topic, but especially on the topic of Mummy, we were not accustomed to public speaking. In fact, we weren't accustomed to private speaking about her either. But standing before 65,000 people and another 500 million people watching live in 140 countries, we were paralyzed. Maybe that's the reason we didn't actually say anything. I look at the video now and it's striking. Here is a moment, maybe the moment, for us to describe her, to dig down deep and find the words to remind the world of her sterling qualities, her once in the millennium magic, her disappearance. But we didn't. And not suggesting a full-blown homage was in order, but maybe some personal tribute. We offered no such thing. It was still too much and too raw. The only thing I said that was real, that came from my heart, was a shout out to my team. I'd also like to take this opportunity to say hi to all the guys at Squadron, a household cavalry, who are serving out in Iraq in the moment. I wish I was there with you, and I'm sorry I can't be. But to you and everybody else on operations at the moment, we'd both like to say, stay safe. Part 4. Days later, I was in Botswana with Chels. We went to stay with Tej and Mike. Adi was there too. The first convergence of those 4 special people in my life. It felt like bringing Chels home to meet Mom and Dad and Big Bro. Major step, we all knew. Luckily, Tej and Mike and Addie loved her, and she saw how special they were too. One afternoon, we were all getting ready to go for a walk. Tej started nagging me. Bring a hat. Yeah, and lots of sunscreen. Spike, you're going to fry with that pale skin. All right, Spike. Okay, Mom. It just flew out of my mouth. I heard it and stopped. Tej heard it and stopped, but I didn't correct myself. Tej looked shocked, but also moved. I was moved as well. Thereafter, I called her Mom all the time. It felt good for both of us. Though I made a point always to call her Mom rather than Mum. There was only one Mum. A happy visit overall, and yet there was constant subtext of stress. It was evident in how much I was drinking. At one point, Chelsea and I took a boat, drifted up and down the river, and the main thing I remember is Southern comfort in Sambuca. Sambuca gold by day, Sambuca black by night. I remember waking in the morning with my face stuck to a pillow, my head not feeling like it was fastened to my neck. I was having fun, sure, but also dealing in my own way with unsorted anger and guilt about not being at war, not leading any lads, and I wasn't dealing well. Chels, Addie, Tej, and Mike said nothing. Maybe they saw nothing. I was probably doing a good job of covering it all up. From the outside, my drinking probably looked like partying, and that was what I told myself it was. But deep down on some level, I knew something had to change. I could not go on like this. So the moment I got back to Britain, I asked for a meeting with my commanding officer, Colonel Ed Smith Osborne. I admired Colonel Ed, and I was fascinated by him. He wasn't put together like other men. Come to mention it, he wasn't put together like any human I'd ever encountered. The basic ingredients were different. Scrap iron, steel wool, lion's blood. He looked different too. His face was long, like a horse's, but not quite queen smooth. He had a distinctive tuft hair on each cheek. His eyes were large, calm, capable of wisdom and stoicism. My eyes, contrast, were still bloodshot from my Okavango debauch and darting all around as I delivered my pitch. Colonel, I need to find a way of getting back into operations or else I'm going to have to quit the army. I'm not certain Colonel Ed believed my threat. I'm not certain I did. Still, politically, diplomatically, strategically, he couldn't afford to discount it. A prince in the ranks was a big public relations asset, a powerful recruiting tool. He couldn't ignore the fact that if I bolted, his superiors might blame him, and their superiors too, and up the chain it might go. On the other hand, too much of what I saw from him that day was genuine humanity. The guy got it. As a soldier, he felt for me. He shuddered at the thought of being kept from a scrap. He really did want to help. Harry, there might be a way. Iraq was permanently off the table, he said. Alas, no two ways about that, I'm afraid. But maybe, he added, Afghanistan was an option. I squinted. Afghanistan? He muttered something about it being the safer option. Right, safer. What on earth was he banging on about? Afghanistan was worlds more dangerous than Iraq. At that moment, Britain had 7,000 soldiers in Afghanistan, and each day found that engaged in some of the fiercest combat since the Second World War. But who was I to argue? If Colonel Ed thought Afghanistan was safer, and if he was willing to send me there, then great. What job would I do in Afghanistan, Colonel? FAC, Forward Air Controller. I blinked. Highly sought after job, he explained. FACs were tasked with orchestrating all air power, giving cover to lads on the ground, calling in raids, not to mention rescues, medevac's, and the list went on. And it wasn't a new job, certainly, but it was newly vital in this new sort of warfare. Why is that, sir? Because the bloody Taliban is everywhere and nowhere. You simply couldn't find them, he explained. Terrain was too rugged, too remote. Mountains and deserts honeycombed with tunnels and caves. It was like hunting goats or ghosts. You had to get the bird's eye view. Since the Taliban had no air force, not one plane, that was easy. We British, plus the Yanks, owned the air. But FACs helped us press that advantage. Say a squadron out on patrol needed to know about nearby threats. The FAC checked with drones, checked with fighter pilots, checked with helicopters, checked with his high-tech laptop, created a 360-degree picture of the battlefield. Say that same squadron suddenly came under fire. The FAC consulted a menu, Apache, Tornado, Mirage, F-15, F-16, A-10, and ordered up the aircraft best suited to the situation, or the best one available, then guided that aircraft onto the enemy. Using cutting-edge hardware, FACs didn't simply rain fires on the enemy's heads. They placed it there like a crown. Then he told me that all FACs would get a chance to go up in a hawk and experience being in the air. By the time Colonel Ed stopped talking, I was salivating. FAC it is, sir. When do I leave? Not so fast. FAC was a plum job. Everyone wanted it, so it would take some doing. Also, it was a complex job. All that tech and responsibility required loads of training. First things first, he said, I'd have to go through challenging certification process. Where, sir? At RAF Leeming in Yorkshire Dells? Part 5. Early autumn, dry stone walls, patchwork fields, sheep snacking on grassy slopes, dramatic limestone cliffs and crags and scree. In every direction, another beautiful purple moor. The landscape wasn't quite so famous like the Lake District, just over to the west, but it was still breathtaking and still inspired some of the great artists in British history. Wordsworth, for one. I'd managed to avoid reading that old gent stuff in school, but now I thought he must be pretty damn good if he spent time around these parts. It felt like sacrilege to be standing on a cliff above this place and trying to obliterate it. Of course, it was pretend obliteration. I didn't actually blow up one single dale. Still, at the end of each day, I felt like I had. I was studying the art of destruction, and the first thing I learned was that destruction was partially creative. It begins with imagination. Where was I? Before destroying something, you have to imagine it destroyed, and I was getting very good at imagining the Dales as a smoking hellscape. The drill each day was the same. Rise at dawn, glass of orange juice, bowl of porridge, then a full of English, then head into the fields. As the first daylight poured over the horizon, I would begin speaking to an aircraft, usually a hawk. The aircraft would reach its IP, initial point, 5 to 8 nautical miles away, and then I'd give the target signal to run. The aircraft would turn and commence. I'd talk it through the sky over the countryside, using different landmarks, L-shaped wood, T-shaped dike, silver barn. In selecting landmarks, I'd been instructed to start big, move on to something medium, then pick something small. Picture the world, I was told, as a hierarchy. Hierarchy, you say? I think I can handle that. Haha. Each time I called out a landmark, the pilot would say back, affirm, or else I am visual. I like that. I enjoyed the rhythms, the poetry, the meditative chant of it all, and I found deeper meanings in the exercise. I would often think, it's a whole game, isn't it? Getting people to see the world as you see it and say it all back to you. Typically, the pilot would be flying low, 500 feet off the deck, level with the rising sun, but sometimes I'd send him lower and put him into a pop up. As he streaked towards me at the speed of sound, he'd pull back and shoot up at a 45-degree angle. Then I'd begin a new series of descriptions, new details. As he reached the top of his climb and rolled his wings, as he leveled and started to feel negative G force, he'd see the world just as I painted it and then swoop down. Suddenly he'd cry out, tally target, then in dry. Then I'd say, clear dry, meaning his bombs were but spirits melting into the air. Then I'd wait, listening keenly for the pretend explosions. The weeks just flew by. Is this whole? Once I was trained FAC, I had to become combat ready, which meant mastering 28 different combat controls. A control is basically an interaction with an aircraft. Each control was a scenario, a little play. For instance, imagine two aircraft come into your airspace. Good morning, this is Dude Zero One and Dude Zero Two. We're a pair of F-15s with two PGMs on board plus one JDAM. We've got a play time of 90 minutes, and we are currently 2 nautical miles east of your location at flight level 150, waiting for talk on. I needed to know precisely what they were saying and how to respond to them precisely in their own jargon. Sadly, I wouldn't be able to do this in a normal training area. The normal areas like Salisbury Plain were too out in the open. Someone would see me and tip off the press, and my cover would be blown. I'd be back to where I started. Instead, Colonel Ed decided I should learn the controls somewhere remote like Sandringham. We both smiled, and then the thought occurred, and then laughed. The last place anyone would think of Prince Harry getting himself combat ready, Granny's country estate. I got a small room at a small hotel near Sandringham, Knight's Hill. I'd known the place all my life, driven past it a million times. Whenever we visited Granny at Christmas, our bodyguards would sleep there. Standard room, 100 quid. In summers, Knight's Hill tended to be full of bird watchers, wedding parties, but now in the autumn it was empty. The privacy was thrilling and would have been total if not for the older lady in the pub connected to the hotel. She watched me, goggle eyed, every time I passed. All alone and almost anonymous, my existence narrowed to one interesting task. I was delirious. I tried not to say so to Chelsea when I phoned her in the evenings, but it's the kind of happiness that was hard to hide. I recall one difficult chat. What were we doing? Where were we heading? She knew I cared about her, but she felt unseen. I am not visual. She knew how desperate I was to go to war, but how could she not forgive my being a bit detached? I was taken aback. I explained that this is what I needed to do, the thing I'd wanted to do all my life, and I needed to do it with my whole heart and soul. If that meant there was less heart and soul left over for anything else, well, I was sorry. Pa knew I was living at Knight's Hill and what I was up to, and he was just down the road at Sandringham on an extended visit. And yet he never dropped in, giving me space, I guess. Also, he was very much in his newlywed phase, even though the wedding was more than 2 years prior. Then one day he looked up in the sky and saw a Typhoon aircraft doing low passes along the seawall, and he figured it must be me. So he got into his Audi and hurried over. He found me in the marshes on a quad bike, talking to a typhoon some miles off. While I waited for the typhoon to appear in the sky overhead, we had a quick chat. He said he could see how good I was getting at this new job. Above all, he could see how hard I was working at it, and that delighted him. Pa had always been a worker. He believed in work. Everyone must work, he often said, but his own work was kind of a religion because he was furiously trying to save the planet. He'd been fighting for decades to alert people to climate change, never flagging despite being cruelly mocked by the press as Henny Penny. Countless times late at night, Will and I would find him at his desk amid mountains of bulging blue postbags, his correspondence. More than once we discovered him face on the desk, fast asleep. We'd shake his shoulders until he'd bob, and a piece of paper would be stuck to his forehead. But along with the importance of work, he also believed in the magic of flight. He was a helicopter pilot after all, so he particularly loved seeing me steer those jets over the marshy flats at ungodly speeds. I mentioned that the good citizens of Wolferton didn't share this enthusiasm. A 10,000 kilo jet roaring just over the tiled roofs did not exactly cause jubilation. RAF Marham had received dozens of complaints. Sandringham was supposed to be a no-fly zone. All complaints were told, such as war. I love seeing Pa. I love feeling his pride. I felt buoyed by his praise. But I had to get back to work. I was mid-control. Couldn't tell the typhoon to please hold on a moment. Yes, yes, darling boy, go back to work. He drove off. As he went down the track, I told the typhoon, new target, gray Audi, headed southeast from my position down track towards a big silver barn oriented east-west. The typhoon tracked Pa, did a low pass straight over him, almost shattering the windows of his Audi, but ultimately spared him on my orders. I went on to blow out Silver Barn to smithereens. That's weird. Part 8. England was in the semi-final of the 2007 Rugby World Cup. No one had predicted that. No one had believed England was any good this time around, and now they were on the verge of winning it all. Millions of Britons were swept away with rugby fever, including me. So when I was invited to attend the semi-final that October, I didn't hesitate. I said yes immediately. Bonus, that semi-final was being held that year in Paris, a city I'd never visited. The World Cup provided me with a driver, and on my first night in the City of Light, I asked him if he knew the tunnel where my mother. I watched his eyes in the rear view growing large. He was Irish with a kindly, open face, and I could easily discern his thoughts. What the fuck? I did not sign up for this. The tunnel is called Pont de la Main, I told him. Yes, yes, he knew it. I want to go through it. You want to go through the tunnel? At 65 miles per hour to be precise. Wait, that's crazy. He was Irish with a kind, open face, and I could easily discern his thoughts. What the fuck? I did not sign up for this. The tunnel is called Pont de la Main, I told him. Yes, yes, he knew it. I want to go through it. You want to go through the tunnel? At 65 miles per hour to be precise. 65? Yes. The exact speed Mommy's car has supposedly been driving, according to police, at the time of the crash. Not the 120 miles per hour as the press originally reported. The driver looked over at the passenger seat. Billy the Rock nodded gravely. Let's do it. Billy added that if the driver ever revealed to another human that we'd asked him to do this, we'd find him and there'd be hell to pay. The driver gave a solemn nod. Off we went, weaving through traffic, cruising past the Ritz where Mommy had her last meal with her boyfriend that August night. Then we came to the mouth of the tunnel. We zipped ahead, went over the lip at the tunnel's entrance. The bump that supposedly sent Mummy's Mercedes veering off course. But the lip was nothing. We barely felt it. As the car entered the tunnel, I leaned forward, watched the light change to a kind of watery orange, watched the concrete pillars flicker past. I counted them. I counted my heartbeats. And in a few seconds, we emerged from the other side. I sat back. Quietly, I said, "Is that all of it?" "It's nothing. Just a straight tunnel." I'd always imagined the tunnel as some treacherous passageway, inherently dangerous. It was just a short, simple, no-frills tunnel. No reason anyone should ever die inside of it. The driver and Billy didn't answer. I looked out of the window. Again. The driver stared at me in the rear view. "Again?" "Yes, please. We went through it again." "That's enough. Thank you." It had been a very bad idea. I'd had plenty of bad ideas in my 23 years, but this one was uniquely ill-conceived. I had told myself that I wanted closure, but I didn't really. Deep down, I had hoped to feel in that tunnel what I'd felt when JLP gave me the police files: disbelief and doubt. Instead, that was the night all doubt fell away. She's dead, I thought. Oh my God, she's really gone for good. I got the closure I was pretending to seek. I got it in spades, and now I'd never be able to get rid of it. I'd thought driving the tunnel would bring an end or a brief cessation to the pain, the decade of unrelenting pain. Instead, it brought the start of pain, pain part due. It was close to 1 in the morning. The driver dropped me and Billy at a bar where I drank and I drank and I drank. Some mates were there and I drank with them and tried to pick fights with several. When the pub threw us out, when Billy the Rock escorted me back to the hotel, I tried to pick a fight with him too. I growled at him, swung on him, and slapped his head. He barely reacted. He just frowned like an ultra patient parent. I slapped him again. I loved him, but I was determined to hurt him. He'd seen me like this before, once, maybe twice. I'd heard him say to another bodyguard, "He's a handful tonight." "Oh, you want to see a handful? Here you go. Here's a handful." Somehow Billy and the other bodyguard got me up to my room, poured me into my bed. But after they left, I popped right up again. I looked around their room. The sun was just coming up. I stepped outside into the hall. There was a bodyguard. There was a bodyguard on a chair beside the door, but he was sound asleep. I tiptoed past, got into the lift, left the hotel. Of all the rules of my life, this was considered the most inviolate. Never leave your bodyguards, never wander off by yourself anywhere, but especially not in a foreign city. I walked along the Seine. I squinted at the Champs-Élysées in the distance. I stood next to some big Ferris wheel. I went past little bookstalls, past people drinking coffee and eating croissants. I was smoking, keeping my gaze unfocused. I have a dim recollection of a few people recognizing me and staring, but thankfully this was before the age of smartphones. No one stopped me to take a photo. Later, after I had slept, I rang Willie and told him about my night. None of it came as news to him. Turned out he'd driven the tunnel too. He was coming to Paris for the rugby final. We decided to do it together. Afterwards, we talked about the crash for the first time ever. We talked about the recent inquest, a joke, we both agreed. The final written report was an insult, fanciful, riddled with basic factual errors and gaping logical holes. It raised more questions than it answered. After all these years, we said, and all that money, how could that have happened? And above all, the summary conclusion that Mummy's driver was drunk and thereby the sole cause of the crash was convenient and absurd. Even if the man had been drinking, even if he was shit-faced, he wouldn't have any trouble navigating that short tunnel, unless Paps had chased and blinded him. Why were those Paps not more roundly blamed? Why were they not in jail? Who sent them? Why were they not in jail? Why indeed, unless corruption and cover-ups were the order of the day? We were united on all these points, and also on next steps. We'd issue a statement, jointly call for the inquiry to be reopened, maybe hold a press conference. We were talked out of it by the powers that be. Part 9. 1 month later, I went to RAF Bryce Norton and boarded a C-17. There were dozens of other soldiers on the plane, but I was the only stowaway. With help from Colonel Ed and JLP, I boarded in secret, then crept into an alcove behind the cockpit. The alcove had bunk beds for the crew and overnight flights. As the big engines fired, as the plane roared down the runway, I lay down on a bottom bunk, my small rucksack as a pillow. Somewhere below, in my cargo hold, the Bergen was nearly packed with 3 pairs of camo trousers, 3 clean t-shirts, 1 pair of goggles, 1 airbed, 1 small notebook, 1 tube of sun cream. It felt like more than enough. I could honestly say that nothing I needed or wanted in my life had been left behind, other than a few pieces of Mummy's jewelry, and the lack of her hair, and that little blue box, and the silver framed photo of her that used to sit on my desk at Eton, all of which I'd stashed in a safe place. And of course, my weapons, my 9mm and SA-80A stashed in a safe place, and of course, my 9mm and SA-80A had been surrendered to a stern-faced clerk who'd locked them in a steel box that also went into the hold. I felt their absence most acutely since, for the first time in my life, other than that wobbly morning stroll in Paris, I was about to venture forth into the wide world without armed bodyguards. The flight was eternal. 7 hours? 9? I can't stay. It felt like a week. I tried to sleep, but my head was too full. I spent most of the time staring at the upper bunk, at my feet. I listened to the engines. I listened to the other soldiers on board. I replayed my life. I thought about Willie and Pa and Chelsea. Papers reported that we had broken up. One headline, "Hooray, Harry's been dumped." The distance, the different life goals were too much. It was hard enough maintaining a relationship in the same country, but with me going off to war, this didn't seem feasible. Of course, none of this was true. We'd not broken up. She'd given me a touching, tender farewell and promised to wait for me. She knew, therefore, to disregard all other stories in the paper about how I reacted to the breakup. Reportedly, I'd gone on a pub crawl and guzzled a few dozen vodkas before staggering into a waiting car. One paper actually asked the mother of a soldier recently killed in action how she felt about me being publicly intoxicated. She was against it. If I die in Afghanistan, I thought, at least I'll never have to see another fake headline, read another shameful lie about myself. I thought a lot about on that flight about dying. What would it mean? Did I care? I tried to picture my funeral. Would it be a state funeral? Private? I tried to imagine the headlines. Bye, Harry. How would I be remembered in history? For the headlines or for who I actually was? Would Willie walk behind my coffin? Would Grandpa and Pa? Before I'd shipped out, JLP sat me down, told me I needed to update my will. My will? Really? If anything happened, he said, the palace needed to know what I wanted to be done with few of my belongings and where I wished to be buried. He asked so plainly and so calmly, as you'd ask someone where they'd like to have lunch. But that was his gift. The truth was the truth, no sense leaning away from it. I looked away. I couldn't really think of a spot where I wanted to spend hereafter. I couldn't think of any spot that felt sacred besides Althorpe, maybe, and that was out of the question. So I said Frogmore Gardens. It was beautiful and slightly removed from things. It was peaceful. JLP gave a nod. He'd see to it. Amid these thoughts and recollections, I managed to doze off for a few minutes, and when I opened my eyes, we were swooping down to Kandahar airfield. Time to put on the body armor, time to put on the Kevlar. I waited for everyone else to disembark, then some special forces guys appeared in the alcove. They returned my weapons and handed me a vial of morphine they keep on my person at all times. We were now in a place where pain, injuries, trauma were commonplace. They hurried me off the plane into a 4x4 with black windows and dusty seats. We drove to a different part of the base, then hurried into a porticabin. Empty, not a soul. Where is everybody? Bloody hell, was peace declared while I was in the air? No, the whole base was out on a mission. I looked around. Apparently they'd left in the middle of a meal. Tables were covered with half-empty pizza boxes. I tried to remember what I'd eaten on the flight. Nothing. I began shoving cold pizza into my mouth. I took my in-theater test, one last barrier entry, one last measure to prove that I knew how to do the job. Shortly after, I climbed a Chinook and flew about 50 miles to a much smaller outpost. Forward Operating Base Dwyer. Long, unwieldy name for what was little more than a sandcastle made of sandbags. I was met by a sand-covered soldier who said he'd been ordered to show me around. Welcome to Dwyer. Got its name. One of our lads, KIA, vehicle hit a landmine. The quick tour revealed Dwyer to be even more Spartan than it looked from Chinook. No heat, few lights, not much water. There was plumbing of a sort, but the pipes were usually clogged or frozen. There was also a building that purported to be a shower block, but I was advised, use at your peril. Basically, my tour guide told me, just give up being clean. Focus instead on staying warm. It gets that cold here, he chortled. Dwyer was home to about 50 soldiers, mostly artillery and household cavalry. I met them in twos and threes. They were all sandy-haired, by which I mean their hair was matted with sand. Their faces and necks and eyelashes also encrusted. They looked like fillets of fish that had been breadcrumbed before frying. Within 1 hour, I did too. Everyone and everything at Dwyer was either caked with sand or sprinkled with sand or painted the color of sand. And out beyond the sand-colored tents and sandbags and sand walls was an infinite ocean of sand. Fine sand, like talcum powder. The lads spent much of their day gazing at all that sand. So after completing my tour, getting my cot and some chow, I did too. We told ourselves we were scanning for the enemy, and we were, I suppose, but you couldn't stare at that many grains of sand without also thinking about eternity. All that shifting, swirling, whirling sand, you felt it saying something to you about your minuscule niche in the cosmos. Ashes to ashes, sand to sand. Even when I retired, settled onto my metal cot, drifted off to sleep, sand was uppermost on my mind. I heard it out there, having whispery conversations with itself. I felt it grain on my tongue, on my eyeball. I dreamed of it. When I woke, there was a spoonful of it on my mouth. Part 10. At the center of Dwyer was a towering spike, a kind of makeshift Nelson's column. Nailed to it were dozens of arrows, pointing every which way, each arrow painted with the name of a place some soldier at Dwyer called home. Sydney, Australia, 7,223 miles. Glasgow, 3,654 miles. Bridgewater, Somerset, 3,610 miles. That first morning, walking past the spike, I had a thought. Maybe I should write my own home up there. Clarence House, 3,456 miles. That would get a laugh. But no. Just as none of us were eager to draw the Taliban's attention, I was eager not to draw the attention of my fellow squatties. My main goal was to blend in. One of the arrows pointed towards the cannon. Two enormous 105mm guns at the back of non-working shower block. Nearly every day, several times a day, Dwyer fired off those big guns, lobbed massive shells in smoky parabola towards Taliban positions. The noise made your blood stop, fried your brains. One day the guns were fired at least 100 times. For the rest of my life, I knew I'd be hearing some vestige of that sound. It would echo forever in some part of my being. I would also never forget when the guns finally stopped, that immense silence. Part 11. Are we all still paying attention? Show signs of life. Part 11. Dwyer's ops room was a box wrapped in desert camo. The floor was thick black plastic made of interlinked pieces like a jigsaw puzzle. It made a weird noise when you walked across it. The focal point of the room, indeed the whole camp, was the main wall, which featured a giant map of Hemland province with pins, yellow, orange, green, blue, representing units of the battle group. I was greeted by a corporal of Horse Baxter, older than me but my coloring. We exchanged a few wry cracks, a rueful smile about involuntary membership into the League of Red-Headed Gentlemen. Also the Balding Brotherhood. Like me, Baxter was fast losing coverage on top. I asked where he was from. Country and trim. Irish, hey? Sure. His littling accent made me think he could be kidded. I gave him a hard time about the Irish, and he returned fire, laughing, but his blue eyes looked unsure. Crikey, I'm taking the piss out of a prince. We got down to work. More about Chelsea. Um, yeah, this army part it's like a really fucked up version of talking about how worldly you are. Like, is it bad to just skip this whole part? I'm just never I'm like skimming through. These are like a lot of war stories. Okay, I will not skip through. I'm gonna read everything. Skip the army stuff. I know, but okay, so there's this much army stuff. It's like a full 130 pages of army stuff, and then the last part is all Megan stuff. And it's like if I skip the army part now and it's 3:30, then the Megan stuff, people who are not watching till after work, people who are like gonna watch after work would miss all the Megan stuff. Do you know what I mean? So it's like I feel like we have to do it just because. Okay, just read really fast. Okay. um. After every action, there'd be a lull, which was sometimes harder to deal with psychologically. Boredom was the enemy, and we fought it by playing rugby. Our ball a heavily taped up roll of toilet paper, or by jogging on the spot. We also did 1,000 press ups and built permitted weightlifting equipment, taping wooden crates to metal bars. We made punch bags out of duffels. We read books, organized marathon chess matches, slept like cats. I watched grown men log 12 hours a day in bed. We also ate and ate. Dwyer had a full kitchen, pasta, chips, beans. We were given 30 minutes each week on the sat phone. The phone card was called Paradigm, and it had a code on the back, which you punched into the keypad. Then a robot, a nice-sounding woman, told you how many minutes you had left. Next thing you knew, Spike, that you? Chelsea. Your old life down the line, the sound that always made you catch your breath. To think of home was never easy for a complex set of reasons. To hear home was a stab in the chest. If I didn't call Chelsea, I would call Pa. How are you, darling boy? Not bad, you know. But he'd ask me to write rather than call. He loved my letters. He said he'd much prefer a letter. Part 14. At times I worried I was actually missing out on the real war. Was I perhaps sitting in the war's waiting room? The real war, I feared, was just down the valley, and I could see thick puffs of smoke, the plumes from explosion, mostly in and around Garsmere, a place of tremendous strategic importance. critical gateway, river port through which supplies, especially guns, flowed to the Taliban, plus an entry point for new fighters. They'd be issued an AK-47, a fistful of bullets, and told to head towards us through their maze of trenches. This was their initiation test. I agree. This is like showing the depth of like his mental afflictions. And I was like a second ago just skimming and I saw like some keywords about his mom and about his grandma. And so like, there's going to be a few moments of him doing full circle on his triggers. It'll just take a lot to get there, which is fine because I just love reading for 7 hours straight. I'm sure I'm gonna sleep really well tonight. At times, I worried I was missing out on the actual war. Was I perhaps sitting in the war's waiting room? The real war, I feared, was just down the valley. I could see the thick puffs of smoke, the plumes from explosion, mostly in and around Garsmere, a place of tremendous strategic importance, critical gateway, river port through which supplies, especially guns, flowed to the Taliban, plus an entry point for new fighters. They'd be issued an AK-47, a fistful of bullets, and told to head towards us through their maze of trenches. This was their initiation test, which the Taliban called their blooding. Were Sandy and Tiggy working for the Taliban? It happened often. A Taliban recruit would pop up, fire at us, and we'd return fire with 20 times the force. Any Taliban recruit who survived that barrage would then be promoted, sent to fight and die in one of the bigger cities like Gershik or Lekshargah, which some call Las Vegas. Most, however, didn't survive. The Taliban left their bodies to rot. I watched dogs the size of wolves chew many recruits off the battlefield. I began pleading with my commanding officers, get me out of here. A few guys made the same plea, but for different reasons. I was begging to go closer to the front. Send me to Garsmere. Finally, on Christmas Eve 2007, my request was approved. I was to replace an outgoing FAC at Forward Operating Base Delhi, which was inside an abandoned Garsmere school. The small gravel courtyard, corrugated tin roof. Someone said the school had been an agricultural university. Someone else said it had been a madrasa. For the moment, however, it was part of the British Commonwealth and my new home. It was also home to a company of Gurkhas. Recruited from Nepal, from the remotest villages along the foothills of the Himalayas, the Gurkhas had fought in every British war of the last 2 centuries and distinguished themselves in each one. They scrapped like tigers, never gave up, and as a result, they held a special place in the British Army and in my heart. I'd been hearing about the Gurkhas since I was a boy. One of the first uniforms I ever worn was a Gurkha uniform. At Sandhurst, the Gurkhas had always played the enemies in military exercises, which always felt a bit ridiculous because they were so beloved. After exercises, a Gurkha would invariably walk up to me and offer me a cup of hot chocolate. They had a solemn reverence for royalty. A king's, in their mind, was divine. Their own king was believed to be the reincarnated Hindu god Vishnu. A prince, therefore, was not far off. I had felt this growing up, but now I felt it again. As I walked through Delhi, all the Gurkhas bowed. They called me Saab. Yes, Saab. No, Saab. I pleaded. Please don't. I'm just Lieutenant Wells. I'm just Widow 6-7. They laughed. No chance, Saab. Neither would they have dreamed of allowing me to go anywhere by myself. Royal persons required royal escort. Often I'd be headed to the mess or to the loo and suddenly become aware of a shadow on my right, then another on my left. Hello, Saab. It was embarrassing, albeit touching. I adored them, as did the local Afghans, who sold the Gurkhas many chickens and goats and even bantered them about recipes. The army talked about winning Afghan hearts and minds, meaning converting locals to democracy and freedom, but only the Gurkhas seemed to actually be doing it. When they weren't escorting me, the Gurkhas were intent on fattening me up. Food was their love language, and while each Gurkha thought himself a five-star chef, they all had the same specialty: goat curry. I remember one day hearing rotors overhead. I looked up. Everyone on the base looked up. A chopper slowly descending, and hanging from the sides, wrapped in a net, was a goat. Christmas present for the Gurkhas. In a great burst of dust, the helicopter touched down. Out jumped a man, bald, blondish, the picture of a British officer. He was also vaguely familiar. I know this bloke, I said out loud. I snapped my fingers. It's good old Bevan. He'd worked for Pa for a few years. He'd even chaperoned us one winter in Closters. Now apparently he was the brigade commander's number two, and thus delivering goats on behalf of the commander. Okay, I'm bored. We could see the lights of Musakala in the distance, February 2008. Our tanks were in a harbor and we were eating dinner out of bags, talking in low voices. After the meal around midnight, I went on Radio Stag. Sitting in the back of a Spartan, the big door opened. I pulled the desk down and I was taking notes off the radio. My only light was a dim bulb overhead in a wire cage. The stars in the desert sky were brighter than the bulb and seemed even closer. I was running the radio off the Spartan's battery, so every now and then I'd start the engine to give the battery a charge. I didn't like making noise for fear of attracting the Taliban's attention, but I had no choice. After a while, I tidied up the Spartan, poured myself a hot cup of chocolate from a thermos, which did not warm me. Nothing could. The desert could get so cold. I was wearing desert combats, desert boots, a green puffer, a wool beanie, and still shivering. I tweaked the radio's volume, tried to pick up voices between its crackles and squelches. Mission reports being sent in, info about mail deliveries, messages being passed through the group battle net, none of which related to my squadron. I think it was about 1 a.m. when I heard several people talking about Red Fox. Zero Alpha, the officer in command, was telling someone that Red Fox this and Red Fox that. I jotted a few notes, but stopped writing and looked up at the stars when I heard them mention C Squadron. The voices were saying that this Red Fox was in trouble, no doubt about it. I made out that Red Fox was a person. Had he done something wrong? No. Were others planning to do him wrong? Yes. Judging, oh, this is good. Judging from the tone of voices, Red Fox was about to be murdered. I swallowed a mouthful of chocolate and blinked at the radio and knew with total certainty that Red Fox was me. Now the voices were saying more explicitly that Red Fox's cover had been blown, that he was exposed to the enemy, that he needed to be extracted immediately. Fuck, I said. Fuck, 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 fuck. My mind flashed back to Eaton, the fox I'd glimpsed when stoned from the window of the loo. So he really had been a messenger from the future after all. One day you'll be alone, late at night in the darkness, hunted like me. See how you like it. Next day, we went on patrol and I was full on paranoid, worried I'd be recognized. I wore a shimag tightly over my face with blacked out ski goggles while keeping my head on a swivel and my finger tight on the trigger of my machine gun. After dusk, special forces collected me, their Chinook escorted by two Apaches I was chatting with over the radio. They flew me across the valley, back to FOB Edinburgh. We landed in darkness and I couldn't see a thing. I ran into the FOB, then into a green canvas tent where it was even darker. I heard a squeak. A soft light came on. A man stood before me, screwing a small light bulb into a socket dangling from the roof. Colonel Ed. His face seemed longer than I remembered, and he was wearing his long green overcoat, like something straight out of the First World War. He filled me in on what happened. An Australian magazine had outed me, told the world I was in Afghanistan. The magazine was inconsequential, so no one noticed at first. But then some bell end in America had picked up the story, posted it on his worthless website, and that got picked up by the crawlers. Now the news was everywhere. The worst kept secret in the Milky Way was the presence of Prince Harry in Helmand Province. So you're out. Colonel Ed apologized. He knew this wasn't when or how I wanted to end my tour of duty. On the other hand, he wanted me to know that his superiors had been pressing for weeks to pull me. So I was lucky the tour hadn't been shorter. I'd alluded to the powers that be and the Taliban and managed to put together a respectably long stint with a sterling record. Bravo, he said. I was on the verge of begging to stay, but I could see that there was no chance. My presence would put everyone around me in grave peril, including Colonel Ed. Now that the Taliban knew I was in the country and roughly where, they would throw everything they had into killing me. The army didn't want me to die, but it was the same story as 1 year earlier. The army was extra keen that others not die because of me. I shared that sentiment. I shook Colonel Ed's hand and left the tent, grabbed a few of my belongings and said a quick goodbyes, then jumped back in the Chinook, which was still churning and burning. Within an hour, I was back in Kandahar. I showered, shaved, got ready to catch a big plane bound for England. There were other soldiers milling about, waiting to board as well. Their mood was very different. They were all jubilant and going home. I stared at the ground. Eventually, we all began to realize that the boarding process was taking an inordinately long time. What's the holdup? We asked impatiently. A crew member said we were waiting on one last passenger. Who? A Danish soldier's coffin was being loaded into the cargo hold. We all fell silent. When we eventually got on and took off, the curtain at the front of the plane swung open briefly. I could see 3 guys on hospital beds. I unbuckled my seatbelt, walked up the aisle, and discovered 3 gravely injured British soldiers. One, I recall, had gruesome injuries from an IED. Another was wrapped head to toe in plastic. Despite being unconscious, he was clutching a test tube containing bits of shrapnel removed from his neck and head. I spoke with the doctor caring for them, asked if the lads would live. He didn't know, but even if they did, he said, they faced a very tough road. I felt angry with myself for having been so self-absorbed. I spent the rest of that flight thinking about the many young men and women going home in similar shape, and all the ones not going home at all. I thought about the people at home who didn't know the first thing about this war, by choice. Many opposed it, but few knew a damn thing about it. I wondered why. Whose job was it to tell them? Oh yes, I thought, the press. Part 21. I landed on March 1st, 2008. The obligatory press conference stood between me and a proper meal. I held my breath when before the chosen reporter answered his questions. He used the word hero, which I wouldn't stand for. The heroes are the guys in the planes, not to mention the guys still back at Delhi and Dwyer in Edinburgh. I walked out of the room straight into Willie and Pa. I think Willie hugged me. I think I gave Pa a kiss on each cheek. He might also have squeezed my shoulder. It would have appeared to anyone at a distance a normal family greeting and interaction. But for us, it was a flamboyant, unprecedented demonstration of physical affection. They both stared at me wide-eyed. I looked exhausted and haunted. You look older, Pa said. I am. We piled into Pa's Audi and zoomed off towards Highgrove. Along the way, we spoke as if we were in a library, very hushed. How are you, Harold? Oh, I don't know. How are you? Not bad. How's Kate? Good. I miss anything? No, same old. I rolled down the window, watched my countryside fly by. My eyes wouldn't quite absorb all that color, all that green. I breathed in the fresh air and wondered which was the dream, the months in Afghanistan or the trip in the car. The guns of Dwyer, the beheaded goats, the boy in the wheelbarrow. Was that reality? Or was reality these soft leather seats and Pa's cologne? I was given a month off. I spent the first part of it with mates. They heard I was home and they rang me up and they asked me out for a drink. Okay, but just one. A place called Cat and Custard Pot. Me sitting in a dark corner, nursing a gin and tonic. Them laughing and chatting and making all sorts of plans and trips for the holidays. Everyone seems so loud. Have they always been so loud? They all said I seemed quiet. Yeah, I said, I guess so. Well, how come? No reason. I just felt like being quiet. I felt out of place, a bit distant. At times, I felt sort of panicky. At other times, I felt angry. Do you know, do you folks know what's happening on the other side of the world right now? After a day or two, I rang Chelsea and asked to see her. I begged. She was in Cape Town. She invited me to come. Yes, I thought that's what I need right now. A day or two with Chelsea and her folks. After, she and I ran off to Botswana and met up with the gang. We started at Tej and Mike's house, big hugs and kisses at the door. They'd been worried sick about me. And then they fed me, and Mike kept handing me drinks. And I was in the place I loved the most, under the sky I loved the most. So happy that at one point I wondered if I might not have tears in my eyes. A day or two later, Chelsea and I drifted upriver in a rented houseboat, the Kubu Queen. We cooked simple meals, slept on the upper deck of the boat under the stars, gazing at Orion's belt, the Little Dipper. I tried to decompress, but it was hard. The press got wind of our trip, and they were popping us constantly every time the boat neared the shore. After a week or so, we went back to Maun and ate a farewell dinner with Tej and Mike. Everyone turned in early, but I stayed up with Tej. Told her a bit about the war, just a bit. It was the first time I'd spoke of it since arriving home. Willie and Pa had asked, but not the way Tej had asked, nor had Chelsea. Did she tiptoe around the subject because she still disliked my going, or because she knew it'd be hard for me to talk about it? I wasn't sure, and I felt she wasn't sure, that neither of us was sure about anything. Tej and I talked about that too. She liked me, I said. Loves me, I guess. But she doesn't like the baggage that comes with me. She doesn't like everything that comes with being royal, depressed, and so forth. And none of that is ever going away, so what hope is there? Tej asked point blank if I could see myself married to Chelsea. I tried to explain. I cherished Chelsea's carefree and authentic spirit. She never worried about what other people thought. She wore short skirts and high boots and danced with the bandit and drank as much tequila as I did. And I cherished all those things about her. But I couldn't help worrying how Granny might feel about them or the British public. And the last thing I wanted was for Chelsea to change to accommodate them. I wanted so badly to be a husband and a father, but I just wasn't sure. It takes a certain kind of person to withstand the scrutiny, Tej, and I don't know if Chelsea can handle it. I don't know if I want to ask her to handle it. Part 23. The press reported breathlessly on our return to Britain how we dashed to Chelsea's off-campus flat in Leeds, where she lived with two girls whom I trusted and who, more important, trusted me, and how I snuck into their flat disguised in a hoodie and a baseball cap, giving her flatmates a laugh, and how I loved pretending to be a university student, going for pizza and hanging out in pubs, even wondering if I'd made the right choice in skipping university, not one word of which was true. I went to Chelsea's flat twice. I barely knew her flatmates, and I never once regretted my decision to skip university. But the press was getting worse. They were now just peddling fantasisms, while physically stalking and harassing me and everyone in my inner circle. Chelsea told me that Paps had been following her to and from lectures. She asked me to do something about it. I told her I would try. I told her how sorry I was. When she was back in Cape Town, she phoned me and said people were telling her everywhere and it was driving her crazy. She couldn't imagine. They always knew where she was and where she'd be. She was freaking out. I talked it over with Marco, who advised me to ask Chelsea's brother to check the underside of her car. Wow. Sure enough, there was a tracking device. Marco and I were able to tell her brother exactly what to check for and where, because it had happened to so many other people around me. Chelsea said again that she just wasn't sure if she was up for this. A lifetime of being stalked? What could I say? I would miss her so much, but I completely understood her desire for freedom. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want this life either. Part 24 of part 2. Flack, they called her. She was funny and sweet and cool. Wait, I want to Google Chelsea really quick. What's her name? Chelsea Daly? Davy. Who remembers this? Wild. Okay. Flack, they called her. She was funny and sweet and cool. I met her at a restaurant with some mates months after Chelsea and I had gone our separate ways. Spike, this is Flack. Hi, how do you do, Flack? She was on TV, she explained. She was a presenter. Sorry, I said I don't watch much TV. She was taken aback that I didn't recognize her, which I liked. She didn't have a big ego. After she explained who she was and what she did, I still was not certain. What's your full name again? Caroline Flack. Days later, we met for dinner and games, poker night at Marco's flat, Bramham Gardens. After an hour or so, it is dark, the hunting game, yeah. Days later, we met for dinner and games, poker night at Marco's flat, Bramham Gardens. After an hour or so, I stepped outside, disguised in one of Marco's cowboy hats, to speak with Billy the Rock. As I exited the building, I lit a cigarette and looked right. There, parked behind a car, two sets of feet and two bobbing heads. Whoever it was did not recognize me in Marco's hat, so I was able to stroll down to Billy and lean into his police car and whisper, Buggy at 3 o'clock. What? No. Billy, how could they have known? Search me. No one knows I'm here. Are they tracking me? Are they getting into my phone or Flax? Billy bolted from the car, ran around the corner, surprised the two cops. He screamed at them, but they screamed right back, entitled, emboldened. They did not get their photo that night, a small victory. But very soon after, they papped me in Flack, and those photos set off a frenzy. Within hours, a mob was camped outside Flack's parents' house, and all of her friends' houses, and her grandmother's house. And she was described in one paper as my tiny my bit of rough because she'd once worked in a factory of something. Jesus, I thought, were we really in such a country of insufferable snobs? I continued to see Flack on and off, but we didn't feel free anymore. We kept on, I think, because we genuinely enjoyed each other's company and because we didn't want to admit defeat at the hands of these assholes. But the relationship was tainted irredeemably, and in time we agreed it just wasn't worth the grief and harassment, especially for her family. Goodbye, we said, and good luck. Tainted. That's so loaded. How do you know when something's tainted and when it's not? Sorry, I'm taking a 10-minute break. Okay. Real there. Fix my couch. Okay. Is anyone who lives near me watching this? Like anyone in the state, like my actual neighborhood? Text me. Okay. Water? Gimme! Come say hi to the people, Carmen. Okay. You know how, like, people whose grandparents have war stories and they're like, oh, God, he's telling another war story. That's how I feel right now. And I didn't want this to turn into, like, a gossip live stream. I wanted to be, like, let's educate ourselves on the history that's happening and unfolding in front of us live stream. But, like, war stuff is just so complex, and it's like constant contradiction of itself. Like I hate when people, and I mean British soldiers and American soldiers, so white soldiers, I hate when white soldiers go to brown places and they're like, the culture was so beautiful, and it's like, really? Then why did you kill everyone? Why did you couldn't find anything else to do? So like but I also feel bad for soldiers and people who go to war, because people seem to go to war when they like have a war inside themselves. And I think that they're taken advantage of, especially men who have a war going on inside themselves, instead of like if Prince Harry was a female, there's no way that he wouldn't have been going to therapy, even in the 90s. So I just have a hard time reading war stories. The baseline is that it's boring, but like the actual meat of it is much more complex. And I'm assuming that that's like maybe how we all feel, but I'm thinking about all the people affected by war who don't even like know how to read or write to articulate their stories. They don't have book deals to talk about their stories, and I know that that's Harry is using his privilege for good right now, but it's just weird. Okay, part 25 of part 2, page 157. I went with JLP to Kensington Palace for a cocktail with General Dannett. As we knocked at the door to the general's apartment, I felt jumpier than I had when leaving for war. The general and his wife Pippa greeted us warmly and congratulated me on my service. I smiled and then I frowned. Yes, they said, they were sorry about my deployment being cut short. The press, they ruin everything, don't they? Yes, they surely do. The ge- this is why people were like, "This is so whiny." Like this part is whiny because like you were going to war to find yourself. You weren't going to war because you were like, "I so believe in these missions." Like, were you? I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna get off this soapbox and just keep reading. The general poured me a gin and tonic. We gathered in chairs, a sitting area, and I took a big gulp and felt the gin go down. And I blurted that I need to get back. I needed to go do a full and proper tour. The general stared at me. Oh, I see. Well, if that's the case, he began thinking out loud, running through different options, analyzing all the politics and ramifications of each. What about becoming a helicopter pilot? Wow, I leaned back. I never considered that. Maybe because Willie and my father and grandfather and Uncle Andrew, who's best friends with Jeffrey Epstein, were pilots. He didn't say that. I was always keen on following my own line, doing my own thing. But General Dannett said this would be the best way, the only way. I'd be safer, so to speak, above the fray, among the clouds, so everyone else serving with me. Even if the press were to find out I'd gone back to Afghanistan, even if they did something stupid again, even when they did something stupid again, so what? The Taliban might know where I was, but good luck to them tracking me in the air. Mm. How long until I can qualify as a pilot general? About 2 years. Well, that's too long. I shook my head and he shrugged. It takes what it takes, and for good reason. There is a great deal of schoolwork involved, he explained. Bloody hell. At every turn, life was determined to drag me back into a classroom. I thanked him, but told him I would think about it. Part 26. But I spent the summer of 2008 not thinking about it. I didn't think much about anything besides the three wounded soldiers who'd been with me on the plane home. I wanted other people to think about them too and to talk about them. Not enough people were thinking and talking about British soldiers coming back from the battlefield. With every free minute, I was trying to work out a way I could change that. In the meantime, the palace was keeping me busy. I was sent to America, my first official work trip there. I'd been to Colorado once, whitewater rafting and touring Disney World with Mommy. JLP was involved in drafting the itinerary, and he knew exactly the kinds of things I wanted to do. I wanted to visit wounded soldiers, and I wanted to lay a wreath on the site of the World Trade Center. And I wanted to meet the families of those who died on September 11th. He made it all happen. I remember little else of that trip besides those moments. I look back and read stories of the hullabaloo everywhere I went, the giddy discussions of my mother, much of it due to her love of America and her historic visits there. But what I remember most is sitting with wounded soldiers, visiting military grave sites, talking to families swamped in grief. I held their hands and I nodded and I told them, I know, I think we all made each other feel better. Grief is a thing best shared. That's nice. I returned to Britain firmer in my belief that more needed to be done for everyone affected by the war on terror. I pushed myself hard, too hard. I was burned out and I didn't know it. And many mornings I woke feeling weak with fatigue. But I did not see how I could slow down because so many were asking for help and so many were suffering. Around this time, I learned about a new British organization, Help for Heroes. I loved what they were doing, the awareness they were bringing to the plight of soldiers. Willie and I reached out to them. What can we do? There is something, said the founders, parents of a British soldier. Would you wear our wristband? Of course. We wore one at a football game with Kate, and the effect was electrifying. Demand for the wristband skyrocketed. Donations began rolling in. It was the start of a long, meaningful relationship. More, it was a visceral reminder of the power of our platform. Still, I did most of my work behind the scenes. I spent many days at Selly Oak Hospital in Headley Court, chatting with soldiers, listening to their stories, trying to give them a moment of peace or a laugh. I never alerted the press and only let the palace do so once, I think. I did not want a reporter within a mile of these encounters, which might look casual on the surface, but were in reality searingly intimate. You were in Helmand Province too? Oh, yes. Lose any guys there? Yes. Anything I can do? You're doing it, mate. I stood by the bedsides of men and women in a terrible state, and often with their families. One young lad was wrapped in bandages head to foot in an induced coma. His mom and dad were there, and they told me they'd been keeping a diary about his recovery, and they'd asked me to read it, and I did. Then, with their permission, I wrote something in it for him to read when he woke up. Afterwards, we all hugged, and when we said goodbye, it felt like family. Finally, I went to a physical rehab center for an official engagement and met with one of the soldiers from the flight home, Ben. He told me how the IED had taken off his left arm and right leg. Boiling hot day, he said. He was running, heard a blast, and felt himself flying 20 feet in the air. He remembers seeing his leg leaving his body. He told me this with a faint brave smile. The day before my visit, he would receive his new prosthetic leg. I glanced down. Very sleek, mate. It looks quite strong. We'll soon see, he said. His rehab regime called for him to go up and down climbing a wall that day. I hung around and watched. He settled into a harness, grabbed a rope, shimmied up the wall. He gave a rousing whoop and cheered at the top, and then a wave and climbed back down. I was astounded. I'd never been so proud to be British, to be a soldier, to be his brother in arms. I told him so. I told him I wanted to buy a beer for getting to the top of that wall. No, no, a crate of beer. He laughed. Wouldn't say no to that, mate. He said something about wanting to run a marathon. I said if he ever did, when I'd finished, he'd find me waiting at that finish line. Part 27. Towards the end of that summer, I went to Botswana and met up with Tej and Mike. They'd recently done masterwork on the David Attenborough series Planet Earth and a few other BBC films, and now they were shooting an important film about elephants. Several herds, stressed by habitat encroachment and drought, were stampeding into Nambia in search of food, running straight into the arms of poachers, hundreds armed with AK-47. Tej and Mike hoped their film might shine a light on this rolling massacre. I asked if I could help. They did not hesitate. Of course, Spike. In fact, they offered to hire me as a credited, though unpaid, cameraman. From day one, they talked about how different I seemed. Not that I wasn't always a hard worker, but clearly I'd learned from the army how to take direction. They never had to tell me anything twice. Many times during that shoot, we'd be riding around the bush in their flatbed truck, and I'd gaze off and think, how bizarre. My whole life I've despised photographers because they specialize in stealing your freedom, and now here I am working as a photographer, fighting to preserve the freedom of these majestic animals and feeling freer in the process. More ironic, I was filming veterinarians as they put tracking devices in the animals. These devices would better help researchers understand the herd's migration patterns. Until now, I did not have the happiest associations with tracking devices. One day, we filmed a vet dart during a bull elephant, then wrap a track collar around his neck. Wait, I'm reading that again. One day, we filmed a vet. The vet darted a big bull elephant, and then they wrapped the tracking collar around the elephant's neck. But the dart only nicked the elephant's tough skin, so he was able to gather himself and charge away. Mike yelled, grab the camera, Spike, run. The elephant was tearing through thick bush, mostly along a sandy path, though sometimes there was no path. The vet and I tried to stay in his footprints. I could not believe the animal's speed. He went 8 kilometers before slowing and then stopping. I kept my distance, and when the vet caught up, I watched him put another dart in the elephant. Finally, the big fellow went down. Moments later, Mike came roaring up in his truck. Good job, Spike. I was panting, hands on my knees, bathed in sweat. Mike looked down in horror. Spike, where are your shoes? Oh, yeah, I left them on the truck. Didn't think there was time to grab them. You ran 8 kilometers through the bush in no shoes? I laughed. You told me to run. Like you said, the army taught me how to take direction. Part 28. Right at the turn of the new year, 2009, a video went viral. Me as a cadet 3 years earlier, sitting with other cadets at an airport. Cyprus, perhaps, or maybe waiting to fly to Cyprus? The video was shot by me, killing time right before our flight, messing around. I panned the group, gave a running commentary on each lad, and when I came back to my fellow cadet and good friend Ahmed Raza Khan, a Pakistani, I said, "Ah, our little Paki friend." I did not know that Paki was a slur. Growing up, I'd heard many people use that word and never saw anyone flinch or cringe, never suspected them of being racist. Neither did I know anything about unconscious bias. I was 21, awash in isolation and privilege, and if I thought anything about this word at all, I thought it was like Aussie, harmless. I sent the footage to a fellow cadet who was making an end of year video. Since then, it had circulated, flitted from computer to computer, and ultimately ended up in the hands of someone who sold it to News of the World. Heated condemnations began rolling in. I had learned nothing, people said. I had not matured one bit after the Nazi debacle, people said. Prince Harry is worse than a thicko, they said, worse than a party boy, he's a racist. A Tory leader denounced me. A cabinet minister went on TV to flog me. Ahmed's uncle condemned me to the BBC. I was sitting in Highgrove watching this furor rain down, barely able to process it. My father's office issued an apology on my behalf. I wanted to issue one as well, but quarters advised against it. Not the best strategy, sir. To hell with strategy. I did not care about strategy. I cared about people not thinking I was a racist, and I cared about not being a racist. Above all, I cared about Ahmed. I connected with him directly and apologized. He said he knew I wasn't a racist. It was no big deal. But it was, and his forgiveness, his easy grace, only made me feel worse. Part 29. As that controversy continued to spread, I shipped off to RAF Barkston Heath. Strange time to begin flight training, to begin any time of training. My congeniality, my congenitally, my weak powers of concentration were never weaker. But maybe I told myself it's also the best time. I wanted to hide from humanity, to flee the planet, and since a rocket wasn't available, maybe an aeroplane would do. Before I could climb into any aircraft, however, the Army would need to make sure I had the right stuff. For several weeks, they poked my body and probed my mind. Drug free, they concluded. They seemed surprised. Also, videos to the contrary notwithstanding, not a total thicko. So proceed. My first aircraft would be a Firefly, they said. Bright yellow, fixed wing, single prop. Simple machine, according to my first flight instructor, Sergeant Major Booley. I got in and thought, really? Didn't look simple to me. I turned to Booley and I studied him. He wasn't simple either. Short, solid, tough. He'd fought in Iraq and the Balkans and should have been a hard case, given all he'd seen and been through, but in fact, he'd seemed to suffer no ill effects from his tours of combat. On the contrary, he was all gentleness. He needed to be. With so much on my mind, I entered our sessions wildly distracted, and it showed. I kept expecting Booley to lose patience, to begin shouting at me, but he never did. In fact, after one session, he invited me for a motorbike ride in the country. Let's go and clear our heads, Lieutenant Wells. It worked like a charm. And the motorbike, a gorgeous Triumph 675, was a timely reminder of what I was after in these flight lessons: speed and power and freedom. Then we discovered we weren't free. The press had followed us the whole way and packed us outside Booley's house. After a period of acclimatizing to the Firefly's cockpit, becoming familiar with the control panel, we finally took her up. On one of our first nights together with no warning, Bully threw the aircraft into a stall. I felt the left wing dip, a sickening fear of disorder, of entropy, and then after several seconds, it felt like decades. Covered the aircraft and leveled the wings. Sneeze. I stared at him. What in the absolute? Was that an aborted suicide attempt? No, he said gently. This was the next stage in my training. Countless things can go wrong in the air, he explained, and he needed to show me what to do, but also how to do it. Stay cool. Our next flight, he pulled the same stunt, but this time he didn't recover the aircraft. As we went spinning and pirouetting towards Earth, he said, "It's time. For what? For you to do it." He took the controls. I grabbed them, stuck the boot in, regained the aircraft in what felt like the nick of time. I looked at Booley, waiting for congratulations. Nothing. Barely any reaction at all. Over time, Booley would do this again and again, cut the power, put us into free fall. As the creaking metal and roaring white noise of the stilled engine became deafening, then he turned calmly to his left. It's time. Time. You have control. I have control. After I restored the power, after we returned to base safely, there was never any fanfare, not even much chatter. No medals in Booley's cockpit for simply doing your job. At last, one clear morning, after a routine handful of circuits over the airfield, we landed softly and Booley jumped out as if a firefly were on fire. What's the matter? It's time, Lieutenant Wells. Time? It's for you to do that solo. Oh, okay. Up I went, after first making sure my parachute was strapped on. I did one or two circuits around the airfield, talking to myself all the while. Full power, keep the wheel on the white line, pull up slowly, dip the nose, don't stall, turn the climb, level off. Okay, now you're downwind, radio the tower, check your ground markers, pre-landing checks, reduce power, start to descend in the turn. There you go, steady now, roll out there, line it up. Third degree flight path, get the nose on the piano keys, request clearance to land, point the aircraft where you want it to land. I made an uneventful one bounce landing and taxied off the runway. To the average person, it would have looked like the most mundane flight in the history of aviation. To me, it was one of the most wonderful moments of my life. Was I a pilot now? Hardly, but I was on my way. I jumped out, marched up to Booley. My God, I wanted to high-five him, take him out for drinks, but it was out of the question. One thing I absolutely did not want to do was say goodbye to him. But that's what was going to happen next. Now that I had soloed, I needed to embark on the next phase of my training. As Booley was so fond of saying, it was time. I was shipped off to RAF Shawbury and discovered that helicopters were much more complex than fireflies. Even the pre-flight checks were more extensive. I stared at the galaxy of toggles and switches and thought, how am I going to memorize all this? Somehow I did. Slowly, under the watchful eyes of my two new instructors, I learned them all. In no time, we were lifting off. Blah, 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 blah. Great. Okay. During this time, I was living in Shaftsfriar with Willie, who was also training to become a pilot. He'd found a cottage 10 minutes from the base on someone's estate and invited me to stay with him. Or maybe I invited myself. The cottage was cozy, charming, just up a narrow country lane and behind some thickly canopied trees. The fridge was stuffed with vacuum-packed meals sent by Pa's chefs. Creamy chicken and rice and beef curry. At the back of the house, there were beautiful stables, which explained the horse smell in every room. Each of us enjoyed the arrangement. Our first time living together since Eton. It was fun. Better yet, we were together for the decisive moment, the triumphal unraveling of Murdoch's media empire. Oh, After months of investigation, a gang of reporters and editors at Murdoch's trashiest newspaper were finally being identified, handcuffed, arrested, and charged with the harassment of politicians and celebrities, including the royal family. Corruption was being exposed, and finally punishments were forthcoming. Wait, this is exciting. Among the soon-to-be exposed villains was the thumb, that same journalist who long ago published an absurd non-story about my thumb injury at Eton. I'd healed up nicely, but the thumb had never mended his ways. On the contrary, he got a whole lot worse. He moved up the ranks of the newspaper world, becoming a boss with a whole team of thumbs at his command. Under his thumb? Question mark. Many of them hacking willy-nilly into people's phones. Blatant criminality, which the thumb claimed laughably to know nothing about. Also going down, rehabber kooks. The same loathsome editor who'd cooked up my rehab charade. She'd been resigned. 2 days later, the cops arrested her. Oh, the relief we felt when we heard, for us and our country. A similar fate was soon to befall the others, all the other plotters and stalkers and liars. Soon enough, they would all lose their jobs and their ill-gotten fortunes amassed during one of the wildest crime sprees in British history. Justice. I was so overjoyed, and so was Willie. More, it was glorious to finally have our suspicions validated and our circle of close friends vindicated. To know that we had not been staring paranoid. Things really had been amiss. We had been betrayed, as we'd always suspected, but not by bodyguards or by best mates. It was those Fleet Street weasels yet again, and the Metropolitan Police, who had inexplicably failed to do their jobs, refusing time and again to investigate and arrest obvious lawbreakers. The question was, why? Payoffs? Collusion? Fear? We would soon find out. The public was horrified. If journalists could use the mighty powers vested in them for evil, then democracy was in sorry shape. More, if journalists were allowed to probe and foil the security measures that notable figures and government officials require to stay safe, and they'd ultimately show terrorists how to do it too. Then it would be a free-for-all and nobody would be safe. For generations, Britons had said with a wry laugh, well, of course our newspapers are shit. What can you do? And now they weren't laughing, and there was a general agreement. We need to do something. There were even death rattles coming from the most popular Sunday newspaper, Murdoch's News of the World. The leading culprit in the hacking scandal, its very survival was in doubt. Advertisers were talking about fleeing. Readers were talking about boycotts. Was it possible Murdoch's baby, his grotesque two-headed circus baby, might finally expire? A new era was at hand? Strange. While all this put Willie and me in a chipper mood, we did not talk about much of it explicitly. We had loads of laughs in that cottage, passed many happy hours talking about all kinds of things, but seldom that thing. I wonder if it was just too painful, or maybe too unresolved. Maybe we didn't want to jinx it. We didn't dare pop the cork on the champagne until we saw photos of rehabber kooks and the thumb sharing a cell. Or maybe there was some tension under the surface between us, which I wasn't fully comprehending. While sharing that cottage, we agreed to a rare joint interview in an airplane hangar at Shawbury, during which Willie griped endlessly about my habits. Harry's a slob, he said. Harry snores. I turned and gave him a look. Was he joking? I cleaned up after myself, and I did not snore. Besides, our rooms were separated by thick walls, so even if I did snore, there's no way he heard. The reporters were having fits of giggles about it all, but I cut in. Lies, lies, lies. That only made them laugh harder. Willie, too. I laughed as well because we often bantered like that. But when I look back on it now, I couldn't help but wonder if there was something else at play. I was training to get to the front lines, the same place Willie had been training to get, but the palace had scuttled his plans. The spare, sure, let him run around a battlefield like a chicken with his head cut off. Sure, if that's what he likes, but the air, no. So Willie was now training to be a search and rescue pilot and perhaps quietly frustrated about it, in which case he was seeing it all wrong. He was doing remarkable vital work, I thought, saving lives every week. I was proud of him and full of respect for the way he was dedicating himself wholeheartedly to his preparation. Still, I should have figured out how he might have been feeling. I knew all too well the despair of being pulled from a fight of which you spent years preparing. Part 37. I was turning 25 in a few days, and it felt like more than just another birthday. Mates told me 25 was the watershed age, the moment when many young men and women come to a fork in their personal road. At 25, you take a concrete step forward, or else begin to slide backwards, and I was ready to move forward. It felt, in many ways, I'd been bag flying for years. I reminded myself that it ran in a family, that 25 had been a big year for many of us. Granny, to name one, at 25, she'd become the 61st monarch in the history of England. So I decided to mark this milestone birthday with a trip. Botswana again. The whole gang was there, and in between cake and cocktails, I said how different I seemed again. I had seemed older, harder after my first combat tour, but now, they said, I seemed more grounded. Odd, I thought. Through flight training, I'd become more grounded. No one gave me more praise or love than Tej and Mike. Late one night, however, Mike sat me down for a somber heart to heart. At their kitchen table, he spoke at length about my relationship with Africa. The time's come, he said, for that relationship to change. Until then, the relationship had been all take, 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 a fairly typical dynamic for Brits in Africa. But now I needed to give back. For years, I'd heard him and Tej and others lamenting the crises facing this place: climate change, poaching, drought, fires. I was the only person they knew who had any kind of influence, any kind of global megaphone, and the only person who might actually be able to do something. What can I do, Mike? Shine a light. A group of us piled into flat bottomed boats and steered upriver. We camped for a few days, explored some remote islands, no one for miles and miles around. One afternoon, we stopped off on Kingfisher Island and mixed up some drinks and watched the sunset. Rain was falling, which made the light look pink. We listened to music, everything mellow and dreamy, and lost track of time. As we were pushing off, getting back into the river, we suddenly ran into two big problems: darkness and a major storm. Each was a problem we never wanted to encounter on the Okavango, but both at the same time, we were in trouble. Now came the wind. In the dark, in the maelstrom, the river was impossible to navigate. The water pitched and rolled, plus the driver on the boat was wasted. We kept plowing into sandbars. I thought we might end up in this river tonight. I shouted that I was taking the wheel. I recall brilliant flashes of lightning, seismic claps of thunder. There were 12 of us on two boats, and no one was saying a word. Even the most experienced Africa hands were tight faced, though we tried to pretend we were in control by continuing to blast the music. Suddenly, the river narrowed, and then it bent sharply. We were desperate to get back, but we had to be patient. Obey the river, go where it led us. Just then, a massive flash. Everything bright as noon for about 2 seconds, long enough to see, standing directly before us, in the middle of the river, a group of enormous elephants. In the flare up, I locked eyes with one. I saw her snow white tusks swooping up. I saw every wrinkle in her dark, wet skin. The hard water line above her shoulders. I saw her giant ears, shaped like an angel's wings. Someone whispered, "Holy shit." Someone cut the music. Both drivers killed the engines. In total silence, we floated on the Solon River, waiting for the next lightning flash. When it came, there they were again, those majestic creatures. This time, when I stared at the elephant closest to me, when I looked deep into her eyeball, when she looked back into mine, I thought of the all seeing eye of the Apache, and I thought of the Kohinoor diamond. I thought of a camera's lens, convex and glassy like the elephant's eye, except that a camera lens always made me nervous, and this eye made me feel safe. This eye wasn't judging or taking, it just was. If anything, it was slightly tearful, if that was possible. Elephants have been known to weep. They hold funerals for loved ones, and when they come upon an elephant lying dead in the bush, they stop and pay their respects. Where, were our boats intruding on some such ceremony? Some sort of gathering? Maybe we'd interrupted some kind of rehearsal. From Antiqui comes a story of one elephant who was observed privately practicing complicated dance steps he needed to perform in an upcoming parade. Oh my god. Elephants really fuck me up, guys. Yeah, this elephant moment. This elephant moment. I'm assuming you just logged in, Kels. He has a lot of connections with different animals throughout this book, and every time he like turns it, he doesn't say it, but he alludes like just in the energy, like he feels his mother as an angel in these animals, and it's wild. The storm was getting worse. We had to go. We restarted the boats, cruised away. Goodbye, we whispered to the elephants. I eased into the middle of the current, and I lit a cigarette. I told my memory to hold on to this encounter, this unreal moment when the line between me and the external world grew blurry or disappeared outright. Everything for 1/2 second was one. Everything made sense. Try to remember, I thought, how it felt to be that close to the truth, the real truth. That life isn't all good, but it wasn't all bad either. Try to remember how it felt finally to be understood that Mike had been trying to say. Shine a light. I understand there's a lot of exciting pop culture and gossip around Chelsea, but as I said in the beginning of this reading 8 hours ago, um, we're not doing the gossip hard on this. I'm sorry. I'm sure Google and Wikipedia can answer your questions. Bye, staff. See you when you get back. Have a good break. Part 39. I got my wings. Pa, as Army Air Corps Colonel-in-Chief, pinned them to my chest. May 2010. Happy day. Pa, wearing his blue beret, officially presented me with mine. I put it on and we saluted each other. It felt almost more intimate than a hug. Camilla was on hand, and Mummy's sisters and Chelsea. We were back together, then broke up soon after. We had no choice yet again. We had all the same problems. Nothing had been solved. Also, Chelsea wanted to travel and have fun and be young, but I was once again on the path to war. I would soon be shipping off. If we stayed together, we'd be lucky to see each other a handful of times over the next 2 years, and that was no kind of relationship. Neither of us was surprised when we found ourselves in the same emotional cul-de-sac. Goodbye, Chels. Goodbye, Haza. The day I got my wings, I figured she got hers. We went to Botswana one last time, one last trip upriver, we said, one last visit to Tej and Mike. We had great fun and naturally wavered about our decision. I tried now and then and talked now and then of different ways this might still work. Chelsea played along. We were being so obviously, willfully delusional that Tej felt the need to step in. It's over, kids. You're postponing the inevitable, and you're making yourselves crazy in the process. We were staying in a tent in her garden. She sat with us in the tent, delivering these difficult truths while holding hands with each of us. Looking us in the eyes, she urged us to let this breakup be final. Don't waste the most precious thing there is, time. She was right, I knew. As Sergeant Mayor Booley said, it's time. So I forced myself to put the relationship out of my mind. In fact, all relationships. Stay busy, I told myself as I flew away from Botswana. In the short while before you ship to Afghanistan, just stay busy. Yeah, the first chapter is really hard, Amy. You know. To that end, I went to Leslo with Willie. We visited several schools built by Santabal. Prince Ceccio was with us, and he'd co-founded the charity with me back in 2006, shortly after losing his own mother. His mother had also been a fighter in the war against HIV. He took us to meet scores of children, each with a wrenching story. The average life expectancy in Lesotho at that time was 40-something, while in Britain it was 79 for men, 82 for women. Being a child in Lesotho was like being middle-aged in Manchester. And while there were various complicated reasons for this, the main one was HIV. A quarter of all Lesotho adults were HIV positive. After 2 or 3 days, we set off with Prince Ceccio towards more remote schools off the grid, way off. As a gift, Prince Ceccio gave us wild ponies to ride part of the way and tribal blankets for the cold. We wore them as capes. Our first stop was a frozen village in the clouds, Simankong, some 7,000 feet above sea level. It lay between snow-tipped mountains. Plumes of warmed air spurted from the horses' noses, and we pushed them up, up, up. But when the climb got too steep, we switched to trucks. Upon arriving, we went straight into the school. Shepherd boys would come here twice a week, have a hot meal, and go to class. We sat in semi-darkness beside a paraffin lamp, watching a lesson, and then we sat on the ground with a dozen boys, some as young as 8. We listened to them describe their daily trek to our school. It defied belief. After 12 hours of tending their cattle and sheep, they'd walk for 2 hours through mountain passes just to learn math, reading, and writing. Such was their hunger to learn. They braved sore feet, bitter cold, and far worse. They were so vulnerable on the road, so exposed to the elements. Several had died from lightning strikes. Many had been attacked by stray dogs. They dropped their voices and told us that many had also been sexually abused by wanderers, rustlers, nomads, and other boys. I felt ashamed to think about all my bitching about school, about anything. Despite what they had suffered, the boys were still boys. Their joy was irrepressible. They thrilled at the gifts we'd brought, warm coats, wool beanies. They put on the clothes and danced and sang, and we joined them. One boy kept to the side. His face was round, open, and transparent. There was obviously a terrible burden on his heart. I felt prying to ask, but I had one more gift in my bag, a torch, and I gave it to him. I said I hoped it would light his way each day to school, and he smiled. I wanted to tell him that his smile would light mine. I tried. Alas, my Sesotho wasn't very good. One second, we're about to get into William's wedding. Just need to turn off the floor. Okay. Soon after we returned to Britain, the palace announced that Willie was going to marry. November 2010. That was news to me. All of that time together in Lesotho, he'd never mentioned it. The papers published florid stories about the moment I realized Willie and Kate were well matched, the moment I appreciated the depth of their love and thus decided to gift Willie the ring I had inherited from Mummy, the legendary sapphire, a tender moment between brothers, a bonding moment for all three of us, and absolute rubbish. None of it ever happened. I never gave William that ring because it was not mine to give. He already had it. He'd asked for it after Mummy died, and I'd been more than happy to let it go. Now, as Willie focused on wedding preparations, I had wished him well and turned sharply inward. I thought long and hard about my singlehood. I'd always assumed I'd be the first to be married because I wanted it so badly. I always assumed that I'd be a young husband and a young father because I resolved not to become my father. He'd been an older dad, and I had always felt that this created problems and placed barriers between us. In his middle years, he'd become more sedentary and more habitual. He liked his routines. He wasn't the kind of father who played endless rounds of tag or tossed the ball until long after dark. He'd been so once. He'd chase us all over Sandringham, making up wonderful games like the one where he wrapped us in blankets like hot dogs until we screamed with helpless laughter, and then yanked the blanket and shot us out of the other end. I don't know if Willie or I have ever laughed harder, but long before we were ready, he stopped engaging in that kind of physical fun. He just didn't have the enthusiasm or the puff. But I would. I always promised myself I would. Now I wondered, will I? Was that the real me who made the promise to become a young father? Or was that the real me struggling to find the right person, the right partner, while also struggling to work who I was? Why is this thing, which is supposedly I want so badly, not happening? What if it never happens? What will my life mean? What will my ultimate purpose be? War, I reckoned, and when all else failed, as it usually did, I still had soldiering. If only I had a deployment date. And after the wars, I thought, there will always be charitable work. Since the Leslos trip, I felt more passionate than ever about continuing Mommy's causes. And I was determined to take up the cause Mike gave me at this kitchen table. That's enough for a full life, I told myself. And it seemed like serendipity, therefore, like a synthesis of all my thinking when I heard from a group of wounded soldiers planning to trek to the North Pole. They were hoping to raise millions for walking with the wounded, and also to become the first amputees to ever reach the pole unsupported. They invited me to join them. I wanted to say yes. I was dying to say yes. Just one problem. The trek was early in April, dangerously close to Willie's announced wedding date. I'd have to get there and back with no hitches or risk missing the ceremony. But the North Pole was not a place you could ever be sure of getting to and from without hitches. The North Pole was a place of infinite hitches. There were always variables, usually related to weather. So I was nervous at the prospect, and the palace was doubly nervous. I asked JLP for his advice. He smiled. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yes, it is. So you've got to go. But first, he said, there was one other place I needed to go. In a direct continuation of conversations he and I had begun 5 years earlier, after my Nazi debacle, he'd organized a trip to Berlin. And so, December 2010, a bitterly cold day, I put my fingertips to the bullet holes in the city's walls, still fresh scars from Hitler's insane vow to fight to the last man. I stood at the former site of the Berlin Wall, which had also been the site of SS torture chambers, and I swore I could hear the echoes of agonized screams in the wind. I met a woman who'd been sent to Auschwitz. She described her confinement, the horrors she saw, heard, and smelled. Her stories were as difficult to hear as they were vital, but I won't retell them. They're not mine to retell. I'd long understood that the photo of me in a Nazi uniform had been the result of various failures of thinking, failure of character. But it had also been a failure of education, not just school education, but self education. I had not known enough about the Nazis. I had not taught myself enough. I had not asked questions of teachers and families and survivors, and I'd resolved to change that. I could not become the person I hoped to be until I changed that. My plane landed in an archipelago called Svalbard, March 2011. Stepping off the plane, I did a slow turn, taking it all in. White, white, and more white. As far as the eye could see, nothing but ivory, snowy whiteness, white mountains, white snowdrifts, white hills, and threaded through it were narrow white roads, and not many of those. Most of the 2,000 local residents had a snowmobile, not a car. The landscape was so minimal, so spare, I thought. Maybe I'll move here. Maybe this is my purpose. Then I found out about the local law forbidding anyone to leave town without a gun, because the hills beyond were patrolled by desperately hungry polar bears, and I thought, oh, maybe not. We drove to a town called Longyearbyen, the northernmost town on Earth, a mere 800 miles from the apex of the planet. I met my fellow trekkers. Captain Guy Disney, a cavalryman who lost the lower part of his right leg to RPG. Captain Martin Hewitt, a paratrooper whose arm became paralyzed after he had been shot. Private Jaco Van Goss, another paratrooper who lost much of his left leg and half his left arm to an RPG. He gave the remaining nib of his arm to a jaunty nickname Nemo, which had always cracked us up. Oh my God. Sergeant Steve Young, a Welshman whose back had been broken by an IED. Doctors said he would never walk again, and now he was about to tug a 200-pound sledge to the North Pole. An inspiring lot. I told them I was honored to join them, honored to just be in their company, and it didn't matter the temperature was 30 below. In fact, the weather was so bad we were delayed in setting off. Ugh, William's wedding, I thought, face in my hands. We'd spent several days waiting and training and eating pizza and chips at the local pub. We did some exercises to acclimatize to the harsh temperatures. We pulled on orange immersion suits, jumped into the Arctic Ocean. Shocking how much warmer the water was in the brutally cold air. But mostly we got to know each other and bonded. When the weather finally cleared, we hopped onto an Anatov and flew up to a makeshift ice camp, then switched to helicopters and flew to within 200 miles of the pole. It was about 1 a.m. when we landed, but bright as midday in the desert. There was no darkness up there. Darkness had been banished. We waved goodbye to the helicopters and began. Experts on Arctic conditions had urged the team to avoid sweating because any moisture freezes instantly at the North Pole, which causes all kinds of problems, but no one had told me. I had missed those training sessions with the experts, so there I was after the first day's walk, after pulling heavy sledges, absolutely gushing in perspiration, and sure enough, my clothes were turning to solid ice. More alarming, I was beginning to notice the first spots of trouble on my fingers and ears. It was frostnit. I didn't complain. How could I among that bunch? But also I didn't feel like complaining. Despite the discomfort, I felt only gratitude at being with such heroes, at serving such a worthy cause, at seeing a place so few people ever got to see. In fact, on day 4, when it came time to leave, I didn't want to. Also, we hadn't yet reached the pole. Alas, I had no choice. It was leave now or miss my brother's wedding. I got into a helicopter bound for Borneo airfield from which my plane was to take off. The pilot hesitated. He insisted that I need to see the pole before leaving. You can't come all this way and not see it, he said. So he flew me there and we hopped out into a total whiteout. Together, we located the exact spot with the GPS, standing on top of the world, alone, holding the Union Jack. Back on the helicopter off to Borneo. But just then, a powerful storm came sweeping across the top of the earth, canceling my flight and canceling all flights. Hurricane winds battered the area, growing so intense they cracked the runway. Repairs would be required. While waiting, I hung out with an assortment of engineers. We drank vodka and sat in their makeshift sauna, then jumped into the ice-cold ocean. Many times I tipped back my head, downed another shot of delicious vodka, told myself not to stress about the runway or the wedding or anything. The storm passed, the runway got rebuilt or moved, I forget which. My plane went roaring down the ice and lifted me into the blue sky. I waved out the window, goodbye, my brothers. Part 42 of part 2. On the eve of the wedding, Willie and I had dinner at Clarence's house with Pa. Also present were James and Thomas, Willie's best men. The public had been told that I was to be the best man, but that was a barefaced lie. The public expected me to be the best man, and thus the palace saw no choice but to say that I was. In truth, Willie did not want me giving a best man speech. He didn't think it was safe to hand me a live mic and put me in a position to go off script. I may say something wildly inappropriate, and he wasn't wrong. Also, the lie gave cover to James and Thomas, two civilians, two innocents. Had they been outed as Willie's best man, the rabid press would have chased them, tracked them, hacked them, investigated them, ruined their families' lives. Both chaps were shy and quiet. They couldn't handle such an onslaught, and they shouldn't be expected to. Willie explained all this to me, and I didn't blink. I understood. We even had a laugh about it, speculating about the inappropriate things I might have said in my speech. And so the pre-wedding dinner was pleasant and jolly, despite Willie visibly suffering from standard groom jitters. Thomas and James forced him to down a couple rum and cokes, which did seem to settle his nerves. Meanwhile, I regaled the company with tales of the North Pole. Pa was very interested and sympathetic about the discomfort of my frost-nipped ears and cheeks, and it was an effort not to overshare and tell him also about my equally tender penis. Upon arriving home, I'd been horrified to discover that my nether regions were frost-nipped as well, and while the ears and cheeks were already healing, the togger wasn't. It was becoming more of an issue by the day. I don't know why I should have been reluctant to discuss my penis with Pa or all the gentlemen present. My penis was a matter of public record, and indeed some public curiosity. The press had written about it extensively. There were countless stories in books and papers, even in the New York Times, about Willie and I not being circumcised. My mother had forbidden it, they all said. And while it's absolutely true that the chance of getting penile frostbite is much greater if you're not circumcised, all the stories were false. I was snipped as a baby. Thank you so much. After dinner, we moved to the TV room and watched the news. Reporters were interviewing folks who camped just outside Clarence's house in hopes of getting a front row seat at the wedding. We all went to the window and looked at the thousands of them in tents and bedrolls up and down the mall, which runs between Buckingham Palace and Trafalgar Square. Many were drinking and singing. Some were cooking meals on portable stoves. Others were wandering about, chanting and celebrating as if they were getting married in the morning. Willie, rum warm, shouted, "We should go and see them." He texted his security team to say he wanted to do so. The security team answered, "Strongly advised against." "No," he shot back. "It's the right thing to do. I want to go out there. I need to see them." He asked me to come. He begged. I could see in his eyes that the rum was really hitting hard. He needed a wingman. Painfully familiar role for me, but all right. We went out, walked the edge of the crowd, shaking hands. People wished Willie well, said they loved him and they loved Kate. They gave us both the same teary smiles, the same looks of fondness and pity we'd seen that day in August 1997. I couldn't help but shake my head. Here it was, the eve of Willie's big day, one of the happiest of his life, and there was simply no avoiding the echoes of his worst day, of our worst day. I looked at him several times. His cheeks were bright crimson, as if he was the one with frostnip. Maybe that was the reason we bade farewell to the crowd and turned in early. He was tipsy. But also emotionally, physically, we were both all in. We needed rest. I was shocked, therefore, when I went to collect him in the morning and he looked as if he hadn't slept a wink. His face was gaunt and his eyes were red. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. But he wasn't. He was wearing the bright red uniform of the Irish Guards, not his household cavalry frock coat uniform. Sorry. That was like the wealthiest thing I've ever heard in my life. I wondered if that was the matter. He'd asked Granny if he could wear his household cavalry kit, and she turned him down. As the heir, he must wear the number one ceremonial, she decreed. Willie was glum at having so little say in what he wore to get married, and having his autonomy taken from him on such an occasion. He told me several times that he felt frustrated. I assured him that he looked bloody smart in the Harp of Ireland, with the crown imperial and the forage cap with the regimental motto, Qui separabit? Who shall separate us? It did not seem to make an impression. I, on the other hand, did not look smart, nor did I feel comfortable in my blues and royals uniform, which protocol dictated that I wear. I had never worn it before and hoped to not wear it again anytime soon. It had huge shoulder pads and huge cuffs, and I could imagine people saying, "Who is this idiot?" I felt like a kitsch version of Johnny Bravo. We climbed into a plum-colored Bentley. Neither of us said anything as we waited for the driver to pull out. As the car pulled away finally, I broke the silence. You reek. The aftermath of last night's rum. I jokingly cracked a window and pinched. Did Prince William not shower the morning of his wedding? I jokingly cracked a window, pinched my nose, and offered him some mints. Short trip, I said. I peered out the window. Westminster Abbey. As always, my stomach lurched. I thought, nothing like getting married in the same place where you did your mum's funeral. I shot a glance at Willie. Was he thinking the same thing? We went inside, shoulder to shoulder. I looked again at his uniform, his cap. Who shall separate us? We were soldiers, grown men, but walking with the same tentative boyish gait as when we trailed Mommy's coffin. Why did the adults do that to us? We marched into the church, down the aisle, made for a side room off the altar called the crypt. Everything in that building spoke of death. It wasn't just the memories of Mommy's funeral. More than just 3,000 bodies lay beneath us and behind us. They were buried under the pews, wedged into the walls. War heroes and poets and scientists and saints, the cream of the Commonwealth, Isaac Newton's, Charles Dickens, Chaucer, plus 13 kings and 18 queens, they were all interred there. It was still so hard to think of Mummy in the realm of death. Mummy, who danced with Travolta, who quarreled with Elton, who dazzled the Reagans. Could she really be in the great beyond with the spirits of Newton and Chaucer? Beyond these thoughts of Mummy and death and my frost-nipped penis, I was in danger of becoming as anxious as the groom. So I started pacing, shaking my arms, listening to the crowd murmuring in the pews. They'd been seating 2 hours before we arrived. You just know so many of them needed a pee, I said to Willie, trying to break the tension. No reaction. He stood up and started pacing too. I tried again. The wedding ring. Oh no, where is it? Where did I put the bloody thing? And then I pulled it out. Phew! He gave a smile and then back to his pacing. I couldn't have lost that ring if I wanted to. A special kangaroo pouch had been sewed inside my tunic. My idea, actually, that was how seriously I took the solemn duty and honor of bearing it. Now I took the ring from its pouch and held it to the light. A thin band of Welsh gold shaved off a hunk given to the royal family nearly a century before. The same hunk provided a ring for Granny when she was married and for Princess Margaret, and was nearly exhausted now. That's weird. By the time I got married, if I ever got married, there might be none left. I'm really letting that sink in, sorry. I don't recall leaving the crypt. I don't recall walking out to the altar. I have no memory of the reading or removing the ring or handing it to my brother. The ceremony is mostly blank in my mind. I recall Kate walking down the aisle and looking incredible. I recall Willie walking her back up the aisle and then disappeared through the door into the carriage that would convey them to Buckingham Palace, into the eternal partnership they'd pledged. I recall thinking goodbye. I loved my new sister in law. I felt she was more sister than in law, the sister I never had and always wanted, and I was pleased that she'd forever be standing by Willie's side. She was a good match for my older brother. They made each other visibly happy, and therefore I was happy too. But in my gut, I could not help feeling this was yet another farewell under this horrid roof, another surrendering. The brother I'd escorted into Westminster Abbey that morning was gone forever, and who could deny it? He'd never again be first and foremost Willie. We would never again ride together across the fossil countryside with capes blowing behind us. We'd never again share a horsey smelling cottage while learning to fly. Who shall separate us? Life, that too. I had the same feeling when Pa got married, the same presentiment, and hadn't it come true in the Camilla era as I'd predicted? I saw him less and less. Weddings were joyous occasions, sure, but they were low-key funerals because after saying their vows, people tend to disappear. It occurred to me then that identity is a hierarchy. We are primarily one thing, and then we are primarily another, and then another, and so on until death, in succession. Each new identity assumes the throne of self, but takes us further from our original self, perhaps our core self, the child. Yes, evolution, maturation, the path towards wisdom. It's all natural and healthy, but there's a purity to childhood, which is diluted with each iteration. As with that hunk of gold, it gets whittled away. At least that was the thought I had that day. My big brother Willie had moved on, moved up the line, and therefore he'd be first a husband, and then a father, and then a grandfather, and so on. He'd be a new person, many new persons, and none of them would be Willie. He'd be the Duke of Cambridge, the title chosen for him by Granny. Good for him, I thought, great for him, but a loss for me all the same. I think my reaction was also somewhat reminiscent of what I felt the first time I climbed inside the Apache. After being accustomed to having someone at my side, someone to model, I found myself terrifyingly alone. And an eunuch to boot. What was the universe out to prove by taking my penis at the same moment it took my brother? Hours later at the reception, I made a few quick remarks, not a speech, just a brief 2-minute intro about the real best men. Willie told me several times that I was to act as a compere. I had to look the word up. The press reported extensively in my preparations for this intro, how I phoned Chelsea and tested the lines on her, bristling but ultimately caving when she urged me not to reference Kate's killer legs, all of which was horseshit. I never phoned Chelsea about my remarks. She and I weren't in regular touch, which is why Willie checked with me before inviting her to the wedding. He did not want either of us to feel uncomfortable. The truth is, I road tested a few lines in JLP, but mostly I winged it. I told a few jokes about our childhood, a silly story about Willie's days playing water polo, and then I read a few hilarious snippets culled from letters of support sent in by the general public. One American bloke wrote to say that he'd wanted to make something special for the new Duchess of Cambridge, so he'd set out to capture a ton of ermine, traditional fur of royalty. This overenthusiastic Yank explained that he'd intended to catch 1,000 ermines for the item of clothing he had in mind. God, was it a tent? But unfortunately, he'd only managed to scare up 2. Rough year for ermine, I said. Still, I added, the Yank improvised and made the best of things, as Yanks do, and cobbled together what he had, which I now held aloft. The room let off a collective gasp. It was a thong. Soft, furry, a few silken strings attached to a V-shaped ermine pouch, no larger than the ring pouch inside my tunic. After the collective gasp came a warm, gratifying wave of laughter. When it died away, I closed on a serious note. Mummy, how she'd have loved to have been here, how she'd have loved Kate, and how she'd have loved seeing this love you found together. As I spoke those words, I did not look up. I did not want to risk making eye contact with Pa or Camilla, and above all with Willie. I had not cried since Mummy's funeral, and I wasn't going to break that streak now. I also did not want to see anyone's face except for Mummy's. I had the clearest vision in my mind of her beaming on Willie's big day and having a proper laugh about the dead ermine. That's so nice. How are we all doing? We are almost done with, we're not almost done with part 2, but I can't wait to get to part 3. Okay. Are you ready to hear about his frost-nipped penis being healed? I really need, can someone like bring me a snack? Like a throat lodge? Like I need like a sucker, like a blow pop, because my throat is killing me. I've been talking for 9 hours straight, which at some point in my life I would have said was like a goal and a dream of mine. But now that we're here, I'm like, am I going to be okay? I am going to be okay. I'm just in quite some pain. Mm. You would message me a very funny thing as I'm really trying to not spit out water. Thank you, Jen. It's so good to hear from you. I do need a production assistant. Next time I do need to do 2 parts. Jen, if you're here, I'm not going to take a break. We're going to dive right into the penis problems, and it's so glad to have you here. I'm sure you had a very long day. Part 43 of part 2, page 188. Yeah, this is labor. Upon reaching the top of the world, the 4 wounded soldiers uncorked a bottle of champagne and drank to Granny. They were kind enough to phone me and let me listen to their joy. They'd set a world record, raised a truckload of cash for wounded veterans, and reached the bloody North Pole. What a coup! I congratulated them, told them I missed them, and wished I could have been there. A white lie. My penis was oscillating between extremely sensitive and borderline traumatized. Oh my God, same. The last place I wanted to be was this frostnispition. I'd been trying some home remedies, including one recommended by a friend. She urged me to apply Elizabeth Arden cream. My mom used to put that on her lips. You want me to put that on my todger? It works, Harry. Trust me. I found a tube, and the minute I opened it, the smell transported me through time. I felt as if my mother was right there in the room. Then I took a smidge and applied it down there. Weird doesn't really do the feeling justice. I needed to see a doctor ASAP, but I couldn't ask the palace to find me one. Some quarter would get wind of my condition and leak it to the press, and the next thing I knew, my todger would be all over the front pages. I also couldn't just call a doctor on my own at random. Under normal circumstances, that would be impossible, but now doubly so. Ready? Hi, Prince Harry here. Listen, I seem to be having a spot of bother with my nether regions, and I was just wondering if I could pop around. And I asked another mate to find me, very discreetly, a dermatologist who specialized in certain appendages and certain personages, a tall order. But the mate came back and said his father knew just the bloke. He gave me a name and address, and I jumped into a car with my bodyguards. We sped to a nondescript building on Harley Street, where lots of doctors were housed. One bodyguard snuck me through a back door and into an office. I saw the doctor seated behind a big wooden desk, making notes, presumably, about the previous patient. Without looking up from his notes, he said, "Yes, do come in." I walked in, watched him writing for what seemed like an inordinately long time. The poor chap who went in before me, I thought, must have had a lot going on. Still not looking up, the doctor ordered me to step behind the curtain, take off my clothes. He'd be with me in a moment. I went behind and I stripped, hopped into the examination table, and 5 minutes had passed. At last, the curtain pulled back and there was the doctor. He looked at me and blinked once and said, "Oh, I see, it's you." "Yes, I thought you'd been warned, but I get the sense you hadn't." "Right, so you're here, right. Okay, it's you. Remind me of the problem." I showed him my todger, softened by Elizabeth Arden. He couldn't see anything. "Nothing to see," I explained. "It's an invisible scourge. For whatever reason, my particular case of frostnip manifested as greatly heightened sensation." How did this happen? He wanted to know. "The North Pole," I told him. "I went to the North Pole and now my South Pole is on the fits." His face said, "Curiouser and curiouser." I was describing the cascading dysfunctions. "Everything is difficult, doctor. Sitting, walking. Sex was out of the question. Worse, my todger constantly felt like it was having sex or it was ready to." or it was ready to. I was sort of losing it, I told him. I made the mistake of Googling this injury, and I had read horror stories about partial paniectomies, a phrase you never want to come across when Googling your symptoms. The doctor assured me it was unlikely I would need one of those. Unlikely? He said he was going to try to rule out other things. He gave me a full examination, which was more than invasive. No stone unturned, so to speak. The likeliest cure, he announced at last, would be time. What do you mean, time? Time, he said, heals. Really, Doc? That had not been my experience. Stop, Jen. That's so funny. Part 44. It was hard seeing Chelsea at William's wedding. There were loads of feelings still there, feelings I had suppressed, feelings I had not suspected. I also felt a certain way about the hungry men trailing at her, circling her, nagging her to dance. Jealousy got the better of me that night, and I told her so, which made me feel worse and a bit pathetic. I needed to move on and meet someone new. Time, as the doctor predicted, would fix my Todger. When would it work its magic on my heart? My friends tried to help. They mentioned names, arranged meetings and dates, but nothing ever panned out. So I was barely listening when they mentioned another name in the summer of 2011. They told me about her. Brilliant, beautiful, cool, and mentioned her relationship status. She just recently become single, they said, and you won't be single long. Spike. She's a free man. You're free. Am I? Well, you're well matched. No doubt you two will hit it off. I rolled my eyes, but when does that prediction ever pan out? But then, wonders of wonders, it did. We did. We sat at the bar, chatted and laughed while the friends with us melted away, along with the walls and the drinks and the barman. I suggested the whole group go back to Clarence's house for a nightcap. We sat around talking, listening to music, a lively group, a merry group. When the party broke up and everyone cleared out, I gave Florence a lift home. That was her name, Florence, although everyone called her Flea. She lived in Notting Hill, she said, a quiet street. When we pulled up outside her flat, she invited me up for a cup of tea. Sure, I said. I asked my bodyguard to drive around the block a few hundred times. Was it that night or another that Flea told me about her distant ancestor? Actually, it was probably neither. A mate told me later, I think. In any event, she led the charge of the Light Brigade, the doomed advance on Russian guns in Crimea. Incompetent, possibly mad, he'd caused the deaths of hundreds of men. A shameful chapter, the polar opposite of Rourke's drift. And now I was taking a page from his book, bullishly charging full steam ahead. Over the first cup of Earl Grey, I was asking myself, could she be my person? The connection was that strong. Okay, on Instagram, you don't know, but YouTube chat is like pretty much where it's at right now. Okay. The connection was that strong, but also I was that mad, and I could see she knew it, read it all over my non-poker face. I hope she found it charming. Apparently she did. The weeks that followed were idyllic. We saw each other often and laughed a lot, and no one knew. Hope got the better of me, and then the press found out, and down came the curtain on our idol. Flea phoned me in tears. There were 8 paps outside her flat. They chased her halfway across London. She'd seen herself described by one paper as an underwear model, based on a photo shoot she'd done years and years before. Her life boiled down to one photo, she said. It was so reductive and so degrading. Yes, I said quietly, I know what that feels like. They were digging and digging, ringing up everyone she'd ever known. They were already after her family. They were giving her the full Caroline Flack treatment, while still giving it to Caroline as well. Flea just kept saying, I can't do this. She said she was under 24-hour surveillance, like some kind of criminal. I could hear the sirens in the background. She was upset and crying, and I felt like crying, but of course I didn't. She said one last time, I can't do this anymore, Harry. I said on the phone on speaker, I was on the second floor of Clarence's house, standing by the window, surrounded by beautiful furnishings. A lovely room. The lamps were low. The rug at my feet was a work of art. I pressed my face against the window's cold, polished glass and asked Flea to see me one last time, at least to talk it over. Soldiers went marching past the house, changing of the guard. No. She was firm. Weeks later, I got a call from one of the friends who'd set us up at the bar. Did you hear? Flea's got back with the old boyfriend. Has she? Wasn't meant to be, I guess. Right. The friend told me he heard it was Flea's mother who told her to end things, who warned her that the press would destroy her life. They'll hound you to the gates of hell, her mother said. Yeah, I told the friend. Moms do know best. Okay, Jen's now on both channels, so no one's safe. Just warning you all now. I stopped sleeping. I simply stopped. I was so disappointed, so profoundly dejected that I just stayed up at night after night, pacing and thinking and wishing I had a TV. But I was living on a military base now in a cell-like room. Then, mornings on zero sleep, I'd try to fly an Apache, recipe for disaster. I tried herbal remedies, and they helped a bit. I was able to get an hour or two of sleep, but they left me feeling brain dead most mornings. Then the Army informed me I'd be hitting the road, a series of maneuvers and exercises. Just the thing, I thought, snap me out of it, or it might be the last straw. First, they sent me to America, the Southwest. I spent a week or so hovering over a bleak place called Gila Bend. Conditions were said to be similar to Afghanistan. I became more fluid with the Apache, more lethal with its missiles, more at home in the dust. I blew up a lot of cacti. I wish I could say it wasn't fun. Next, I went to Cornwall, a desolate place called the Bodmin Moor. January 2012, from blazing hot to bitter cold. The moors were always cold in January, but I arrived just as a fierce winter storm was blowing in. I was billeted with 20 other soldiers. We spent the first 2 days trying to acclimatize. We rose at 5 a.m., got the blood flowing with the run and a vomit. I love that. Then bundled into classrooms and learned about the latest methods that bad actors had devised for snatching people. Many of these methods would be put to use against us over the next few days as we tried to navigate a long march across the frigid moor. The exercise was called Escape and Evasion, and it was one of the last hurdles for flight crews and pilots before deployment. Trucks took us to an isolated spot where we did some field lessons, learned some survival techniques. We caught a chicken and killed it and plucked it and ate it. Then it started to rain. We were instantly soaked and exhausted. Our superiors looked amused. They grabbed me and 2 others and loaded us onto a truck and drove us to a place even more remote. Out. We squinted at the terrain, the skies. Really, here? Colder, heavier rain started to come down. The instructor shouted that we should imagine our helicopter had just crash landed behind enemy lines, and our only hope of survival was to go by foot from one end of the moor to the other, a distance of 10 miles. We've been given a meta-narrative, which we now recalled. We were a Christian army fighting a militia sympathetic to Muslims. I don't like war. Our mission, evade the enemy, escaping the forbidding terrain. Go. The truck roared away. Wet, cold, we looked around, looked at each other. Well, this sucks. We had a map, a compass, and each man had a bivy bag, essentially a body-length waterproof sock to sleep in. No food was allowed. Which way? This way? Okay. Bodmin was desolate, allegedly uninhabited, but here and there in the distance we saw farmhouses. Lighted windows, smoke curling from brick chimneys. How we longed to knock on a door. In the good old days, people would help out the soldiers on exercise, but now things were different. Locals had been scolded many times by the army. They knew not to open the doors to strangers with bivy bags. One of the two men on my team was my mate, Phil. I liked Phil, but I started to feel something like unbounded love for the other man because he told us he'd visited Bodmin more as a summer walker and he knew where we were. More, he knew us how to get out. He led, we followed like children through the dark and into the next day. At dawn, we found a wood of fir trees. The temperature approached freezing, and the rain fell even harder. We said to hell with our solitary bivy bags and curled up together, spooned actually, trying to get into the middle where it was warmer. Because I knew him, spooning Phil felt less awkward, but at the same time much more awkward. And the same time went for spooning the third man. I'm sorry, is that your hand? A few hours of something vaguely approximating sleep, we peeled ourselves apart and began the long march again. The exercise required that we stopped at several checkpoints. At each one, we had to complete a task. We managed to hit every checkpoint, perform every task, and at the last checkpoint, a kind of safe house, we were told the exercise was over. It was the middle of the night, pitch black. The directing staff appeared and announced, "Well done, guys. You made it." I nearly passed out on my feet. They loaded us onto a truck, told us we were about to head to the base. Suddenly, a group of men in camo jackets and black balaclavas appeared. My first thought was Lord Mountbatten being ambushed by the IRA. I don't know why, entirely different circumstance, but maybe some bestial memory of terrorism deep in my DNA. There were explosions and gunshots and guys storming the truck and screaming to us to look at the ground. They wrapped blackout ski goggles over our eyes, zip-tied our hands, and dragged us off. We were pushed into what sounded like an underground bunker system. Damp, wet walls, echoey. We were taken from room to room. The bags over our heads were ripped off and then put back on. In some rooms, we were treated well, and others we were treated like shit. Emotions went up and down. 1 minute we'd be offered a glass of water, the next we'd be shoved to our knees and told to keep our hands above our heads. 30 minutes, an hour, from one stress position to another. We really had not slept in 72 hours. I don't think any amount of sleeping would be okay for that. Much of what they did to us was illegal under the rules of the Geneva Conventions, which was the goal. At some point, I was blindfolded, moved into a room where I could sense that I was not alone. I had a feeling it was Phil in there with me, but maybe it was the other guy, or maybe a guy from one of the other teams. I did not dare ask. Now we could hear faint voices somewhere above or below inside the building, and then a strange noise like running water. They were trying to confuse and disorient us. I was terrifyingly cold. I had never been so cold, far worse than the North Pole. With the cold came numbness, drowsiness. I snapped to attention when the door bust open and our captors barged in. They took off our blindfolds. I was right, and Phil was there, also the other guys. We were ordered to strip. They pointed at our bodies and our flaccid cocks. They went on and on about how small. I wanted to tell them, you don't know what's wrong with half of this appendage. They interrogated us. We gave them nothing. They took us into separate rooms, interrogated us some more. I was told to kneel. 2 men walked in and they screamed at me and left. Atonal music was piped in, a violin being scraped by an angry 2-year-old. What is that? A voice answered. Silence! I became convinced that the music was not a recording, but an actual child, perhaps also being held prisoner. What in heaven's name was that kid doing to a violin? And more, what were they doing to that kid? The men returned. Now they had Phil. They'd gone through his social media and studied him. They began saying things about his family, his girlfriend, which scared him. It was astonishing how much they knew, how perfect strangers could know so much. Jacob Cruz. I smiled. Welcome to the party, pal. I wasn't taking this seriously, though. One of the men grabbed me, shoved me against a wall. He wore a black balaclava. He pressed his forearm into my neck, spitting every word from his mouth. He pressed my shoulders against the concrete. He ordered me to stand there 3 feet from the wall, arms above my tall 10 fingertips against the wall. Stress position, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. My shoulders started to seize. I could not breathe. A woman entered. She was wearing a shimag over her face. She went on and on about something I did not understand. I could not keep up. Then I realized, Mummy, she was talking about my mother. Your mother was pregnant when she died, huh? With your sibling, a Muslim baby. I fought to turn my head to look at her. I said nothing, but I screamed at her with my eyes. You doing this for my benefit now or yours? Is this the exercise or are you getting a cheap thrill? She stormed out. One of the captors spit in my face. We heard the sounds of gunshots and a helicopter. We were dragged into a different room and someone called out, okay, that's it. End exercise. There was a debrief during which one of the instructors offered a half-assed apology about the stuff to do with my mother. Hard for us to find something about you that you would be shocked that we knew. I didn't answer. We felt you needed to be tested. I didn't answer, but that took it a bit too far. Fair enough. Later, I learned that the other 2 soldiers in the exercise had gone mad. Okay, wait, I'm going to get my coffee and we'll keep going. Ha. I had barely recovered from Bodmin Moor when word came down from Granny. She wanted me to go to the Caribbean. A 2-week tour to commemorate her 60th year on the throne, my first official royal tour representing her. It was strange to be called away so suddenly, with a finger snap from my army duties, especially so close to deployment. But then I realized it wasn't strange at all. She was, after all, my commander. March 2012, I flew to Belize, drove from the airport to my first event along roads thronged with people, all waving signs and flags. At my first stop and every stop thereafter, I drank toast to Granny in my house with homemade alcohol and performed many rounds of local dance called the punta. Oh man, my throat hurts so bad. This is 9 hours now. I also had my first taste of cowfoot soup, which had more of a kick than the homemade alcohol. At one stop, I told the crowd, Unu come, mek we go party. In Creole, that means, come on, let's party, and the crowd lost it. People cheered my name. They shouted my name. But many shouted my mother's name. At one stop, a lady hugged me and cried, Diana's baby, and then she fainted. I visited a lost city called Zunatunik, thriving Mayan metropolis centuries ago, a guide told me. I climbed a stone temple, El Castillo, which was intricately carved with hieroglyphs and friezes and bases. At the top, someone said this was the highest point in the whole nation. The view was stunning, but I couldn't help but looking down at my feet. Below were the bones of untold numbers of dead Mayan royals, a Mayan of Westminster Abbey. In the Bahamas, I met ministers and musicians and journalists and athletes and priests. I attended church services and street festivals, a state dinner, and I drank more toasts. I rowed out to Harbor Island in a speedboat that broke down and began to sink. As we took on water, along came the press boat. I wanted to say no, thanks, never, but it was either join them or swim for it. I met India Hicks, Pa's goddaughter, one of Mommy's bridesmaids. She took me along the Harbor Island beach. The sand was bright pink. Pink sand? It made me feel stoned. Not altogether unpleasant. She told me why the sand was pink, a scientific explanation which I did not understand. At some point, I visited a stadium full of children. They lived in abject poverty, faced daily challenges, and yet they greeted me with jubilant cheers and laughter. We played and danced and did a little boxing. I'd always loved children, but I felt an even keener connection to this group because I had just become a godfather to Marco's son Jasper, a deep honor and an important signpost, I hoped, in my evolution as a man. Towards the end of the visit, the Bohemian children gathered around me and presented me with a gift, a gigantic silver crown with an enormous red cape. And one of them said, For Her Majesty. I'll see that she gets it. I hugged many of them on my way out of the stadium, and on the plane to the next stop, I donned their crown proudly. It was the size of an Easter basket, and my staff dissolved into fits of hysterical laughter. You look like a perfect idiot, sir. That might be, but I'm going to wear it at the next stop. Oh, sir. No, sir, please don't do that. I still don't know how they talked me out of it. I went to Jamaica, bonded with the Prime Minister, ran a foot race with Usain Bolt. I won, but I cheated. I danced with a woman to Bob Marley's One Love. At every stop, it seemed, I planted a tree or several, royal tradition, though I added a twist. Normally, when you arrive at a tree planting, the tree is already on the ground and you just throw a ceremonial bit of soil into the hole. I insisted on people actually planting the tree, covering the roots, giving it some water. People seemed shocked by this break with protocol. They treated it as radical. I told them I just wanted to make sure the tree will live. Part 47. When I got home, the reviews were raised. I presented the crown well, according to Porters. I reported back to Granny, told her about the tour. Marvelous. Well done, she said. I wanted to celebrate. I felt I deserved to celebrate. Also, with war in the offing, it was celebrate now or maybe never. Parties, clubs, pubs. I went out a lot that spring and tried not to care about that. No matter where I went, two paps were always present. Two sorry-looking, extremely terrible paparazzi, Tweedledum and Tweedledummer. For much of my adult life, there had been paps waiting for me outside public places. Sometimes a mob of them, sometimes a handful. The faces always varied, and often I couldn't even see the faces. But now there were always these two faces, and always clearly visible. When there was a mob, they were right in the middle, and when there was no one else, they were all by themselves. But it wasn't just in public places. I would be walking down a side street, which I had only decided to walk down seconds before, and they'd leap from a phone box or from under a parked car. I'd leave a friend's apartment, certain that no one knew I'd been there, and they'd be standing outside the building in the middle of the street. Besides being everywhere, they were ruthless, much more aggressive than other paps. They'd block my path, they'd chase me to my police car, they'd block me from getting into the car, and they would chase me down the street. Who were they, and why were they doing this? I didn't think that they had any kind of sixth sense or extrasensory perception. On the contrary, they looked as if they did not possess one full frontal cortex between them. So, what hidden trick were they leveraging? An invisible tracker? A source inside the police? They were after William, too. He and I talked about them a lot that year, talked about their unsettling appearance, their complementary ruthlessness and idiocy, their take no prisoners approach, but mainly we discussed their omnipresence. How do they know, and will they always know? William had no idea, but was determined to find out. Billy the Rock was determined as well. He walked up to the Tweedles several times and interrogated them and looked deep into their eyes. He managed to get a sense of them. The older Tweedledum was doughy, he reported, with close-cropped black hair and a smile that chilled the blood. Tweedledummer, on the other hand, never smiled. He rarely spoke. He seemed to be some sort of apprentice. Maybe he just stared. But what was their game? Billy did not know. Following me everywhere, tormenting me, getting rich off me, even that was not enough for them. They also liked to rub my nose in it. They'd run alongside me and they'd taunt me while pressing the buttons on their cameras, reeling off of 200 photos in 10 seconds. Many paps wanted a reaction, a tussle, but what Tweedledum and Tweedledummer seemed to want was a fight to the death. Blinded, I'd fantasize about punching them. Then I'd take deep breaths and remind myself not to do it. That's just what they want, so they can soon become famous. Because in the end, I decided that was their game. That was what it was all about. Two fellows who were not famous, thinking it must be fabulous to be famous, trying to become famous by attacking and ruining the life of someone famous. But why do they want to be famous? That was the thing I never understood. Because fame is the ultimate freedom? What a joke. Some kinds of fame provide extra freedom, I suppose, but royal fame was fancy captivity. The Tweedles could not fathom this. They were children, incapable of understanding anything nuanced. In their simplified cosmology, you're royal. So this is the price you pay for living in a castle. Sometimes I wondered how it might go if I could just talk to them calmly and explain that I don't live in a castle. My grandmother did live in a castle, that in fact Tweedledum and Tweedledummer both had far grander lifestyles than mine. But Billy had done a deep dive in their finances, so I knew. Each Tweedle owned multiple houses and several luxury cars, purchased with proceeds from their photos of me and my family. Offshore bank accounts, too, like their sponsors, the media barons who funded them. Chiefly Murdoch and the impossibly Dickensian-sounding Jonathan Harmsworth, fourth Rothermore. It seemed around this time that I began to think Murdoch was evil. No, strike that. I began to know he was evil. Firsthand, once you've been chased by someone's henchmen through the streets of a modern city, you lose all doubt about where they stand in the great moral continuum. All my life I'd heard jokes about the links between royal misbehavior and centuries of inbreeding, but it was then that I realized lack of genetic diversity was nothing compared to press gaslighting. Marrying your cousin is far less dicey than becoming a profit center for Murdoch Inc. Of course, I did not care for Murdoch's politics, which were just to the right of the Taliban's, and I did not like the harm he did each and every day to the truth. His wanton desecration of objective facts. Indeed, I could not think of a single human being in the 300-year history of species who'd done more damage to our collective sense of reality. But what really sickened me and frightened me was in 2012, Murdoch's ever-expanding circles of flunkies, young, broken, desperate men willing to do whatever was necessary to earn one of his grinchy smiles. And at the center of that circle were these two mopes, the Tweedles. There were so many nightmarish run-ins with Tweedledum and Tweedledummer, but one stands out. At a friend's wedding, a walled garden, totally secluded, I was chatting with several guests, listening to the bird song, the whoosh of wind in the leaves. Within those soothing sounds, however, I believe I became aware of one small click. I turned in the hedgerow, one eye and one glossy lens, and then that chubby face, and then the demonic rictus, Tweedledum. Part 48. What's happening on Instagram right now? Part 48 of chapter 2. There's 3 chapters and there's like 60 parts in each chapter. One good thing about Tweedledum and Tweedledummer was that they made me ready for war. They filled me with a choking rage, always a good precursor for battle. They made me want to be anywhere but England. Where are my goddamn orders? Please send my orders. Then, of course, as so often happens, I was at a music festival and my cousin tapped me on the shoulder. Harry, this is my friend, Cressida. Oh, hello. The setting was inauspicious. Lots of people, zero privacy. Also, I was still suffering a broken heart. On the other hand, the landscape was so lovely, the music was good, and the weather was fine. There were sparks. Soon after that day, we went to dinner. She told me about her life and her family and her dreams, and she wanted to be an actress. She was so soft-spoken and shy. Acting was the last profession I'd imagined for her, and I said so, but she confessed that it made her feel alive. Free. She made it sound like flying. Weeks later, at the end of another date, I gave her a lift home. I'm just off the King's Road. We pulled up to a large house on a well-kept street. Do you live here? Is this your house? No. She explained that she was staying for 2 days with an aunt. She did not invite me in. I did not expect her to. I didn't want her to. Take it slow, I thought. I leaned in to give her a kiss, but my aim was off. I could take out a cactus from 3 miles away with a hellfire missile, but I couldn't quite find her lips. She turned. I tried again on the return trip, and we managed something like a graze, painfully awkward. The next morning, I phoned my cousin. Discouraged, I told her the date had gone well, but the ending had left something to be desired. She did not disagree. She had already spoken to Cressida. She sighed. It was awkward. But then came the good news. Cressida was game to try again. We met days later for another dinner. As it happened, her flatmate was dating my longtime mate, Charlie, brother of my late friend Henner's. I joked. Obviously, this is meant to be. The 4 of us could have so much fun. But I wasn't totally joking. We had tried another kiss. Not so awkward. We had hope. Stop eating the plant. Stop eating the plant. Stop. Go to look at the plant. Instagram, you can watch the rest on YouTube. Okay, bye. For our next date, she and her flatmate had Charlie and me over, drinks and laughs. Before I knew what was happening, we were a thing. However, I could only see Cress at weekends. I was busier than ever, doing my final steps for deployment. And then I got my official orders, my actual deployment date, and the clock was now loudly ticking. For the second time in my life, I needed to tell a young woman I just met I'd soon be going off to war. Well, I'll wait, she said, but not forever, she added quickly. Who knows what's going to happen, Has? Right, who knows? Easier to just tell myself and others that we're not together. Yes, that's easier, I suppose. But when you're back, when, she said. When, not if. I was grateful. Some people said if. Let's take a 5-minute break. Are you a kitty kitty? Carmi, say hi to the people. Okay. I'm going to skim for a bit. Okay. Do I read other books on live? I think I'm going to. Not tomorrow. Eventually. Yeah, I'll do it again. Okay. I expected magic. I thought this was challenging, enabling a task of creating an international war game to propel me into the next phase of my post-war life. It did not work out like that. Instead, day by day, I felt more sluggish, more hopeless, and more lost. By late summer of 2013, I was in trouble, toggling between bouts of debilitating lethargy and terrifying panic attacks. My social life was all about being in public, standing up in front of people, giving speeches and talks, doing interviews, and now I found myself nearly incapable of fulfilling these basic functions. Hours before a speech or public appearance, I'd be soaked with sweat. Then during the event itself, I'd be unable to think, my mind buzzing with fear and fantasies of running away. Time and time again, I just managed to stave off the urge to flee. But I could envision a day when I would not be able to, when I'd actually sprint off a stage or burst out of a room. Indeed, that day seemed to be coming fast, and I could already picture the blaring headlines, which always made the anxiety 3 times worse. The panic often started with putting a suit first thing in the morning. Strange, that was my trigger, the suit. As I buttoned up my shirt, I could feel my blood pressure soaring. As I knotted my tie, I could feel my throat closing. By the time I was pulling on the jacket, lacing the smart shoes, sweat was running down my neck and cheeks and back. I've always been sensitive to heat, like Pa. He and I would joke about it. We're not made for this world, we said. Bloody snowmen. The dining room of Sandringham, of course, for instance, was our version of Dante's Inferno. Much of Sandringham was balmy, but the dining room was subtropical. Paul and I would always wait for Granny to look away, and then one of us would jump up, sprint to a window, and crack it an inch. Ah, bless the cool air. The Corgis always betrayed us. The cool air would make them whimper, and Granny would say, "Is there a draft?" And then a footman would promptly shut the window. That loud thump, unavoidable because windows were so old, always felt like the door of a jail cell being slammed. But now, every time I was about to make any kind of public appearance, no matter the venue, it felt like the Sandringham dining room. During one speech, I became so overheated that I felt sure everyone was noticing and discussing it. During one drink receptions, I searched frantically for anyone else who might be experiencing the same heat stroke. I needed some assurance that it wasn't just me, but it was. As is so often true of fear, mine metasized. Soon it wasn't merely public appearances, but all public venues, all crowds. I came to fear simply being around other human beings. More than anything else, I feared cameras. I never liked cameras, of course, but now I couldn't abide them. The telltale click of a shutter opening and closing, it could knock me sideways for a whole day. So I had no choice. I began staying home. Day after day, night after night, I sat around eating takeout and watching 24. Or Friends. I think I might have watched every episode of Friends in 2013. I decided I was a Chandler. My actual friends would comment in passing that I didn't seem like myself, as if I had the flu. Sometimes I'd think, well, maybe I'm not myself. Maybe that's what's going on here. Maybe this is some kind of metamorphosis. A new self is emerging, and I'm just going to have to be this new person, this frightened person, for the rest of my days. Or maybe this had always been me, and it was only now becoming evident. My psyche, like water, had found its level. I ransacked Google for explanations. I plugged my symptoms into various medical search engines. I kept trying to self diagnose, to put a name to what was wrong with me, and the answer was right under my nose. I'd met so many soldiers, so many young men and women suffering from post traumatic stress, and I'd heard them describe how hard it was to leave the house, how uncomfortable it was to be around other people, how excruciating it was to enter a public space, especially if it was loud. I heard them talking about timing their visit to a shop or supermarket carefully, making sure to arrive minutes before closing time to avoid the crowd and noise. I'd empathized with them deeply and yet never made the connection. It never occurred to me that I too was suffering from post traumatic stress. Despite all my work with wounded soldiers, all my efforts on their behalf, all my struggles to create a game that would spotlight their condition, it never dawned on me that I was a wounded soldier. And my war did not begin in Afghanistan, it began in August 1997. I phoned my friend Thomas one evening. Thomas, brother of my beloved mate Henner's. Thomas was so funny and witty. Thomas with the infectious laugh. Thomas, living reminder of better days. I was at Clarence's house, sitting on the floor of the TV room, probably watching Friends. Hey, Booze, what are you up to? He laughed. No one else called him Booze. Haris, hello. I smiled. No one else called me Haris. He said he was just leaving a business dinner. He was pleased to have someone to chat with while he was making his way home. His voice, so much like his brother's, was an instant comfort. It made me happy, even though Thomas wasn't happy. He too was struggling, he said, going through a divorce and other challenges. The conversation went inexorably to that original challenge, the wellspring of all challenges, Henner's. Thomas missed his brother so much. Me too, I said. Man, me too. He thanked me for speaking at an event to raise money for Henner's charity. I wouldn't miss it. That's what friends are for. I thought of the event and the pre-event panic attack. Then we reminisced randomly. Thomas and Henner's, Willie and me, Saturday mornings, lounging around with Mummy, watching telly, having burping contests. She was like a teenage boy. She was, mate. Going with Mummy to see Andrew Lloyd Webber. Me and Hemmers mooning the security cameras at Ledgrove. We both started laughing. He reminded me that Henners and I were so close. People called us Jack and Russell. Maybe that was because Willie and I had Jack Russells. Oh, I wondered where Henners might be. Was he with Mummy? Was he with the dad from Afghanistan? Was Gangan there too? I was jolted from this train of thought by the sound of Thomas screaming. Boost, mate, are you okay? Angry voices, a scuffle, a struggle. I put the phone on speaker, shot down the corridor, up the stairs, burst into the police room. I shouted that my mate was in trouble. We leaned over the phone, listening, but the line had already gone dead. It was obvious. Thomas was being mugged. Luckily, he just happened to mention the name of the restaurant where he'd had dinner. It was in Battersea. Plus, I knew where he lived. We checked a map. There was only one logical route between those 2 points. Several bodyguards and I raced there and found Thomas on the side of the road near Albert Bridge, beaten and shaken. We took him to the nearest police station where he signed a statement. Then we drove him home. Along the way, he kept thanking me for coming to his rescue. I hugged him tightly. That's what friends are for. Eve, you're on Australian time. I don't even know what you're up to right now. Part 63. I was given a desk at Wattisham Airfield, which I hated. I never wanted a desk. I could not bear sitting at a desk. My father loved his desk. He seemed pinned to it, enamored of it, surrounded by his books and mailbags. That was never me. I was also given a new task: refine my knowledge of the Apache. Perhaps on the way to becoming an instructor. That was a job I thought might be fun, teaching others to fly. But it wasn't. It just didn't feel like my calling. Once again, I broached the idea of going back to war. Once again, the answer was a hard no. Even if the army was inclined to send me, Afghanistan was winding down. Libya was heating up, though. How about that? No, the army said. In every way they knew how, officially and unofficially, they denied my request. Everyone has had quite enough of Harry in a war zone. At the end of a typical working day, I'd leave Wadasham, drive back to Kensington Palace. I was no longer staying with Pa and Camilla. I'd been assigned my own place, a flat on KP's lower ground floor. In other words, halfway underground. The flat had three tall windows, but they admitted little light, so the differences between dawn, dusk, and midday were nominal at best. Sometimes a question rendered mute by Mr. R, who lived directly upstairs. He liked to park his massive gray Discovery hard against the windows, blotting out all light entirely. I wrote him a note, politely asking if he might perhaps pull his car forward a few inches. He fired back a reply telling me to suck eggs. Then he went to Granny and asked her to tell me the same. She never did speak to me about it, but the fact that Mr. R felt secure enough, supported enough to denounce me to the monarch showed my true place in the pecking order. He was one of Granny's equerries. I should fight, I told myself. I should confront the man face to face, but I figured no. The flat actually suited my mood. Darkness at noon suited my mood. Also, it was the first time I was living on my own, somewhere other than Pa's, so the balance really had no complaints. I invited a mate over one day. He said the flat reminded him of a badger set. Or maybe I said that to him. Either way, it was true, and I did not mind. We were chatting, my mate and I, having a drink, when suddenly a sheet dropped down in front of my windows. Then the sheet began to shake. My mate stood, went to the window, and said, Spike, what the? Falling down from the sheet was a cascade of what looked to be brown confetti? No. Glitter? No. Is that hair? It was Mr. R giving a trim to one of her Mrs. R giving a trim to one of her sons, shaking out the sheet in which she collected the clippings. The real problem, however, was that my three windows were open and it was a breezy day. Gusts of fine hair blew into the flat. My mate and I coughed and laughed and picked up strands off our tongues. What didn't come into the flat landed like summer rain on the shared garden, which was just then blooming with mint and rosemary. For days I went around composing a harsh note to Mrs. R in my head. I never sent it. I knew I was being unfair. She didn't know she was hearing me out. More, she didn't know the real source of my antipathy towards her. She was guilty of an even more egregious vehicular crime than her husband. Every day, Mrs. R parked her car in Mummy's old spot. I can still see her gliding into that space, right where my mother's green BMW used to be. And it was wrong of me, and I knew it was wrong, but on some level, I condemned Mrs. R for it. Part 64. I was an uncle. Willie and Kate welcomed their first child, George, and he was beautiful. I couldn't wait to teach him about rugby and Warp's drift, flying and corridor cricket. Maybe give him a few pointers about how to survive life in the fishbowl. Reporters, however, used this joyous occasion as an opportunity to ask me if I was miserable. What? The baby had moved me one link down the chain of succession, making me fourth from the throne instead of third. So reporters said, Bad luck, huh? You must be joking. There must be some misgivings. I couldn't be happier. A half truth. I was delighted for Willie and Kate, and I was indifferent to my place in the order of succession. But nothing to do with either thing. I wasn't anywhere close to happy. March 2014, a concert at Wembley Arena. Walking on stage, I suffered the typical panic attack. I made my way to the center, clenched my fists, and spat out the speech. There were 14,000 young faces before me, gathered for We Day. Maybe I'd have been less nervous if I'd concentrated more on them, but I was having a proper me day, thinking about the last time I'd given a speech under this roof, the 10th anniversary of Mother's death. I'd been nervous then too, but not like this. I hurried off, wiping the shine from my face and staggering up to my seat to join Cress. She saw me and blanched. You okay? Yeah, but she knew. She watched the other speakers. That is, she watched. I tried to catch my breath. The next morning, our photo was all in the papers and splashed online. Someone tipped off the royal correspondence to where we were sitting, and at long last, we were outed. After nearly 2 years of secretly dating, we were revealed to be a couple. Odd, we said, that it should be such big news. We've been photographed before, skiing in Verbier. But these photos landed differently, maybe because it was the first time she joined me at a royal engagement. As a result, we became less clandestine, and that felt like a plus. Several days later, we went to Twickenham and watched England play Wales, got papped, and didn't even bother to talk about it. Soon after, we left on a skiing holiday with friends to go to Kazakhstan. Got papped again, didn't even know. We were too distracted. Skiing was so sacred for us, so symbolic, especially after our previous skiing holiday in Switzerland when she'd miraculously opened me up. It happened late one night after a long day on the slopes and a fun time at a pré-ski. We'd gone back to my cousin's chalet where we were staying, and Cress was washing her face and brushing her teeth while I was sitting on the edge of the bath. We were talking about nothing special, I recall, but suddenly she asked about my mother. Unique, a girlfriend asking about my mother, but it was also the way she asked. Her tone was just the right blend of curiosity and compassion. The way she reacted to my answer was just right too. Surprised, concerned, with no judgment. Maybe other factors were at play as well. The alchemy of physical fatigue and Swiss hospitality, the fresh air and alcohol. Maybe it was the soft falling snow outside the windows or the culmination of 17 years of suppressed grief. Maybe it was the maturity. Whatever the reason or combination of reasons, I answered her straight out and then started to cry. I remember thinking, oh my God, I'm crying, and saying to her, this is the first time. Cressida leaned towards me. What do you mean it's the first time? It's the first time I've been able to cry about my mom since the burial. Wiping my eyes, I thanked her. She was the first person to help me across the barrier, to help me unleash the tears. It was cathartic. It accelerated our bond and added an element rare in past relationships. Immense gratitude. I was indebted to Cress, and that was the reason why, when we got home from Pakistan, I felt so miserable because at some point during that ski trip, I realized then that we weren't a match. I just knew. Cress, I think, knew as well. There was massive affection, deep and abiding loyalty, but not love everlasting. She was always clear about not wanting to take on the stresses of being a royal, and I was never sure I wanted to ask her to do so. And this unalterable fact, though it had been lurking in the background for some time, became undeniable on those cox slopes. Suddenly it was clear. This can't work. How odd, I thought. Every time we go skiing, a revelation. The day after we got home, I phoned a mate who was also close with Cress. I told him about my feelings and asked for advice. Without hesitation, then mate asked if it was done, and it must be done quickly. Hold on, I need to Google this person. I've learned so much from you, Cress. She nodded and looked at the floor, tears running down her cheeks. Damn, I thought. She helped me cry, and now I'm leaving her in tears. I need like a solid. Oof, I'm getting weary. People often speculated that I was clinging to my bachelor life because it was so glamorous. Many evenings I'd think, if only they could see me now, then I would go back to folding my underwear and watching the one with Monica and Chandler's wedding. Besides my own laundry, often laid out to dry on radiators, I did my own chores, my own cooking, and my own food shopping. There was a supermarket by the palace, and I went there casually at least once a week. Of course, I'd plan each trip as carefully as a patrol around Musakala. I'd arrive at different times randomly to throw off the press. I'd wear a disguise, low baseball cap, loose coat. I'd run along the aisles at warp speed, grabbing salmon fillets I liked, the brand of yogurt I liked. I'd memorize a map of the store, plus a few Granny Smith apples and bananas, and of course some crisps. Then I'd sprint to the checkout. Just as I'd honed my pre-flight checks in the Apache, I now honed my grocery shopping time down to 10 minutes. But one night I got to the shop and began to run up and down the aisles, and everything had moved. I hurried over to an employee. What's happened? Where is everything? Everything has moved. Why? To keep people here longer so they buy more stuff. I was gobsmacked. You can do that by law? A bit panicky, I resumed running up and down the aisles, filling my trolley as best I could, keeping an eye on the clock, and then rushed to the checkout. That was always the trickiest part because there was no honing the checkout. It all depended on others. More, the checkout counter stood right beside the news rack, which held every British tabloid magazine, and half the front papers and magazines covers were of my family or my mum or me. More than once, I watched customers read about me, overheard them debating me. In 2015, I overheard them frequently discussing whether or not I'd ever marry, whether or not I was happy, whether or not I might be gay. I was always tempted to tap them on the shoulder. One night, in disguise, watching people discuss me and my life choices, I became aware of raised voices at the front of the queue. An older married couple abusing the cashier. It was unpleasant at first and then intolerable. I stepped forward, showed my face, and cleared my throat. Excuse me, not sure what's going on here, but I don't think you should be speaking to her like that. The cashier was on the verge of tears. The couple abusing her turned and recognized me. They weren't in the least surprised, however, just offended to be called out on their abuse. When they left, when I came to my turn to pay, the cashier tried to thank me as she bagged my avocados. I wouldn't hear of it. I told her to hang in there, scooped up my things, then ran like the Green Hornet. Shopping for clothes was so much less complicated. As a rule, I didn't think about clothing. I didn't fundamentally believe in fashion, and I could not understand why anybody would. I often got mocked on social media for my mismatched outfits, my ratty shoes. Writers would flag a photo of me and wonder why my trousers were so long, my shirt so crumpled. Not very princey, they'd say. Right you are, I'd think. My father tried. He gave me an absolutely gorgeous pair of black brogues, works of art, weighed as much as bowling balls. I wore them until the soles developed holes, and when I was mocked for wearing holy shoes, I finally got them fixed. Each year, I received from Pa an official clothing allowance, but that was strictly for formal wear, suit and tie, ceremonial outfits. For my everyday clothes, I'd go to TK Maxx, a discount store. Isn't it TJ Maxx? I was particularly fond of their once-a-year sale when they'd be flush with items from Japper Gay Crew. Did I say Japper Gay Crew? Because I'm so sick of reading. Items that just gone out of season or were slightly damaged. If you timed it just right, you got there on the first day of the sale, you could snag the same clothes with others that were paying top prices down the street. With 200 quid, you could look like a fashion plate. Here, too, I had a system. Get to the shop 15 minutes before closing time, grab a red bucket, hurry to the top floor, begin systematically working up one rack and down another. If I found something promising, I'd hold it up to my chest or leg, standing in front of a mirror. I never dawdled over color or style and certainly never went anywhere near a changing room. But if it looked nice, comfortable, into the bucket it went. If I was on the fence about it, I'd ask Billy the Rock. He delighted as moonlighting as my stylist. At closing time, we'd run out with 2 giant shopping bags feeling triumphant. Now the papers would not call me a slob, at least not for a little while. Far better. I wouldn't think about clothes again for another 6 months. Okay. I'm going to fully sign off for an hour and then come back and we'll read the final chapter, which is all about Megan. 10 hours, people.